watching one of the most unique sort of weekly chicken dinner rounds in terms of that final, that redemption round going on right now is one of the stiffest I've ever seen.
Yeah, and also you can really see this is like it's shaping up now, right? Some of the guys are, you can see the pressure coming out of them, the relief when they were winning the games. It's been a rough week for some of the teams. Getting second multiple times must be the worst feeling, especially this format.
Godspeed. Other than specializing at staring deep into our souls, glad to have you here. Consummate professional, played at the highest levels. Now you get to give us some deep insights. And I know that you got to watch throughout the week while Martin and I were stuck here talking. Tell me what you took away from watching those chicken dinner rounds.
Things are getting very, very, very escalated as far as the pressure, as you guys would said. You can tell that all the teams, specifically after the wins this week, were elated, and that's just because this is it. We've talked about it for the last month, that the last 2 weeks are the big ones, and these guys have to make sure that they get through these games. This is it. We're at the second to last, as you said, penultimate weekly finals, and the teams that missed out on this not only are sweating it right now because 4 of those teams were in the top 5, but now the prize can skyrocket anyone past into first place, which is really wild. This is it. I mean, there's only 2 weeks less as far as the weekly finals, and these guys are sweating it.
They are sweating it, but sometimes you got to have a little bit of fun as well. So we have a show we love to call WWCD, and it is a little bit of fun with T1 and Zenith. So check it out.
천개 올려, 100개 올려, 100개 올려. 공복에 진짜 끔찍하네. 끔찍하다. Open your hand. Open your hand. That's good. That was a damn slow. Today we have prepared special presents for the participating players of PGI.S who have to think about PUBG every day and night. These are the presents. Amazing, right? Okay, the first team to join today's episode of Winner Winner Chicken Dinner is ready. The team is called T1. Please come in. Welcome, you guys. Welcome, T1. You guys finally made it to the weekly final on your 3rd week. You must think that you guys have a quite hard time in the last few weeks.
마음고생 많았죠. 리즈 진짜 못 올라가서 처음에는 쉬울 줄 알았는데 이게 하고 나니까 아니더라고요. 그래가지고 3주차 진짜 도끼 품고 했습니다.
아, 그래서 그런지 딱 그 이기셨을 때 그 포효하시는 모습이 느껴지더라고요.
공복에도 가장 복식! 이제 복식 이제 웃네요! 자, 오른쪽 안에 잡아낼 수 있어! 아, 역시 T1의 마지막에 집중력, 이거 드라마를 썼네요.
네. If you fail to win the game, there's a punishment, awful punishment waiting for you guys.
유감이네요.
The game is called Rabbit Ears Up and Down. All of the team members wear a hat standing side by side. Cross your hands and hold the handle of the hat. Press the handle of your hat following the chant of Genius SK Lee. Right, left, go up, go down. If you cannot move to the chant, you'll fail. If one fails, you must get the punishment right away. Rest of the players will continue to play until there's 2 men standing. 수치스러워. 첫 번째 라운드 시작하도록 하겠습니다.
잠깐만. 여기가 청기. 여기가.
바로 시작합니다. 청기 올리지 마. 청기 올려. 청기 올려. 청기 올려. 청기 올리지 마.
이렇게 하는 거구나.
청기 올려. 100개 올려. 100개 올려. 100개 올리지 마. 청기 올리지 마. 청기 올리지 마. 공복에. 에도가 첫 번째 탈락자가 되었습니다. Would you like to pick one? 잘 선택해야 돼요.
노란색이 좋을 것 같은데. 아, 이거 잘못 본 것 같은데.
되게 끔찍하네.
끔찍하다.
나 안 볼란다.
In They're actually turning away from him. Go! You can do it! You can do it! He said, no, just a little more. Just a little bit more. Give it up for Eder. 갑니다. Round 2. 2개 올려. 1000개 올려. 1000개 올려. 100개 올려. 100개 올리지 말고 1000개 올려. 아하. 100개 올리지 말고 1000개 올려. 아하. 뭐 어렵게 가지도 않았는데. 어렵게
핑크다 이거. 핑크 가야 돼.
핑크. 진짜 핑크야.
오케이.
핑크야 오늘.
오. 과연? nice. Happy smile for him. Walk on the foot massage board back and forth.
오.
별거 아니네.
와 뾰족하다. 점프는 해야 될 것 같은데.
하나, 둘, 셋, 넷. 지하철 우리가 만든 이유가 있으니까. Go!
아픈데?
3, 4, 5. Jump! Jump! You can do it! You can do it!
아파.
아까 봐요. 너무 고생하신다. 선수 박수 것 같긴 해.
너무 재밌었는데요.
네.
패자부활 정도로
이기면 상품으로 가고
2등까지 벌칙을 가도록 하죠.
새로운 제안이 왔어요. 한 명만 승리자로 하고 패자를 만들자 차라리 라는 의견이 나왔어요. PD님 어떻게 생각해요? 콜!
아니 저희가 콜이 안 했잖아요.
고통을 덜어줄 생각을 해야지. 렛츠고.
오케이. He said okay. He's the winner and he said okay. Challenge accepted.
야, 또 받을 수 있어.
오.
일을 크게 만들어.
아주 댕주 선수가 자신감이 넘쳐요. 제가 보기에는 스타로드에게 시작하기 전에 한마디 부탁드립니다.
춤추자.
댕주 선수에게 한마디 하신다면?
춤추게 해줄게 형.
거의 춤으로 좁혀지는데.
그러면 그냥 벌칙을 춤으로 하죠.
아 그럴까요?
오케이. 아니 그럼 안 하지.
춤 하나 뽑아놔 주시고. 오케이.
잠깐. 타임.
오케이 타임. 5초 드릴게요. 5.
갑자기 떨리네.
100개 올리지 마. 1000개 올려. 1000개 올려. 100개 올려. 100개 올려. 1000개 올리지 마. 2개 올려. 2개 올려. 땡채 선수. 야 이거 박수리다. 야 이 미션. 팬들을 위해 살신성인 하는 거거든요. 벌칙 뽑을 수 있는 기회 일단 드리도록 하겠습니다. 사실 많이 줄었어요. 어떤 벌칙이 있을지. move on to sexy dance without music. Sexy dance without music. Congratulations. 3, 2, 1, go.
오 씨.
줘 그냥 가보줘. 누르면서
Good job. Give him a bang check. Wow. Again, for Star-Lord, you have won the game. So it's time for you to choose the present you're gonna get. We have present number 1 to number 10. You can just choose any random box from there.
너 1번. 너무 가벼워. 진짜 가벼워. 이게 뭐야?
깼다 토끼기.
What is it? What do you have inside? Chicken dancing head from rabbit to
아 부럽다.
어때? 쪽팔려. 이게 뭐야? 이런 거 지금 몰랐어.
It's famous chicken flavored snack.
감사합니다.
저기요, 제 거보다 좋은데요? 제 거보다 좋은데?
How did you like the game?
너무 재밌었고요.
네.
다음에 또 올라가가지고 우승해서 또 했으면 좋겠습니다.
아, 좋습니다.
꼭 이제 우승하는 모습만 보여드리도록 하겠습니다. 우선
정말 응원해주셔서 감사합니다.
감사합니다.
푸치풀인데.
And the next team doesn't need any explanations. All we need is number 2. They've taken the second place the most, 6 times. And they've won $2,000 on the second day of this week's weekly survival with 22 kills, which is the record of PUBG tournament history. It's Zenith. You guys are actually quite well known for being related to more number 2 histories. Like, to get the present, you must win a mini games.
Not get second?
No. If you get second, you fail. Play for us today is called shaking of sticky notes without hands. You get the idea, right? Without using your hands, you have to shake your hands, use your facial muscles to shake those sticky notes off from your muscles, off your from faces. Only 2 players can win this game.
Okay.
Stickier than I
It's
expected.
not enough.
Bro, what?
But let's just try the facial muscle first. Okay, Shinbo is quite
He's
good.
sweaty, man. It's not fair. Wait,
Shinbo
what's
is
that
quite
word?
good. He's leading the game. Let's see if Shinbo can drop up one more stick. Okay, one from Punish. I see nothing's coming out from Ulf and Rolf.
No.
They're doing really bad right now. Okay, Shinbo is the winner, first winner, and we're looking at the second winner. Punish is about to win. Punish is about to. He's leading it. Rolf has nothing coming out from him. It's like we're in a rock concert. Like was trying to like kickstart string hard. But it's Wolf versus Punish has only one. Kickstart had one.
What can I say?
Man.
That's a W.
Shinbo and Kickstart. You guys are winner. You just enjoy the punishment. Here we have plenty of punishment. Would you like to pick one?
Drink a healthy juice.
Oh, it's called 고삼차 in Korea. It's notorious for being bitter. 이거 다 마셔도 괜찮아. Take a sip.
Cheers.
Cheers. Oh, he's taking quite good. He's good at it. Okay. Did you like it?
No.
Let's go.
Thank you.
He's really good at it. Let's go to the second one.
Nah. What? Spell your name with your butt. Man.
Turn around and try to spell your name. P.
Hey, you better shake it.
Okay.
You better be shaking it.
All
All the
right.
fans around the world, keep your eyes on his butt.
Okay.
Go. That's P. O. Another O. N. A.
I'm doing capital A.
Oh, okay, capital A. Okay,
Capital
good.
A.
And G.
G.
Oh. Yeah. Okay. E. Yeah. That was good.
That was funny.
Let's see what Wolf's gonna get for his punch.
Is it? Sexy dance.
Sexy dance.
No music. He's gonna get hot in here.
You gotta drop it low, you gotta pop it.
Wow. Keep doing it. He's doing it. Wolfer's doing it. Yeah. Okay. 5 seconds, okay.
Kick your heels.
Kick your heels, kick your heels. Okay, that's great, that's great.
Open your hand.
Open your hand.
That's good, that was a dance roll.
I'm glad I got the drinking.
Okay. 3, 2, 1, go!
Man, what am I supposed to do? Man, these aren't
Actually, they are coming out. They are coming out. Constellation match. Whoa! That is clever. That is clever. Nothing has come out.
It didn't even work,
Nothing has come out. Just one more. Go. Look, okay. It's a Fortnite. Only one. One more to go. One more to go. Rolf had one more to go.
He was doing this.
He did that. He touched his shirt. So the actual winner is Rolf. Congratulations.
Thank you.
You did a good job.
Thank you.
Because you guys lost the game, you have to face the punishment again.
Man, I would have said no.
My punishment.
He's too funny.
What'd you get?
Oh, drink the whole 500 milliliter Coke and sing your favorite song.
Oh, okay. Drink. Let's see what kind of sound we will have right after this.
Billie Jean is
He thinks as if Billie Jean is dying in front of him, like. Dying in front of him, like. It's not mine.
There we go.
Your turn to pick.
What color?
Pink.
Pink. Penetrate plastic wrap with your face. Is this the first time?
Yeah, first
okay.
time.
Go. Why? It's much stronger than I thought.
Okay, just hold the frame and
Yeah, just tear it. Yeah, I think you can just tear it.
This thing ain't breaking, man.
Again.
They just moved them, decided to give you the present as well. Okay. Just pick the number then.
Number 2.
Woo! Oh. We have.
What does it say?
What does it say?
My heart is calling for chicken. Do you like it?
Yeah. Chicken-a, 가슴이 chicken-a.
Try using the money gun.
Cool.
Let's go!
Oh.
Okay, we have.
This is a ghillie suit.
We have a
It's a
ghillie
ghillie
suit
suit.
for you.
Oh, let's go.
Go.
Wow.
You gotta throw it on. There we go.
Well, there you go. There you go. You are the hero of this episode. Then the supplement box will have to crawl again. He's going for it. He's going for it. He's going for the supplement box. He's opening it. What's inside the box? Maybe a gun. Maybe a money gun from someone. It's been a great episode with Team Zenith. Thank you guys. Bye bye.
That was everything I could have hoped for and more than I ever expected. Thank you very much for that. And also, thank you to the teams because they were awesome sports. All I have to say is if you guys ever wondered why there was an 18+ requirement to play Pro PUBG, now I think you know as we watch the dance sequence. True, big true. We saw a lot of energy, and you know what? They called Zenith the #2 team, Martin, but they're not the #2 team anymore. Well, they will be after this weekend, but last weekend was great for them.
Yeah, up until our last game on Sunday, they're the #1 team, and it's looking good for them. And even though they're not playing, their prize pool keeps going up and up and up because we have a fantastic crowdfunding going on as well. And that also means that I think that we're going to be breaking $700,000 for first place this weekend. That's actually insane.
It's wild.
That is an insane amount of money. It makes for a difficult tournament, but Godspeed, something I thought was interesting and sort of relevant outside of just the fun stuff we saw in that video was a CAD, when he was talking, they asked him about their performance, and he said, and this is a quote, "We thought this would be easy, and it wasn't." And that's sort of what he attributes their early performance to versus now. What do you think of that mentality coming into this thing?
I mean, look, T1 was a team that everyone had hyped up, right? They were a team that was expected to do really well, obviously, with that roster. Star-Lord as well leading it. Adder has been fantastic. Aqua 5, I mean, Dongshay. But they really haven't been able to bring anything. And as far as to the table was what we thought. However, now that T1 is once again in the finals, I really do hope that they can bring something as far as like a good showing, because realistically, they're running out of time.
They're running out of time, but you heard their confidence. Maybe they're a team you want to pick. Remember, you have a couple of minutes left to get your picks in. So here's a little bit of an explanation on exactly how the Pick'em Challenge works.
Hey guys, it's already our 5th Pick'em Challenge. Since we don't have much time left, you really need to be careful with your picks. So sit up straight and pay attention to find out which teams will perform the best in this week's weekly final. First of all, why don't we check the prize rankings since they change every week? Including the ever-increasing crowdfunding, the first place in prize rankings is Zenith. Second is FaZe Clan. Third is Digital Athletics. And fourth is Gen G. But these standings are probably going to change this week. Sadly, the first place Zenith and second place FaZe Clan didn't make it to the Week 5 weekly final. You know the champion of PGI.S is the team with the most prize money, right? So which team will lift the glorious PGI.S trophy at the end of the day? I can't wait to find out. All right, let's take a look at the current status of the Pick'em Challenge. The first Pick'em Challenge is the weekly kill point MVP. If you get it right, you'll earn 200,000 EP as a reward. Just vote for the team that you think will make the most kills in the weekly final. As of midnight on March 19th KST, a total of 229,876 of you have participated in the weekly kill point MVP Pick'em Challenge. So let's take a look at the results. First is 4 Angry Men. Gen G came in second. In third is Infantry, and fourth is Shoot to Kill. However, the first place 4 Angry Men and fourth place Shoot to Kill couldn't make it to the weekly final. If making predictions is a little too hard, why don't you try this out? Among the teams who have won chicken dinners in the Week 5 Weekly Survival, look for the most aggressive teams with the most kill points. First is Afrika Freaks with an astonishing 17 kills. Second is Gen G, who scored 14 kills in Match 8. Third is Sonics with a 13-kill chicken dinner. And tied for fourth place are Navi and Division X Gaming with the 12-kill chicken dinners. How about that? Did it help a little bit? Hopefully you can get it right, because there's 200,000 EP on the line. Next is the electrifying Pick'em Challenge that makes every week so exciting. Let's check the status of the weekly final Top 4 Pick'em Challenge. As of midnight on March 19th KST, 540,804 of you guys have participated in the Week 5 Weekly Final Top 4 Pick'em Challenge. First was Gen G. Second was 4 Angry Men. Infantry came in third, and FaZe Clan were fourth. With consecutive chicken dinners in Week 3 and Week 4 Weekly Survival Match 1, Gen G is looking better than ever. By winning a chicken dinner in Week 5 Match 8, they've made it to the weekly final 5 consecutive times. But they still haven't been able to win the weekly final yet. Maybe Week 5 is their week. Failing to advance to the weekly final for 3 consecutive weeks, 4 Angry Men's slump continues despite the support of so many fans. FaZe Clan have also failed to advance to the weekly final for 2 consecutive weeks. Although a ton of unexpected things happen every week in PGI.S, the Week 5 Weekly Survival has been the craziest of them all. Is this the bottom 16 strikes back? Enter Force 36 had never made it to a weekly final, and it looked like they weren't getting used to the survival rules. Coming from the bottom 16, Enter Force 36 started to play from Match 9 and were eliminated in 16th place by Pentalol from Shoot to Kill. But right after that, they came back and won a chicken dinner in Match 10. If you can imagine it, you'll probably see it in PGI.S. And now, the prize money has leveled up to $300,000. So how much fiercer will the competition be in Week 5 Weekly Final? Okay, if you haven't made up your mind yet for the Pick'em Challenge, take a look at the 6 teams that I'll be introducing. By placing second in the Week 4 Weekly Final, Digital Athletics caught the attention of PGI.S fans around the world. With the momentum on their side, they came into the Week 5 Weekly Survival Match 2 with unrelenting aggression and made it to back-to-back weekly finals. Their battle with Navi in the mid-game of Match 2 put Digital Athletics in a terrible position when Mert, Code Marco, and Smash got knocked. However, the one-man army Metralius wiped out Navi single-handedly and took control of the game. Since Metralius was the sole survivor from Digital Athletics, he played super carefully. And maybe that cautiousness paid off. He made it to the top 2, but things still looked grim since the numbers were stacked against him. But when he stopped EJ from Afrika Freaks dead in his tracks, things started to look up. By eliminating a COD from Afrika Freaks, Digital Athletics were able to take home a chicken dinner. Metralius won his team a chicken dinner and scored 10 kills as a sole survivor. So let's see if he'll keep popping off in this Week 5 Weekly Final. Afrika Freaks made it all the way to the top 2 twice, but lost 2 chicken dinners to Digital Athletics and Enter Force 36. The Afrika Freaks might have felt a little tilted, but they really turned on the heat in the last match of Day 2, Match 11. They were much more careful this time, cut Zenith in half. While entering into the circle, they completely eliminated Detonation Gaming White's position in their building. The Afrika Freaks went on a rampage, wiping out everyone in sight and made it into the top 2. They maximized their terrain advantage during their 44 engagement with Tiamba Esports, who were trying to avoid the changing blue zone. With only frag grenades, they knocked Lin Shun, M200, and Mings from Tiamba Esports. And by eliminating Lorena, the last player standing, Afrika Freaks won a much-anticipated chicken dinner. The Afrika Freaks have now made it to the weekly final for 5 consecutive weeks. If they can keep this momentum going, they'll be looking good coming into this week's weekly final. The weekly final perfect attendance award for advancing to 5 consecutive weekly finals goes to Gen.G, the Phoenix. In week 5, match 7, it seemed like the chicken dinner was slipping away from Gen.G in second place. But in the following match 8, they really put on a show. From the moment they made it into the top 4 by eliminating Team Liquid, Gen.G's accuracy and aggression just could not be stopped. Afterward, they occupied the low ground, which put them at a disadvantage, but that wasn't a problem for Gen.G. They spread out and eliminated FaZe Clan. And in a 4v4 with Daytrade Gaming, their composure and quick shots sent Daytrade Gaming to the next lobby the hard way and put that chicken dinner in the bag. Gen.G always finds a way to deliver in the weekly final. Are you excited already? Make sure to keep an eye on these guys. The weekly final regulars, Infantry, is looking better and better every week. By winning week 5 match 4, they made it into the weekly final. From the very beginning, the circle was in their favor, and they made it into the top 4 without even taking a step outside their building. But finally, it came time to fight. They spread out on the hill and trapped Na'Vi and FaZe Clan at the edge of the circle. After keeping track of Na'Vi and FaZe Clan, Infantry systematically wiped them out. Longskirt cleaned up the last remaining player from FaZe Clan, Uba, and won a chicken dinner that would take them into the weekly final. I can't wait to see Infantry's aggressive plays back again in this weekly final. We've been able to see Virtus Pro in every weekly final, but they weren't able to make it in the week 4 weekly final and tried again in the week 5 weekly final. Virtus Pro went all out in week 5 match 15 and fought their way into the weekly final. Especially in the later phases of the game, Virtus Pro's team chemistry really stood out. Using walls on the low ground, they succeeded in suppressing attack all around with frag grenades while they were entrenched inside their building. And were able to win a chicken dinner after eliminating Shoot to Kill, who were lying in wait near the flatlands. They haven't missed their chance at a weekly final yet, so let's see how far Virtus Pro can go. Multi-Circle Gaming has been looking great, advancing to the weekly final 4 weeks in a row. Their defeat of Gen.G in match 7 definitely showed that Multi-Circle Gaming is still alive and well. Gen.G's full squad, and eliminated Gen.G's Esther and Anonix one by one, while they were camping near the last circle. Although Gen.G's PO managed to knock Summer, Tank knocked PO at the same time, which turned the tide. After finally eliminating Loki, Multi-Circle Gaming was able to win a chicken dinner. Let's see if Multi-Circle Gaming can maintain their high rank in this weekly final and stand up under all the pressure. So, have you made up your mind yet? I hope the team you pick does really well in this week 5 weekly final. Don't forget, voting closes at 7 p.m. KST on Saturday, so make sure to get your votes in on time.
Welcome back. Now you know how to enter the picks. Let's talk about what picks you can make. Remember, those picks close in, I believe, about 7 to 10 minutes. So get over there, open the browser. While you listen, I'm going to ask these two professionals who to put your valuable tickets on. We'll start with Dustin. Dustin, who would you recommend picking for your best shot at making some of that EP?
Best shot, probably Gen.G, and if I'm going to get 2 more, it's going to be Daytrade and Afrika. Those would be my 3 picks right now going into this weekly finals.
And do you have somebody you would recommend for maybe the highest kill count so that is a massive EP payout?
Ooh, Matt. Honestly, that's hard. Probably Daytrade, though.
Right,
they've had...
Okay, I can save you. We can help you because Martin, I saw a tweet last night. Somebody asked Martin, who's going to have the most kills? And Martin listed 5 teams. So, Martin, who's going to have the most kills?
Yeah, so the teams that I'm going for the most kills is Gen.G, Infantry, Sonics, and VP. They're all teams that has the average over 4, and a dark horse of Metagaming. They also have a over 4 per kill average. For my top 4, and those is the same teams I would kind of put in for the top 4, and for a with Daytrade for a kind of a dark horse pick in the top 4. but they're outside my most kills because they're on 3.6 something in terms of kills per game on an average over all of these games here.
Makes sense. I think there's a couple out there, like Gen G is one of those that, like, you know, put your points there. DA, now that they're not fighting 4 a.m. at the J compound, maybe there's a shot at something happening as they've been improving dramatically, not losing people early. We'll find out. Also, you brought up Meta. You called him a dark horse. I agree with that. These guys have been fragging out of their minds. And one of their players who's become, I don't want to call him a folk hero, but maybe just a hero, is Ragnaldinho, who has been nothing but fun during his interviews. And we heard that he desperately wanted to meet a hero of his. So we made it happen in this episode of Ceasefire.
It looks delicious, right?
And all of the PGI.S players are taking the day off. But there is one player who needs a little bit of help today. It's Ragnaldinho, the medic of metagaming.
Meta team Ragnaldinho.
So I heard there's one player you really want to meet. You've gone as far as to say you love him. Is that true?
Yeah, true. It's Hansia.
And why do you want to meet Hansia from the Afrika Freaks?
I speak to him in Discord, and he was a very funny guy.
Are you excited? Because you're going to get to meet him today.
Yeah.
We're on the 10th floor. This is where Hansia is living right now, so let's go check out his place.
한시아 형 보고 싶었어요.
Now we've got the two players sitting together, so we're going to ask them some questions. Did you know that Ragnaldinho wanted to meet you?
전혀 모르고 있었어요.
What did you think before you met him?
되게 대회 때 약간 좀 퍼포먼스가 좋은 선수다.
Which player did you put on your question sheet about which player did you want to meet?
저 아무도 딱히 없다고 적었었어.
You wrote that 사랑해요.
이런 선수가 처음이어가지고 당황스러웠게 좀 큰데 그래도 되게 기쁘네요.
So I'm going to leave you guys alone so you guys can have a conversation amongst yourselves. Thanks, guys.
위키드 이제 용병으로 쓰고 있잖아요. 그럼 생각적으로 다른 부분이 있는지.
Yeah, we are struggling a lot with communication because we used to speak Spanish and Portuguese, and now we have to adapt to English, and it's been so hard, but we are improving a lot.
The Korean word that you heard the most often?
That's good. Nice.
여러 가지 퍼포먼스 한 거 보셨죠? 그 중에서 혹시 기억 남는 퍼포먼스 있었어요?
사쿠란보라고 사쿠란보 이거 했다. 네.
You dance with me. Let's go.
와, 이런 이미지가 아닌데.
We'll be playing image game, asking questions to Ragnaldinho about the image of Hansia, okay? There are leftovers in Hansia's refrigerator.
I don't think so. Hansia looks like a clean guy.
Only water.
Yeah.
잘 안 남기는 편이에요. 다 먹는 편입니다.
Me too.
The number of skin product that Hansia brought is below 3.
No. It's above 10.
Is toner? Ocean? 4.
4?
Yeah.
Oh.
How many number of skin products that you use?
1. Doritos.
Red is the most common color of Hansia's clothes and bags.
No. Black.
저 검정을 제일 좋아해가지고.
I know you. I'm your secret fan.
Do you remember the Hansia's fashion?
Your glasses fit to you.
You so
Oh. Okay. Bye, guys.
When Hansia sleeps, we have to guess his sleeping position. Yes.
Thinking in chicken. Chicken. Like this.
이렇게 자는 스타일인, 약간 이렇게 자는 스타일인 것 같아. 우승하는 꿈을 언제나 꾸고 있습니다. 되게 활발한 성격인 것 같은데 평소에 좀 어떻게 참고 지내는지 게임에서.
In game is just like another person, I would say, like just focus on the game and
like Hulk. Yeah.
yeah, but I always try to be like cheer up for the team and to everyone be happy.
되게 비슷하다고. 예.
Okay. No, like this.
아.
You guys got pretty close, huh?
Yeah.
Well, you're probably wondering why I have this. So this is, of course, a present from Ronaldinho to you, Hansia.
Thank you. 딱 저한테 맞는 선물을 준 것 같아요. Thank you.
Yeah. This has been a really fun experience for me as well. Glad you finally got to meet Hansia. Thank you guys so much, and we look forward to your performances for the rest of PGI.S.
Thank you.
하고 싶은 게 뭐예요? Play that. Oh my god. I'm feeling good. Nancy, now that we are friends, I can teach you Spanish and Portuguese. Vamos arriba, Uruguay.
Vamos arriba, Uruguay.
It's like, let's go, Uruguay. Our Uruguayan people always say that.
I think it's safe to say that Hansia, like the rest of us at this tournament, was not quite ready for Ragnar, and that was everything. I love when he's like, pick what you want to do outside, and Ragnar's like, let's go ride those kids' toys. That'll be hilarious. His personality was fun. Both players had a great time. Got to give it some love. What was your big takeaway from that video, Martin?
Honestly, like Ronaldinho is such a content machine. I wish he just has to be at every single tournament, and especially when we get to more lands and stuff like that. Like, you can just put a film crew, production crew, and that guy for the whole thing, and there will be enough like content for the rest of the year and more years to come. You know, he's such a funny guy, and I really love, like, especially because he brings that into the game as well. He's a support player, he's a background player, and he brings that kind of good mood and good attitude into it. And I'm sure that he's really helpful in making sure that these guys, if they have a bad round, they reset. He's gonna bring that emotion, positive level straight back into it. So it's really good to see, and it's super fun to see how Hansia was like really caught, like not expecting this at all. You can see that through the whole thing. That was fantastic.
It's fun because I used to have a teacher that said the difference between genius and stupidity is really only this big, and sometimes his joking seems to really lighten the mood. I mean, Godspeed, you've played at the highest level. You know what the stress is like. Sure, we watch Ragnar after a match, and some people are like, why is he acting so goofy? Does that have what does that do to the team? Does that bring some positive impact?
Absolutely. I think it's really important to have a player like that who kind of grounds things back in reality, especially when obviously you're playing for this amount of money. It's pretty intense, and having someone with that personality that's able to kind of make everyone laugh or lighten up the mood is incredibly important. And I'll tell you something about Los too, as far as, you know, his really serious demeanor, but being on a team with him, he could be goofy as well and sometimes lighten up the mood. I mean, you saw it sometimes in the actual MPL show, but yeah, like you need players like that sometimes when specifically you're not doing well, but obviously, yeah, both those teams are doing quite well at Freak of Freaks as well as Meta.
Speaking of a team that's doing very well, there's a team named Gen G that have been a lot of fun, impressive, and I think everyone put some pick'em tickets on Let's go now to a new episode of Player Unknown and get to know them a little bit better.
2년 빼서 25살.
베스트, 최고, 정상.
하지 마.
아니 어디까지 내려가는데?
아찔하네.
저희는 젠지입니다. 젠지 펍지 팀 로키 박정영입니다.
안녕하세요. 젠지 신입 베스트입니다. 반가.
젠지 이노닉스입니다.
젠지 피우입니다.
젠지 알파카입니다.
오늘은 나의 프로필을 새로 쓰는 시간을 갖겠습니다. 본인이 생각하시는 나의 프로필을 새롭게 작성해 주시면 돼요. 이건 아니다 라고 생각하시는 멤버는 빨간 펜을 들고 판을 뺏어가지고 수정을 해주시면 돼요. 누가 먼저?
제가 제일 먼저 하겠습니다.
네.
이름은 이노닉스고요. 대코로나 시대에 맞게 마스크를 씌워놨습니다. 저를 한마디로 표현하자면 배그 왕자로 했습니다. 왕은 너무 높은 것 같아서
끝?
영혼 1도 없는데? 저는 육각형이 안 만들어지더라고요. 유머 지수는 100점 줬습니다. 제가 하는 드립 솔직히 개꿀잼이거든요. 근데 남들이 이해를 못 하더라고요.
빨간 펜 꺼내서 바로 고쳐버려.
아니 이거 인정인데? 아니 어디까지 내려가는데?
너무 많이 줬는데 근데?
40점.
이거 못 지우나?
보통 어떤 드립을 많이 치나요?
예수님이 옷가게를 가서 옷을 골랐을 때 하는 말.
좀 비해나라 저거.
예루살렘. 이런 거? 와 많이 웃네. 다 웃네.
그래도 40점이야.
아니 이거 100점짜리야. 더 내리게?
야, 올려주겠지.
아니 빵점을 줘버렸는데.
10점.
10점.
다 웃어놓고.
미안해.
되게 많아. 네, 딱대라 다. 딱대.
그림 어때? 나쁘지 않지?
이거 고쳐야 될 것 같은데? 이거는 못 고치나요?
그림에 도깨비가 있는데 뭐지?
저의 이름은 피오고요. 26살 96년생입니다. 좌우명은 매 순간 최선을 다하자. 샷발 지수는
저 고칠게요.
갑자기요? 왜 그래요? 10점 올려줬네요.
제가 인정한 사나이기 때문에.
그리고 민폐 지수는 70점 줬는데
저 고칠게요.
왜요? 왜 100점이에요? 본인이랑 똑같이 가는 거잖아요 지금.
전 이 친구가 안 죽었으면 좋겠습니다.
일단 뭐 그러면
아 열심히 하되
피터중 미임이 생겨버리잖아요. 왜 그래요? 나 인기도 60점, 유머 지수는 60점?
하지 마.
내 마음속에 넌 육각형이야 임마.
그만해.
그냥 육각형 만들자. 왜
그래.
이렇게 만들자 이렇게. 곤란한 걸?
아 좋네.
딱 됐네요.
이해해줘요. 여자친구라 가지고.
해야 될 거 아니야.
각별해.
나를 한 단어로 표현하자면 전 신이라고 생각합니다. 저는 신이라고 생각합니다. 저는 왜 그래요?
좋아. 나 좋을 때 이 표정이야.
저를 약간 상태 안 좋은 사람이라고 생각하지 않나.
식빵이야? 식빵이야?
알파카.
아 식빵인 줄 알았네.
제 이름은 이제 알파카고 26살에 모토는 더럽게 게임을 잘하자. 실력 외에 저의 가장 큰 매력, 귀여움이라 생각했어.
파쿠란보.
아까 사쿠란보 잘 추던데 보여주나요 여기서?
노래가 없는걸요?
노래 필요하십니까?
다시.
노래 부를 거야?
둘, 셋, 넷.
아이지마루 디니누 디드드드드드드드드드드드드드드드드드드드드드드드드드드드드드드드드드드드드드드드드드드드드드드드드드드드드드드드드드드드드드드드드드드드드드드드드드드드드드드드드드드드드드드드드드드드드드드드드드드드드드드드드드드드드드드드드드드드드드드드드드드드드드드드드드드드드드드드드드드드드드드드드드드드드드드드드드드드드드드드드드드드드드드드드드드드드드드드드드드드드드드드드드드드드드드드드드드드드드드드드드드드드드드드드드드드드드드드드드드드드드드드드드드드드드드드드드드드드드드드드드드드드드드드드드드드드드드드드드드드드드드드드드드드드드드드드드드드드드드드드드드드드드드드드드드dodododododododododododododododododododododododododododododododododododododododododododododododododododododododododododododododododododododododododododododododododododododododododododod
아찔하네. 이렇게 마무리하도록 하겠습니다.
정리 그림 보자.
네, 안녕하세요. 제 이름은 로키고요. 나이는 24입니다. 모토는 포기하지 말자입니다. 저를 한 단어로 표현한다면 베스트, 최고, 정상. 뭐 키나 외모나 게임이나 저 하나 빠지는 게 없기 때문에 리더십은 100점 줬고요. 유머 지수는 100점 줬어요. 샷발 지수는 100점 줬고요. 민폐 지수는 10점 줬습니다. 저는 완벽한 닌겐이거든요.
반박 못하겠다. 너무 자신만만하게 말해서.
인기 지수는 제가 또 게임을 외모로 하다고 유명해가지고
야, 이건 안 되겠다.
얼굴로 한다고 많이
야, 외모로 하면 30점까지 내려가야지. 안 건드리려 했는데.
이게 안 지워지네? 형들이 저를 가장 착한 동생이라고 생각하는 것 같습니다.
와 이거는
이거 바꿔야 되는데?
그냥 동생이라고 생각하는 것 같습니다.
그냥 동생. 제가 딱 써놨습니다. 젠지 신입 에스더고요. 나이는 27살이지만 군대 갔다 와서 2년 빼서 25살.
배운 사람이에요, 역시.
명확하게.
역시 배운 사람이에요.
그 마스크.
이게 살짝 마스크가 아니라 저도 그리면서 약간 너무 홀쭉하게 나온 것 같아서 턱살을 투턱으로 만든 거예요. 보시면 마스크가 아니라 턱을 하나 더 그렸습니다. 나는 우리 팀 다른 선수들보다 자신감 하나만큼은 자신 있다. 이제 육각형 딱 보면 아시겠죠? 내가 왜 이런 생각을 하는지, 제가 어떤 생각을 가지고 있는지. 자신감. 이게 제가 최고라고 생각을 해야지 다른 선수들 다 죽일 수 있기 때문에. 네.
멋있다, 멋있다.
나의 가장 큰 매력은 섹시함. 이런 거. 너무 섹시하죠. 그냥 끝장나죠 이거. 우리 팀 선수들은 나를 종합적으로 미친놈이라 생각할 것 같습니다.
머릿속에 그거밖에 생각밖에 안 해.
그거 맞아요. 그거 맞아.
지금 이렇게 하는 것도 아마 미친놈이라 생각할 거예요.
유행 한 번만 해주면 안 돼?
앙기모티티 빵빵. 되게 저희가 맨날 경기만 하다가 이런 컨텐츠 하니까 되게 기분이 좋고 또 이런 컨텐츠가 자주자주 있었으면 좋겠습니다.
좀 더 저에 대해서 생각을 많이 해보게 됐고 되게 좋은 기회였던 것 같습니다.
그림을 좀 그만하면 안 되나? 뭐? 그만 괴롭혀달라. 이렇게 말하고 있습니다.
파이널 꾸준히 올라가고 있는 팀 젠지고요. 저희는 6주차 모두 다 올라갈 거고 5주차, 6주차 꼭 우승할 수 있도록 잘 준비해서 좋은 모습 꼭 보여드리겠습니다. 항상 응원해 주셔서 감사하고요. 저희는 젠지입니다. 미안.
젠 지혜요 이렇게 해야지.
언제적이야?
젠 지혜요 좋다요. 좋다. 저희는 젠 지혜요.
Got me like wanna check. Climbing and humble, yeah. I'm in my squad, feeling like I know I'm the greatest, I crumble, yeah. Made it from the bottom to the top, I did it there. Some players never fighting, breathing for air. Aiming it, lock it. Winner takes it all, taking it all. No more breaking in, it's my way. Are you ready? Welcome to the battle, ready, set, fight. Welcome to the battle, ready, set, fight. Aim it and lock it. Shoot. The winner takes it all. Taking it all. Shoot. Aim it and lock it. You know that nobody like me. Cause I'm faster when I'm stronger. You can have me, let me guarantee. The winner takes it all. You ready? They don't want it with me. You gotta $15,000의 주인공 비트비 파이널 4점차의 위너는 제니스입니다.
Geçen haftaki finaller elimizin ucundan kıl payı kaçtı. Bu hafta kesinlikle birinci olmak için oraya çıkacağız. Diğer takımlar kendilerine dikkat etsinler.
Every team here is so talented that that's like a huge possibility every week. And I think we haven't proved ourselves so far in this tournament, but we have way more potential than we've shown. And it's finally time to show that and actually take the win.
솔직히 PGI.S는 제가 봤을 때 5, 6주차 잘하는 팀이 승자라고 보기 때문에
최선을 다해서 우승까지 열심히 노력해 보겠습니다.
This is looking like down one and let them put up the gas again and meta.
Y ahora que estamos en la final, que todos los equipos tengan cuidado porque los vamos a destruir a todos. Y que ya estamos comprando los bolsos porque nos volvemos a casa con todas las doletas.
It's massive, but I mean, we just can't really focus on the money. We have to pay attention to the game. We know that we've had a couple of rough weeks to begin with, but we're going to make sure that week 5 and 6 are different.
现在到第5周，我们就加这周进了3次周决，但前2周都没有拿到奖金。决心就是进入前4吧，多拿一点奖金。
제가 사실 최고 성적이 3등밖에 안 돼서 아직 저희가 많이 배고프거든요. 언제나 끝은 웃는 건 저희니까 기대에 부응할 수 있게 게임하도록 하겠습니다.
매주 새로운 우승팀이 나오고 있어요. 누구든 이변을 만들어낼 수 있고 모든 팀들이 우승 가능성을 가지고 있죠. 절대 강자도 절대 약자도 없는 PGI.S 정말 한 치 앞도 예상할 수 없는 대회입니다.
Welcome back. It is almost time. You PUBG fanatics, friends, and family. It's about to get underway. The second to last weekend of the weekly finals. Probably $600,000 plus for first place. It is going to be incredible. We're going to take a quick look at the schedule and then check at the standings to see where everyone is in terms of money, etc. And then we're just going to start to break down what you can expect going into a very exciting day of play. All right, so we're starting out with Miramar. Back-to-back, and then 3 Erangels to finish up the day. So if you're a Miramar team, put your big boy pants on and get those points on the board early. You want to go into tomorrow looking good instead of playing catch-up. Let's take a look at the standings and where everybody is right now. Remember, this is basically 6 tournaments all slammed in one after another with increasing prize pools. And we will, of course, crown a winner at the end, whoever has the most money. But to get there, you've got to win your weekly finals. No one with points on the board this weekend just yet, but these are the 16 teams that will be taking the field and slugging it out. Earlier in the pre-show, we got to talk about the picks, the ideas, who you guys want to see win. Let's get right into that part first, Martin and Godspeed, because you know I love to do it so we can talk about it all weekend. Who do you think comes away with that massive first place prize this week? We'll start with you, Godspeed.
I'm going to go with the Sonics. I know they've had some really middling weeks. I know they've struggled. They've obviously been in the bottom 16, but I feel like they'll rise to the occasion. They're a team that have before in the past, at least in our region, done so, and I'm banking on Sonics.
I feel that's a bold pick, but I respect it. Martin, who's yours?
I think it's fair now that we have 16 teams to choose between. You know, normal sports, you don't normally only have 2 teams to choose between in a match, and it's a 50-50 more so-ish, right? So I think it's fair we get 4.
You only get one team, Martin.
Oh, God damn it.
Yeah, see, even I only picked
you
one.
Only get one. I see what you're trying to do.
I was trying to advocate for it. You know what? I think Gen G's going to close it out this week, and they're just going to, you know, say that's it, boys. Yeah.
That's a very good pick.
Gosh, that is a good pick. That was my pick, and I respect that you took it. So I'm gonna pick something different because I like to have a little bit of fun, and this might be a little crazy. I'm gonna go with Virtus Pro, boys. Virtus Pro has been on an uptick. I think with their kill counts, the way that they play, this format favors them significantly more than Chicken Dinner. And I think they step up and peak. They, like Gen G for me, Martin, have been peaking at the right time. Because, you know, I think we talked about Zenith earlier this week. They aren't in this weekly final, but in an interview, their captain said he told his team it's about developing throughout the course of this thing and peaking when the prize pools get the highest, Martin.
Exactly, and that's what I love about this one as well. And they also actually, I think that it's the second lowest average placement, so they get points on the board, and especially here for the super format, this is what matters. Also, one of the only teams to have above 4 kills on an average. So they will, if they put out, you know, a solid average of 4 to 5, points per game, and then they blow out with 2 games where they get, you know, second place or chicken dinner with a double-digit kill count. That would be fantastic. But if I know the guys, I think they're going to be going slowly here to begin with. I don't think we're going to see them blow up in the first couple ones, but I think they're going to be putting steady points on the board and make sure they always have a high average.
A team that might be blowing up in the first one, Godspeed, is a dark horse that Martin picked for kill leader. That's Meta. We saw Ragnar in the video. We laughed. We had a great time with him. But this is a team that jokes during the interview phase. They are nothing but business when it comes to game time.
They're absolutely no joke, and I've been on the meta train for a while now, actually since week 2. They have consistently been improving over the course of this event, which is very much to what Roth was talking about, the fact that it's about growing during this entire event. And I don't even know if meta have peaked yet. I think that team has been phenomenal to watch, the way that they've been able to adapt, the fact that they've come back from some hardships, and the fact that they did really well in 2 back-to-back bottom 16 lobbies makes me believe that them coming into this one, this might be the weekly final where they break into that top 4, and I hope they do, because I really do love watching this team.
It would be great to see. Martin, our compatriots, our co-casting team over in Korea picked Daytrade and DXG as 2 teams to watch this weekend. I assume DXG, it's because it is their first appearance in a weekly final. What's your make on why one would pick Daytrade as a team to watch?
Daytrade is a team that, as some of the other teams that are in the top, they put placement on the board, they put kills on the board. They're a team that can, if they roll with the flow, if they get into the momentum really early on, they're going to be putting on out and a lot of points. We saw that in the last weekend as well. Managed to get a really good placement, managed to finish into a good spot with 4th, close to finishing even better, but they're a team that is really to look out for. For DXG's case, it's a team that, you know, they're kind of the little brother of Buriam. We saw Buriam do very well here in our weekly survival. A lot of us were cheering on them. They were doing really well, and we were trying to see them to get into this. They got some 2nd places, they got some 3rd places. It was unfortunate, but DXG is a team that got 2nd in PCS, just behind the Buriam, and I think with the kind of right mindset, I think they might finish in the top 8. I have a hard time seeing them in the top 4.
Yeah, I think Buriram, it kind of hurt not to see them get here, Godspeed. And if they're, you know, there's always jokes about caster bias, people coming from their region, having favorites. Sure. No one really had skin in the game with this team, and they've become a seminal favorite for a lot of us who are watching. Why is that?
Oh, yeah, you're right. All of the casters actually love Buriram, and it's because they're a team that kind of throws caution to the wind, and they just go for it every single time. They love to fight. We know that they love to fight. Anytime Buriram is on an edge with another team, you know they're going to push it. We don't necessarily know if they're going to win that fight, and that's kind of been Buriram's entire issue for all of us, as well as much as we love watching that team and seeing how they do, especially with Edie and Noadra making some really amazing plays. At the end of the day, they just fall short because they just don't have enough gas to make it to the end of the game, because they're constantly going through team after team, and eventually they just, you know, they burn out.
They burn out, they fight hard, but I guarantee that Edie phones home every night because he's happy about his performances. They have been on point. All right, we talked about DXG and E36. They are both the teams who are in their first weekly final. Let's transition to a couple of teams, Martin, who have been in every weekly final so far. Only 3 of the 32 teams in attendance hold the distinction of every weekly final. However, the money earned and the appearances here have been very different. Those teams are Oath, Gen G, and Afrika Freaks. Take your pick and go ahead, Martin.
Well, I'll follow up my my kind of pick to who I think is going to do good this weekend is Gen G. They're a team that's been extremely consistent. They had a 3rd place in 2nd and 3rd week. Last week was rough for them. They actually finished 15th, which is, you know, disappointing, to be honest. But I would rather have them bum out here in week 4 than week 5 and week 6, because I'm quite sure they're going to be qualifying for week 6 as well. That would be heartbreaking if they didn't.
Godspeed. I will say talk about either. I would be reticent, though, if you didn't talk about Oath, because I know that you know these guys personally. But if you want to talk about Freaks, that's fine.
I can talk about both a little bit. Oath, I've been playing against all those guys for a long time, basically since the beginning, and I feel like Pat coming to the roster, I'll be honest, I wasn't too sure about how that was going to go. I mean, initially, but knowing that Pat was just really good mechanically, slotting in has been great to see. I think Relo has done an amazing job helping with calls and formally just being kind of the IGL of that team, although I know the rest of them make decisions. And overall, in their fights, they've looked really good. I just feel like they've kind of fallen apart in third parties, trying to hold off multiple teams, obviously different splits. But I think Oath is still growing as a team, which is scary because I think they can still get better than what they've showed so far. And as far as Afrika, I mean, they're just monsters. That team will find a way, specifically on the edge, to win, and they have done so in the past. So they're definitely a team to watch as well.
Absolutely. Take a look at the outperformances over on Miramar. The only team represented that is not here is Zenith. Kickstart has been insane, to say the least, Martin, in this tournament so far. But I think the surprise for a lot of people as they look at this is going to be Day Trade. We know that we've seen Vanatica and Nurens put up some big numbers, but, you know, they kind of consistently get a bad rap, particularly on the desks, as a team that is far too passive, not exciting, maybe crawls their way into the final. Do we still buy into that just because of their ongoing success, their fourth place finish, and now numbers maybe support a little more activity?
I mean, in week 2 they had a 5th place finish as well. I honestly think that having 2 that good performances in 2 weeks is quite impressive. And also, they've been here for 4 out of 5 weekends. That is literally, you know, there's only 8 teams that's been here in 4 or more out of 32, and that's you know, that's quite impressive. So I don't buy into that. I think Day Trade is way above, you know, regular performance. They have been outperforming the vast majority of these teams and outperforming some of the teams that we expected to do well in this kind of format, and also against some of these teams here. So I think Day Trade is it's on more people's radar now than it was before. I think that with this and with the kind of performance, I think they're a top 12 team in the world.
Nice. I agree with that. They seem to be playing very, very well. Here's a sentiment. I think Cameron tweeted it out today, and I want to touch it before we get into the games because this is kind of relevant to the redemption rounds that are going on. You can watch them every day of the weekly finals. So tomorrow before we start, you can see that. Cameron actually tweeted, in 8 hours, it was earlier today, one unfortunate team is going to start their last series of PGI.S. That hit me in the feels, guys, because that means one of those teams playing down there today, this is it for them.
Yeah, if they hit 16th place in that bottom 16 lobby, their PGI is over. Their PGI.S is just straight up over. And that means that they can't win. Simply put, they cannot win because of the way of how top heavy this system is. This tournament has been, especially with the weekly finals this week and the last. There's just absolutely no way that any team that goes to the 16th, that it's rough, man. You want to talk about pressure, and we have over the course of this event, everyone, you know, getting elated when they win, whatever. But it's really crazy to think about. I'm even trying to put myself in that mentality, you know, back when I was playing, to know that one bad series of 8 games means that your entire tournament is over. So it's really rough for those, for whatever team basically comes in 16th.
And Martin, on the other side of that, you got to make the top 16. We learned last week during the chicken dinner rounds, 3 of the 16 teams who started the week didn't make it to the weekly final. So that is a very big impetus to make it as high as you can in those redemption rounds.
Yeah, statistically, you need, like, I mean, the more games you get to try to qualify, the higher the chances. We saw that there's a few outliers that managed to get in, you know, fast. Versus Pro is one of them. But it's rough. You need to get as many games as possible. And also, I want to tune in a little bit on the current bottom run. Damwon Kia is last in our bottom 16. Imagine if they don't make it. If they don't play at all in the weekly survival, that'd be crazy.
That's actually crazy.
That wouldn't be shocking. Well, it's time to get this party started. The roof is opening. The event is going. It's powered by Zowie Toomey, Perrier, and of course Intel, and the voices, the majestic voices of Toby and the Sims.
Thank you very much, Steve. Yes, indeed. Welcome one, welcome all. The penultimate weekend is now upon us. Sims and Toby to guide you through all the action, all the ups, all the downs, all the left, rights, and God knows what's going to happen this weekend, because we have $300,000 on the line for first place. and potentially, just potentially, a small taster of things to come this time next week when the culmination of 2 months' hard work comes full circle. Toby, there's a lot to be said, but first of all, how are you feeling? Like, this is pretty exciting. Now we're coming to the end of the line. It's all cards on the table.
I couldn't be more hyped for this. I could not be more hyped whatsoever. So much going down, so many storylines that we've had the pleasure of following all the way from week 1 up until now. And as I said, I mean, some teams that will come out guns blazing. Some might slow it down a little, just out of the respect of, as you said, so much money on the line over the course of these next 10 games. And also, we will get, I guess, to see if there will be one team that could go out here, have themselves a good game, and maybe win that final week without winning the actual week 6. That'd be insane. But we'll see. Circle out towards the east. Now we're up for a good game here, Sims.
We have to kind of lay the land here for the people watching at home and the viewers. The one thing you have to remember is that all these 16 teams that have made it towards this weekend, the most important, the most viable, the most crucial factor, and Martin kind of said it perfectly, getting towards the final stages of this competition, winning is everything. Well, now all these 16 teams, they go forward next week, Toby, and like, it's underestimated in my opinion. They start off game 1. They have given themselves the most chances to try and qualify for the grand finals.
Oh yeah, for sure. I mean, they one thing is this week, of course, you wanna go out and you wanna get money in the back, but just with such a big chunk of the overall prize pool putting into that final week, I'm sure that regardless of these teams being here this week, the fact that they have so many games to play coming into the weekly survival next week is a very, very big confidence boost for all of them.
It's one thing we're going to be looking forward to and seeing how this money kind of turns the table. Remember, when this is all said and done, the winner, the grand champion that is crowned, will be the team that has the most money banked, with the prize pool continuously growing. There's going to be some young lads that are going to be walking away with a hell of a lot of cash. I mean, even at this point, there's still many teams. I think in prize money winnings alone, we're on 7 teams that have already banked over 50 grand. And then there's 10 teams, Zenith at the top with $359,000. 10 teams that are going to be taking over 100 grand already. And we still have 2 weekends left. I mean, yeah, talk about a lot of pressure when we go forward to next week. Like, between just a few, I mean, this is in forehead terms, a few games separates one team and $500,000. Like, that is just crazy.
Insane. It is absolutely insane. And one thing that I think is interesting here is this first kill coming in for T1. I was looking at infantry. I was thinking, how are they going to play now that Ents aren't around out towards the east? And I saw them splitting out a little more, now taking full Impala control, trying to wrap their way up further north early on because they were going, well, we don't have them around. Let's just go grab something early. And T1 had the same plan. They normally loot the north side of Las Leones, and Denche just wrapped out early, caught one off guard. So both of them reacting quickly to the fact that there are certain teams that we have seen time and time again in these weekly finals that aren't here, Ents being one of them. And they both tried to gain something from it, and only one team came out on top.
Now, V, wouldn't be unfair to kind of mention them at the moment as they are on screen. Pick and result 19 for a huge organization, a huge set of lads that are going to be coming from the CIS region. I expected Pick'ems to be well and truly up in top 5, maybe top 10, maybe top 5 at a push. Look, it's a famous brand. There's a lot of individual players throughout the European. We've seen them do ridiculously well. This tournament, unfortunately, they have not been able to find their feet. It's been quite rough. Consistency's been there in terms of, well, I mean, if you were putting it that way, consistency have been at the bottom end of the table. You know, we've seen 16 twice. Consistency in factors that they've been within the weekly finals a hell of a lot more than what other teams have. They're here again for the 4th time round. They've only missed 1 weekend finals thus far, so you can't complain on that front. But when they've made it to these weekly finals, we've just not been able to see them perform. And we kind of hope that more within the supersetting environment, quote unquote, where kills, points, everything adds up to the normalized esports settings. Like, I've really been hoping to see much more from Na'Vi, and we're only down to a point where they have to qualify again next weekend, but, like, it really is step up or step up time for them, in my opinion.
Yeah, it's been a weird ride because I mean we heard in the beginning of week 2, I talked to Alira, their manager, and they said openly we have a 5-player roster. I mean we'll take out Kemba and Orange and kind of use them as we see fit. Now here again, T1 once again starting to shoot. I mean you are somewhat alone up there. Star-Lord might want to watch out. Need Aqua 5 there to help you. But no, to go back to Na'Vi, they are a 5-man roster. Maybe that's been it. I mean they have been swapping back and forth between the two, Kemba and Orange. That is maybe the fact that they haven't just opted to stick with the same 4th throughout the tournament has been part of it. But I agree with you. I mean it's been an up and down for them. The only thing that I kind of that I stay happy with is knowing Na'Vi can always out of nowhere bring a 15-kill win. It's just with the set of teams that we've seen so far, it hasn't really been doable for them. But having said that, now with this lobby in particular, I would say so, because the aggression that we see from most of the other teams, specifically in the mid game, it ain't really here in this lobby.
The format does play to be able to have the comeback mechanics, and I think when we talk about from zero to hero, from bottom to the top, Digital Athletics is a team that was in 32nd place at one point, didn't qualify even for the qualifying rounds for the weekly rounds as such, and then all of a sudden, bang, they come back in to week number 4 and get second, and just bang, 75 grand completely out of nowhere. And I liked what Metralius was saying during the video. It's like now that confidence level is there with them. Now balls, it's starting to roll with the times, and they're starting to roll with the punches, and they're getting in place. If you can find your feet, don't get me wrong, DA still has that, in my opinion, that very explosive side to them where things can go tragically wrong. It's like, you know what? The old meme comes into effect. Full send it. Let's just go do his usual thing. It's been going well. It's working. But then someone reads the book and understands what's happening. They say, no. We're going to shut this down immediately. Shutting down might be on the cards for VP. It's a bit of a sketchy place to be pulling up. I'm surprised he didn't go more towards the building side, park the car, and then come and scout. Now they're in a position for those nades to maybe even trickle on the side of it. That one's an absolute melter. Lou, dead, gone. Gen G, the rest of them are here in abundance. And the pushing, VP's out of it. He actually hits the tree. Hiruzen. He's so worried. He just put his foot on the gas and rammed himself out of the car. This has just gone from bad to worse.
Full reverse, and as you said, they're taking even more casualties now. But Tulens was not at all in a position here, and I mean, surprise, surprise, it's Pio who's kind of out of position for the rest of the team. Scouting forward, finds himself knocked number 1, and then Genji. I mean, that's one thing that I've really loved seeing from this Korean team over the course of this tournament. They have their ability to wrap up around Pio has improved by such a margin. Oftentimes we've seen Pio get himself a knock, maybe wanted to push on it, but been forced to back off because the team just hasn't really responded to that one knock fast enough. Now we see them, you saw how fast they pulled up on it. Pio peeks forward, gets a knock, the team is already there seconds later, and they just claimed themselves a compound. It is on the edge, but they're holding off and they're getting kills early.
Absolutely clinical. The call is made, the commitment comes through, Pio leads the charge, the rest of the team follow. And you can even still see on the map, he just copped for it, one of the players still lingering in the distance, trying to stop any retreat from VP. But Tulens has backed off to try and be the backup plan, the emergency that they need to maybe rally a few points. But ultimately, that spells disaster for VP. It just kind of, it speaks, when you watch how Gen G just rolls up on it and commits to it, it's like the IGL is there, the communication is there, the nuances of what the team is supposed to do to be able to just bottleneck VP and get the job done. Well, they might not be wiped out, but certainly they've done more than enough damage, and as you said, they've claimed themselves a spot of land for now. We move on board with them to Force 36, a casualty in themselves, but Amanot's back on his feet. Petrichor Road just over the road. Where's the other two players? That's a split. They are looking towards the building to maybe try and get inside, and we do know, like, when we look towards this kind of circle, that building in particular, it is primed to land the circle, maybe a bit too far down the south. If we get the northern shift, it will be in a good spot. Okay, eventually it probably should come out from there. There's still a chance. A Freak of Freaks will be laughing with the 2-2 gives them good ground coverage, but Na'Vi also have to roll past that fight we've just had on our screens.
Yeah, with the unplayables down on the north side of Impala, just east of where we were there, it could easily shift back up towards the north. And infantry, I was looking at them. They have 9 sitting in the compound up on the north side of Impala, all on his own. They lost 2 early, and they were split with so many players in between them. I want to see if they can make this rotation happen. They they kind of have to just go for it, not knowing who is in between and whatnot, other than what information 9 has been able to give. But he's been very limited and was been able to peek out with 5. Trying to do damage to them. Ooh, that's one more attack coming in. Bolyang is down to under half HP, but they are alive for now. And here comes Relo. He's not going to have a chance here. Nope. Sonic's close to the door. You're not welcome in Impala.
Yeah, when you're looking towards Impala, again, you'd have to anticipate teams holding forward on this. You don't go too deep with inside Impala just because of where the church area is. On the back, you'll see the cliff faces. Genuinely speaking, if you do get the Impala finish, it's going to pull out of the city, not directly into it. So again, a bit of a bad read, I think, from Oath. They could look into this. They could have maybe done a bit more scanning, or certainly at least not gone slowly into the front side of it. By doing that, they get punished. The bouncers of Sonics are just watching the windows, and it's job done for one individual player. They lose one for now. Na'Vi, we said, and we mentioned eventually they would have to come walking past this compound. Well, they have made note that there is a full team inside. This time it is Petrichor Road that is in a 4-man stack, so the rest of the roster has got back. They will try and hold it down, but they can't really advance. I mean, they're not coming out of this in any way, shape, or form. So regardless if the circle is unfavorable to this compound in particular, Na'Vi on the back, E36 on the front, we'd have to anticipate that Petrichor Road does lose people in transition again if it is unfavorable, but for now they have to stay at their feet. There's no point in just going into the vehicles and dying needlessly. DA, a team we talk about from the bottom to the top.
I mean, they DA, I don't think need. In the beginning of the tournament, I mean, that's why I really hated seeing the whole DA 4-way and brawl on the J compound, is because they were, I mean, it was collateral damage. For the most part, it was DA falling apart because of it. And I know DA is so much better than what they did back then. So now finally seeing them getting all the games going and going out and playing as I like to see them do is great. But no, back to Petrichor and that compound. We've seen them play from there before, and I actually really like them in that position. They know how to be dynamic. They know how to spread out and take control when they have to. They don't just run out and have people on the hills and lose players. So I'm curious to see, shoot the circle go north, how Petrichor up to play around the saloon compound up there. But now towards the west of that exact position, Multi-Circle Gaming, another team that, well, I mean, they were close to bringing it home last week in week 4, and curious to see how they're going to perform this week, Rich.
Yeah, it's for me, it's kind of hoping to see how everyone performs, especially with the week before the finals. You know, this is kind of the lay of the land. I'll pause for a second. You can see promo code left hand side. It won't last too long. Get it while you can before it disappears. Card. Well, it's down onto Multi-Circle Gaming in the distance. It's a bit of a split right now. 2-1-1 with one player down. Summer will go for the resuscitation on the opposing side. Afrika Freaks, again, big 2-2 split. We spoke about it, but it has paid off. It's not quite central. They are going to be behind one of the rocks that is inaccessible terrain, so we'd have to anticipate that Afrika Freaks do have to move forward from both points that they're in and just use one of the compounds as a stepping stone. DA, full transition. Same goes for Meta. What's left of VP? T1 also. I'd anticipate we lose quite a few teams on this because that western bankment, what have we got? 7 teams all on transition through a field, and all the priority compounds are gone.
Yep, everyone's coming in from the rest right now. Ooh, Aqua catches one mid-air. Stalot there with the damage as well. Mert and DA thought they were transitioning early, but as you said, there were already such a big cluster of teams around the roadside here that it's just impossible for teams to get through. Everyone knows this next circle is going to shift north to some extent, and there's only so much hard cover up there. Virtus Pro, the remaining few players up that team, the last 2 are trying to send it up the hill, find a bit of a crevasse to maybe hide in. Sonic shooting towards them, Infantry doing the exact same thing, and they have now got what I would call the 2 Joker teams of this week up on the hillside. Interforce 36 and DXG. I'm honestly not quite sure what to expect from them come this week. Interforce being one of the Japanese teams, they are usually one of the more passive teams, and they have played passive over the course of both the bottom 16 and the weekly survivals. But I want to see, I'm hoping to see them maybe get a little more aggressive here in the weekly finals. Try and go out and get some of those kills where normally they'd be hunkering down. They need to get sub 4. They know it. I want to see them try and do it.
Oh, that's a disgusting 2 attempt through the window. I like that. I like it a lot. It did put MCG out of place and out of position for all but a moment because they are still outside of the circle. Long K, 5 HP. Senua will shut it down. Bestel's there to follow up as well. Tab have found DXG, a team you were just speaking about. And again, caught a little bit in the distance. Fergus can hold them back, though. They are out in the open of the rest of Na'Vi. I do have to try and get the regroups. If they can catch one of them in the vehicles, then it'll be happy. With Neil just there on the side. He's going to disconnect from this one. Does he have any nades? No. I'm going to see if he's got maybe some lethal utility. He could try and just bombard Na'Vi and see if they can put them out into the open and let his teammates try and follow in. Summer's here, +1 in the vehicle. That won't be good. All of MCG is wandering this way, and every single compound is going to be taken away from them. Not even that. The hillsides, where they're actually looking to try and set up shop, this will be rather difficult. If they don't die making it to the rest of MCG, then I don't really see them lasting too long when we go towards the next circle. They are stuck between 5 different teams. The north is... It's a bit messy because there's very little land to play with. Every single nook and cranny will have a team within. Pio's doing his usual thing and just really trying to find a position for Gen G to springboard off of.
And they know it's going to be pretty crowded up towards the north. And why is it? Well, it's because they knew this circle was coming. The 2 mountains on the south side of Impala is trying to get shifted away from in-phase 4. So they all knew this circle was going to happen. That's why you see so few teams still being on the south side. Everyone knew it was going up here, and people wanted real estate early before everyone else got here. But now, Multi-Circle Gaming and DXG are fighting for this one. One's gone down already. I do believe 500 is under fire. Yes, he is. And oh, he goes down, but taking a lot of damage as tanks. Solid spray, though, coming through. And now kneeled on his own. It just does get Fergus up. 2 players left alive, but as you said before, Rich, they're in trouble.
I like this from Na'Vi. So long as Gen G doesn't slip in behind them, that's the only concern. They wouldn't have this information, and totally understandable why, but they want to clean out in front of them. If they have to eventually work their way from this compound, it has to be safe. So the job is now try and remove as many players as possible while it's a little bit quiet. While this circle's here, Fergus, explosion, the gas can clips him. He goes down. There's a second one there as well. Thank you very much. Bye-bye. The bombardment will continue. Besto, Orange, all the utility is being launched towards the side of Division X. They're the first team to fall here. Just be aware that Gen G is still lurking. They're all the way up against the blue. They're right behind them. If they swing in behind Na'Vi, this could be so devastating for them. They're setting up for success. They're clearing a path in front of them. You know, this is kind of carving the way forward, but they probably don't have this information that Gen G is right behind them.
Oh, Tab saw it before we saw shots fired there as well. I think he knows that they're coming in, and I like how Na'Vi are backing off now as well. As you said, I mean, you said it perfectly, Rich. Na'Vi pushes out because they know they have the compound under control, and they don't want to get surrounded. They don't want to have other teams sitting outside the buildings waiting for them to have to leave. So Na'Vi spreads out, tries to take control, and now, fortunately, Tap reads the Gen G rotation coming in, and maybe Senua will be in a good position here to get some damage done.
Yeah, Senua was prime spot. Put him up on the hill to try and... I mean, that was his job, to deny this if it happens. But unfortunately, no matter which way we kind of cut it, we look at... You put both teams side by side, and throughout this competition, Gen G, in theory, wins this, right? It depends what level of play Na'Vi's bringing today. If they're going to be pushing out, if they're going to be wiping teams, if they know this is their last chance at success, then hell, give it everything, because on any given Saturday or Sunday, I know what those teams or those players are more than capable of. Ragnall finds a CAD. Good little start, but there is responses from the opposing side, and this time it comes from DA. Makes it a little bit easier. On the side of metagaming, a Freak of Freaks have been picked apart. Multiple angles. And everyone, all these fights, don't forget, these aren't inside the circle. This circle will force the movement. Everyone's going to begin to rush in the open, and unfortunately bodies will begin to drop as everybody just looks onwards and finds free frags.
Not only that, if you get knocked out here in the blue now, down you go. DA, they will fall in 15th, had a tough time rotating in, and it just weren't any space for them, really, to try and play around. This circle's being brutal to everyone in the open, and now we see here Oath, Patcap's last remaining player, trying to wrap forward. He has the entirety of Day Trade over here. Circle's about to move, and they should know that there's one nearby here. Nurance falls down, 1 kill comes through, but still, 3 more Day Trade players just on the other side of the smoke.
Slowly but surely. Creeping through, hoping he can get the drop. No, denied. Instantly, Oath goes down, 14th place. little bit of noise made on the side of Day Trade, so a few people should be able to read that. Main priority being Sonics. They are north of Day Trade's exact position. We will have to run by them. The problem is that Tiamba's also creating a roadblock, so for Day Trade to try and run to the east, it would be kind of devastating no matter which way they do. I mean, the damned if they do, damned if they don't. They might even have a better chance of potentially just rushing Sonics at this point. I know it sounds like a complete Hail Mary maneuver, but if you've got the vehicles, like, die on transition or die fighting, I don't know. It depends what you want to do. A Freak of Freaks will eventually be aiming towards Sonics and try and take the compounds. That could be the ghost symbol, maybe, when it comes to Day Trade. We'll find out. Have you parked the car too close? You have. Back it up a little bit. Let the players inside. And now the saloon is pulled out of the circle. Now Petrichor Road and T1 have to work for their money. E36 directly in front of Metagaming, holding them back. They've hid inside the shack just to try and rally themselves up for now. Those shots in the distance that you can hear on screen, that's Day Trade running the gauntlet. Keep an eye on the kill feed, because I'm assuming they don't go too far. If they get 1 or 2 players forward, then congrats, well done. You've actually made it into the circle, which is rather unanticipated. Nope, denied. Every single team sees them. It was a gauntlet coming down to this one. But now the West is starting to open up, Toby. We've got 4 teams all trying to get inside and very little land to hold them.
Yeah, the south side clusters come to an end, and now the west is completely under fire. Starlord and T1 trying to wrap their way in. They have Petrichor now crossing on over, while Enterforce 36 and to some extent Meta are trying to prevent all of this from happening. They're sitting just on the edge of the circle. They're trying to hold down, but that nade is going to be good. Unfortunately, no damage done to Silver. You can see Starlord does have the level 3 vest, but no helmet remaining. They're in the blue now, phase 5. It hurts like hell. You need to keep on wrapping forward. You need some of those nades to land. You need some flashes in. And for right now, Enterforce 36 is still holding on.
Low key, peeps up, finds Mamu. First one down, long to his left-hand side as well. Needs to deal with it. No, Genji go down 11. Starlord back onto Pure Boy as well. But now, danger from afar when it comes to Na'Vi. Getting involved in the fight onto Petrichor Road. They spotted him in Saloon early on. Enterforce is wiped out. T1 looking pretty strong, but they still have problems. You do have Metagaming just to their right-hand side. If they can dismantle them and keep this clean, which they do, Dangche gone, out to the blue, nothing they can do about that. Starlord and Adder left as a 2-man band to try and hold the crown here. Mile, wondering, does he know?
He does. He does. Unfortunately for Starlord, he hears something as well. Flashes from forward. Should grab them a little bit of space and time to play around. But this push from T1, I mean, they were pushing in. You saw Enterforce 36. They were the ones holding the angles, and they just clean swept them all the way through. 3 kills coming in real quickly. Unfortunately, they did take casualties to the bluest. They were trying to slowly make their way forward, but solid plays from Adder and Starlord to get the triple as their teammates fell down. Again, still no helmet for Starlord. Headshots come in. Swaps to level 3 for a fresh level 2 vest as they try to make their way further forward. In the meantime, while all this has gone on, because Gen G went down, Na'Vi had the chance to really spread out and take control, and they've continued to do so. Unfortunately for them, though, the circle's gone down towards the south, and you can see them here, orange, looking for some sort of an angle, maybe find the knock to allow them to push further forward into the next circle.
Well, what he just did was a 300-meter shot. He knocked Lorena from one side of the circle to the other. This has given Sonics a bit of time to maybe capitalize on this, move into Tiamba, because they'll be one of their next obstacles. They are down in the south, and a bit of breathing room. They've probably got about 20% map coverage. VP's doing nothing, again, as a 2-man showing from the pretty much off the get-go of the game. They've been rather quiet and passive, but still, at least they're in the top 8 for now. Some shots onto Na'Vi. No knocks in abundance just yet. Na'Vi's getting prepared for what is certainly going to be a very problematic transition. They have to try and hit the tributary directly in front of them. Tab again has forced himself to go wide, and I'm totally fine with that. The problem is that MCG is down within a ditch. And I've really no line of sight into this unless he proper swings out. Never mind, speaking about swinging, Senya goes up, over, first body down. Summer feels the first full force even, as Senya then follows up as well. Orange going to be cycling utility through. If they get a second one, but there is a response, Toby. There is a big response.
such a smart play initially coming in from Na'Vi, but now they're taking casualties. They were outnumbered, unfortunately, for Multi-Circle Gaming. As you can see here at Tianba, they weren't really in a position over the hilltop to do a lot of damage in response. Orange is still alive as T1 falls in 8th. There are 2 reses theoretically possible, but that would require for Multi-Circle Gaming to hold back, and also Tianba pushing forward now in the meantime. Infantry, 1 down. Milt trying to do damage on his own. He does have Long alive with him as well, but he's currently going for the rest onto Mamu. So right now it's just Milt holding off infantry down below.
Tiamba's coming in to try and see what they can do with this fight. Any frags that they can pick up off the back of MCG's fight against Na'Vi as Na'Vi leave the lobby for now. Petrichor Road. Time to step up. Mamu, unfortunately, will be the first victim of that fight. Lurena also gets involved with a nade in the backline. We spoke about the MCG wipe-up earlier on. Sonics, 4 players, 2-2 split, just looking across the board to try and third party wherever they find possible. Long onto 9. Dead, confirmed. Point in the bag. That's the side of Petrichor Road. Boliang just trying to do whatever he can. Maybe hold them back. Maybe even just find a Hail Mary and pick up a free knock. Has to be very, very aware that we do have Mime and Tickleton still just on the outskirts, playing up against the edge. And then again, that's just to kind of deny any kind of wrap. VP, though, I'm quite surprised that Spyro and Batulans have survived and lasted this long, if I'm honest.
The fights have been escalating on the edge of the circle, and they've been able to sit tight in the middle. Minx weren't going to allow that to happen, Boliang. You've been seen, you've been spotted, and down you go in 6th place. Now 5th place, sorry. 4 teams left alive. Long down as well. I'm loving how Tiamba spreads this one out. They have so much good playing when it comes to Miramar. They have incredible games here before, and now they're just starting to find kills all over the place. 6 already. They want to get more. I'm loving how Sonics are playing the south side of this circle, though. They're splitting 2-2 to take full control, and now let's see Batulans. Did they miss one running over the hilltop? That could be crucial.
Kodum Batulans has just received a headshot also himself and was forced to go into recuperation mode. Spyro on the back lines. Just trying here to maybe keep a track of what Sonics does. 2 versus 1. Spray transfer. It misses. There's a valiant attempt. Lin Shun instantly puts him dead to rights, and now Sonics is slowly but surely encroaching on their position. Tiamba, they do kind of have Sonics surrounded a little bit. If M200 can find an angle, if I will knock, then maybe something happens. He's wrapping a little bit lower, but he does have to go up against H-Win. It'll be the one-on-one scenario. Should he find it, Spyro might even just... He knows how much on the line every single point could lead to prizes, so if he denies it, I'm fine with it. It's a play. I get it.
Right now, if you're Tiamba, you cannot allow for Sonics to wrap around that west side. You cannot allow them to get control of the downhill, because should this next circle, final circle, hop out to the west, that would be Tiamba forced to make the move over the hillside. And exactly Spyro does what we expected. He's going to back off. He's going to say, you know what? I'm going to go down. I'm not going to give away any points doing so. So out goes Virtus Pro in 3rd place. And now 4 versus 4 here in game number 1 of the week 5 final. Circle's gone east, favoring Tianba, and it's Sonics to make a move.
Lorena will be the only one outside the circle for Tiamba. Of the 3 players will try and box Sonics in the best they possibly can. Theoretically, the favor currently on the side of Tiamba, but do they know where H-Win is? I said he could be the knife in the back if they don't keep a track of him, while the rest of them are applying pressure towards the mid. He becomes a distraction point. H-Win has been found. Hasn't gone down just yet, but he has been a nuisance to try and distract 2 Tiamba members. This has allowed Sonics somehow to breach. What? They've split them. They've completely split Tiamba apart. Shrimzy, instant one onto Lin Shun. Mime goes down in response. Shrimzy still looking. M200 hiding and trying to get away from the fight. I'm going to be honest, this has been a shock tactic. They did not anticipate this whatsoever. They've been completely split by focusing on H-Win down low. Sonics have just dismantled Tiamba, and it comes down to Lorena. In a 1 versus 3, what really can you do? North America is stepping up to the plate. This is game 1. Yes, there's still players in the bag and still possibilities of a 3 versus 1, but surely they should shut this down, and they do. North America.
What a well-coordinated push in the end there. They knew that Atrium playing quiet on the south side, and I mean, he was the bait. He was the bait all along. He forced 2 players down, while Tianba wanted to deal with Atrium. They didn't want to give up the high ground control, and Sonics, they called it perfectly. They said, you know what? We know you're split 2-2. Let's force the fight in the middle. We still have a plateau here in between your split, where we can sit without the top side being able to see us. So if we deal with the south side fast enough, we can take control of the north as well. What a well-played endgame from Sonics, and great response to a position where they were the ones to have to make a move. They were the ones to try and go aggressive against Tiamba, who were just sitting back and holding the position as best as they could. Very well responded by Sonics, and very well-earned win there.
As a PUBG fan, it's kind of cool to watch it unfold. It's always hindsight and we have that level of information, but seeing just H-Win camping down and drawing the attention of 2 players, the second that happens, I just see 3 players basically just rush the middle. It's like, okay, get in now, split them apart, break them up. It's perfect. It works. It gets them the win. Again, theoretically, it should have been Tiamba on the opposing side with the high ground that could have held them back, but it is a Sonics first win of the day. North America looking strong. For now, we're going to pass it back to the Des team, who can break that game down a little bit more than what we can do.
Thank you so much. It is a big win for Sonics as they do a ton of damage. I know that they weren't mine pick, they were yours, Godspeed. So I'll turn it over to talk to you about Shrimzy and the gang. Tell me about this win.
I'm not doing this with you today, Steve. I refuse. I refuse to do this with you today. I'll talk about Sonics, but I'm not doing this with you.
Yeah.
Yeah, you love to see it. I'll be honest, they were kind of, as you said, maybe an underdog pick because they haven't really been performing as well as we expected them to. But yeah, I know that these guys can perform, especially when it comes time, you know, for the big show, and you love to see it, man. That's all. You really put me off with those comments, Steve. I'm not doing this with you today. I'm not doing it. Not doing it.
Well, congratulations on you picked them as your big winners. They come out on a good game 1. I picked VP. They had a pretty good game 1 as well. But it really came down to, Martin, they are a good Miramar team. It seems to be where the Sonics perform at their best. And also, on a personal level, I feel like Lorena kind of cost Tiamba here. I don't understand what he was doing way off in the distance. It started as a flank and ended as like a long distance hike.
Yeah, that wasn't a kind of an overextension where you're not in a position to refrag, you're not in a position to put pressure where it was needed. H-Man's play and Sonic's counter to that was just better, honestly. And Genji with some early shots onto VP put them down to an awful spot where they would probably have been better if they had more guys alive in that position, Steve. So I think your pick was pretty good as well.
I think his pick was pretty well. It was unfortunate, though, that they ran into Genji really early on, and then the rest of this game was kind of a little bit of a clown fiesta rotating in. Martin, as we've seen these circles before, the middle is... it's not exactly the place you want to be in. DXG, man, DXG just got ran over.
Yeah, completely. This circle in general, I love through the Sonics rotations. They saw circle 3 pop. They know the terrain. They know the settings. They went into a good spot. They decided to, it looked like they decided to breach. They had a hard time feeling that they could scout that compound from Impala already, maybe with a little bit of information, but decided to breach because it was kind of a play. And that is the kind of play that makes you a winning play. That is where you take your destiny into your own hands rather than sit back and maybe hope from a few circles. So super well played by Sonics. They decided who to win and who to get into a good position early on.
I agree. They were incredibly proactive, and it showed. In the end, though, yeah, I have to agree with Steve. Lorena was just a little too far back, and as Toby was said, he was setting up, trying to watch the high ground. The problem was that Sonics just started to barrel in, and then Lorena was kind of nowhere to be found as far as really helping. And so, because of that, Sonics just made all the right decisions, as you said. They were proactive, and yeah, great win for Sonics. But even still, Tiamba had, I believe, 7 kills in a second place. So that's also a very good game for Tiamba.
Yeah,
Yeah, I mean, the reality, Martin, is that this is no longer the chicken dinner rounds. Games where you end up like T1, for instance, who goes out in 8th but still racks up 8 kills, are going to have a massive impact. We're only playing 10 matches. $300,000, double that if you include crowdfunding for first place. So you can't be mad if you sort of go out early but put those points on the board, right?
Yeah, statistically, if you put 7 points on the board per game, you'll end up in the top 4.
Good to know. So guys, mark that on your whiteboards at home and track to see exactly how accurate that is. But in the past, it's proven to be effective. So when we get the chance, we'll put the scoreboards up for you guys to see and just let's look at the match results right now. This is the scoreboard overall as well as the match results, because for those of you just joining us, this is game number 1. The Sonics come out with 18 points. Tiamba pulls 13. Petrichor rode in 3rd with 10th. And then T1, who went out in 8, Godspeed, manages to get themselves into 4th.
Yeah, T1 is a team that, again, we've talked about them numerous times, underperforming, but they've kind of turned a corner here, and I'm hoping at least in this finals they can bring it together. Their biggest issue was a lack of direction. We really didn't see T1 playing as a unit, and now we're starting to see that, which is really when they're most dangerous, because you have killers on that team, like Aqua 5 got 3 frags in here, but we've also seen him with his precision and grenades, as well as other throwables, so hopefully this is that kind of corner that T1 needs to turn, but also MCG, tank here with 495 damage. Multi-Circle Gaming is another team that's very much been struggling as far as this event, but it does seem they have also started to get things rolling, especially in the last survival week, and now here, this is not a bad start for them at all.
So let's focus on Sonics for a second here, Martin. They got the win, so we'll stay with them. This is a team that started incredibly strong. If we go all the way back to ranked decision, these guys were gods of PUBG, or so you would have thought, but the Titans fell. They got worse and worse, and it feels like they've been struggling lately. Does this big win signal for all of those NA fans that the Juggernauts are back, or do you think it's too soon to tell?
No, I think that we heard that in our pre-show where we heard Tick say, you know what, just focus on the game, just focus on the win, just get in there. And I think that kind of mentality is something that, you know, I was talking about this in one of the first weeks, that it's actually good to get that kind of slap on the wrist in the beginning, because you know that you're not coming in here and you're just, you know, godlike and you can just dominate everybody. You get a bit more respect for the format. You get a bit more respect for the teams that are here. So I think that's good. I think they could be on a very good rise right now. Another team I want to touch on, you guys talking about MCG as well. MCG was a team that coming into this, you know, dominating China, dominating the region in general, didn't qualify for first week. Then they got into a really bad spot, and second week got 15th, then fifth place in week 3, and then last week they got 3rd place. So they're a team that is on such an incremental rise right now. I really want to keep my eyes on them, especially after such a good performance here. 4 of the 6 teams in our top 4 here is Chinese teams as well. The 4 Chinese teams that we're playing for. So that's pretty impressive that these guys were able to frag out this much.
Very, very strong start, and Tank I think Tank in particular from MCG has been impressive to watch, and sort of treading on everyone as he just bullies through the competition. A big impetus for their rise, I get, or a big starter for that. Let's talk about Tiamba for a second here, Godspeed. Tiamba got in on the last game of the chicken dinner rounds after playing the full 16. Mentally, you were talking about it with the green room with me earlier. That's brutal. Playing the full 16 is incredibly difficult. Do you think second place 7 kills gives them sort of a mind wipe or a comfortableness going forward to wipe away that WWCD struggle?
Not necessarily a mind wipe. However, I will say that that's got to be a nice little confidence booster coming straight back into the game, coming straight back into the weekly finals, because Tiamba is another team that has kind of struggled throughout. But the fact that they were able to do it just kind of towards the end of the survival, playing all those games, I mean, that's got to be mentally draining as well. You get all the chances in the world, and then you're starting to see it slip away as you go game after game, and you're failing. But so I think this is a good start for Tiamba, and you know, hopefully for the Tiamba fans out there, they'll be able to kind of ride this high, because it's been rough.
Let's pivot to the other side of that coin, Martin. Virtus Pro gets 3rd place. They only played 3 games in the chicken dinner round. They came in late, they smacked some heads, and they got a quick win. Do you think that quick win sets them up for success this weekend?
I actually want to chime in before I go to versus pro. I want to chime in on Gianba because I honestly, it was, if they didn't qualify for this week, it would be heartbreaking for me. Like getting 2 second places, especially the one where Freaks they dominated them completely, would be something else. Oath's win, you remember, up by the shooting range where Oath they just outplayed them in terms of snaking. They were the last team to engage. They're sitting in the smokes, and MCG was the team that this, like they made, or no, Tianba, they were the team that got into position. They made the kind of the proactive plays, but Oath, they just outnumbered them in the end. So those 2 second places, like I would be heartbroken if I didn't see Tianba. And yes, the last game was not the kind of same game that they have the second places from, but Tianba really deserves to be here for this weekend here, I feel like.
All right, so we talked about that. I'm going to make you go back and talk about VP, though, because in the past, you and I have chatted about the value of playing more games in an event like this. Do you think the 3 and in hurts or helps them?
You got to repeat that. I'm not sure I understood.
So in the past, we've talked about the more games you get, the better you are, right? Training with these high-tiered lobbies. So VP only played 3 games in the chicken dinner round. Does that help or does that hurt them as they go into the weekly final?
I mean, they had brilliant practice. They're a team that put in a lot, but you want to have more games throughout the week, of course, to practice against this. But I feel like the momentum that they gained from winning on their 3rd game after having a bad bottom 16 is insane. Like, they coming into this, they're one of the 8 teams to have played 4 or more out of the 5 weekends. They could definitely, step up. We saw them perform extremely well in week 3. They got 2nd, just behind FaZe after a fantastic weekend. This, like, they could have played 16 and they could have played 3. The case is they're in here now and they're more prepared than ever. And I just gotta say again, like, it's so impressive they're able to play this well with Hyrusen, their coach. It must be, coming into a tournament like this after performing so well in PCS Europe and EMEA, and then missing one of your key players. It's amazing to see a coach being able to step in, both fragging, both kind of synergy-wise, stepping into the team, being able to play like this, and it's quite impressive that they made it to 4 out of 5 weeks, and especially now that they're in the 5th.
They only played 3 games during the chicken dinner rounds, Godspeed, a team that only played 1, and that's because they got in and out in 1 game. First game, in fact, is Petrichor Road. They came in 4th in this match with 6 kills. Talk to me about these guys.
Petrichor Road are absolute killers. Ace left. I mean, what's more to say about him? He's been on fire this entire event. And Petrichor, I've compared them a lot to Buram and Daytrade. They're a team that are very aggressive. They like to get in your face. They definitely are an edge control team, and they will push. And I think, although they haven't found the most success yet, they've proven that they're one of the most dominant team fighting teams here at the event so far. And hopefully they can use that, they can channel that team fighting ability to win enough here to go into the weekly finals next week, or I should say the survival, comfortable and ready to make it to the very last weekly finals.
It's a very good point. Remember, the money is big here this weekend, but one of the unsung benefits is that everyone playing here today gets to start in the first 16 of the chicken dinner rounds, preparing for the final weekend of play. But let's focus on the here now, as the second match of our last trip to the desert prepares to kick off, as the teams get ready to continue fighting for that first place prize of more than $300,000. Go now to the golden pipes of Toby and Sims, powered by Intel.
Thank you, Steve. Game 2 is live, and this time we start in the west and head over towards the northeast. Quite a northern-based flight path this time round, and we would have to anticipate, if we're a betting man, Toby, that maybe the circle follows suit and we end up somewhere between San Martin and possibly even further up towards the northern fields.
Yeah, could very well be the case, and I think that's part of the reason why we see the likes of DA go north here. They would normally land just on the southwest side of Picado, or kind of in between Picado and Trimacera, and even though that's reachable with this plane path, they go up north because I would assume, as you said, there's a likely chance with this plane path that the circle would go up in that direction too. We know how frustrating it can be for teams to try and have to maneuver around, especially coming in late. Once we have these north side circles, you won't be able to find anywhere to go, and if you try to claim anything center coming in anything close to late, that's practically impossible.
Obviously, once the circle does come in, it kind of dictates how this game unfolds and what happens. Lord Senya's already under fire, trying to just get down on the ground before DA spots him out. Yeah, the circle will kind of stipulate how this game's going to play out, but with everyone else, there's two factors to it. All right, we're up towards the north where there is a lot of people. Again, straight through the flight path. This is kind of what we anticipated. A few things to note. Down south, if you want to try and go for your usual loot spot a bit further down, you're going to be late to this party. That's going to be a very condensed and compact circle if you are arriving late to the game. For everybody else, the circle like this already, we've got, what, 7, 8 teams already in abundance. We know with something like this, when we stare instantly into it, between crater fields, just basically anywhere to the right-hand side of El Pozo, that is inaccessible terrain. It does play a factor on how these circles move and how they're going to go down. And with that being plumb in the middle of this circle, how are teams going to react to it? I think this will be a very interesting story and telling story factor to who wins this one out.
Sometimes you get to a position from where you can dictate certain things yourself, and with this one, that's one of those roulette table type areas of the map where sometimes you just gotta put all your money on either black or red and go for it and hope that you pick the right one and then deal with it if you don't. And I think that's going to be the case here. Teams will try to as big as an extent as possible to get some sort of high ground so that you can scout forward, so that even if your side of the circle doesn't get favored, at least you have some vision, you have somewhere to go over on the other side. But I mean, having said that, there's only so many of those areas available, so the likes of DA, they will have everything available for them right now. And actually, I want to touch a little on Batulins and where Virtus Pro are playing from right now, because I had a chance to talk with him 2 weeks back, and I asked him, now that you've given up Power Grid to Multi-Circle Gaming, because for those of you guys who know, Virtus Pro always opted to loot on that Power Grid plateau. Now that you've given that up to them and you've taken over DA's spot down towards the south, what happens when you get into a lobby where both DA and Multi-Circle Gaming are represented? And I asked him, I just asked him directly, are you going to fight Multi-Circle Gaming for Power Grid? And he said, yes, of course we will. And that was 2 weeks ago, and I think now maybe with the prize pools being upped a little bit and a little more on the line, them, of course, not making finals last week, that might have something to play coming into the decision of where we see Virtus Pro loot right now, because this is not Power Grid.
Yeah, and that initial knee-jerk reaction to me is it's surprising, given that I don't want to call them a passive team, but they're certainly not aggressive, and they're certainly not one who'll go hot dropping or looking for action early game. They like a full squadron going towards the later stages, so they can fight from, circle 5, 6, 7 onwards with a full man roster. And from previous in the last round, again, you can't really do too much. You are going to try and grab as many last minute points as you can, and going prone on the floor is probably the only option that they had. They made it work regardless, and I'll take nothing away from them. They got a few points on the board, and they find themselves at least in the upper half of the leaderboard after game number 1. But yeah, that instantly kind of surprises me. I don't anticipate maybe they back away from those. Maybe they just think, you know what, with how much money's on the line, which is a bigger unsung factor, I think, within this competition. This is life-changing money for some of these players, and the pressure, honestly, the pressure to fail early is so... I just think it'll play a huge role in decision-making early on, especially with the first few games. Towards the latter stages, there's probably nothing left to lose, and you want to kind of, just throw caution to the wind and jump up that league table. But at least for the first day, like, the passive play when all that money's on the line and all this... the amount of pressure that's on your shoulders to be able to try and do so well and get a good start on the leaderboard, I can't comprehend it at times.
No, it's insane. Not only is this going to be a life-changing amount of money, but every single week in this tournament so far, maybe with the exception of the first week, has a bigger weekly prize pool than some of these teams have ever played for before, and for some of them probably ever will get to play for again. It's absolutely insane, the amount of money that are available in this tournament, and of course that's going to put pressure on you that maybe you weren't prepared to have to worry about. I mean, they've played tournaments before, and of course, while the prize pools have been big, these numbers that we're seeing in this tournament is just so insanely big that I don't think players can really prepare for that sort of thing before they're there.
I always think, like, how, if it's anything strange, anything weird, if there's extra security precautions, I don't know, I can't imagine, like, working for one of these teams or an organization like this, and you just see, $1 million just drop into your bank. It's like, oh, there it is. You know, just just a casual $500,000 in the bank, casual million just plus on your gets debited to your account and credited. You're like, well, yeah, it's not something you see every single day. Yeah, the money that's within esports now, and especially PUBG. I mean, I think we are now the top ranked FPS when it comes to largest prize pools wise. Like it's just ridiculous. It's getting ridiculous. It's getting bigger. But you know what? The sport as a whole is it's growing. Everyone's getting more involved with it. The outreach of esports, and yeah, it's let the good times roll, I think, is the overarching statement. And when we get back to LAN eventually down the line, like I'm looking forward to it.
Oh, it's going to be absolutely amazing. That was what I was going to say to kind of sum that up. I'm not complaining about all of this whatsoever. It's it's nothing short of amazing. It sure is. I'm loving how DA right now, to go back to the game, are splitting this. They have the high ground control, one of the few up on the hills compounds. Most of the hillsides here on the northern side of the Miramar map are open. You're forced to stand around in the open. Maybe you have a rock for cover, but overall, you will have very lacking cover. But you can see you have Code Marco, and I believe it is Mert up on the hillside. And then you have two players down towards the east side as well. They're playing down below. They have the warehouse for cover. So you have half your team set up the hill, get yourself the vision, plan ahead, try and scout forward and see where you can go depending on where the next circle goes. And then should everything go against you, you have the compound down below that you can rendezvous at should you need to. I'm loving how they try and kind of prepare for both scenarios with the way they're splitting and not just picking two compounds that don't really complement each other all that well.
Both are just holding for all but a moment. Again, they don't want to go too far, especially if they've made note of Nabi's presence. Meta, I can actually see, you might hear the shots in the distance. That's Wicked, who's just peacocking bullets and trying to keep Oath away from this compound, because only two of them are going to be holding it behind Navi. So if Oath did pull up in a full 4-stack, it would be extremely difficult for Meta, two individual players split against two compounds, to kind of hold that and really get a read on where they'll be making the full entry points. My eyes are now being drawn towards the west, and maybe the observers will do the same, because we have Day Trade, we have Tiamba, two teams that have just found each other in a split rotate over by the crater fields. So again, if you look at if you see anything in the kill feed or hear any shots in the distance, there'll be those two just taking a few pop shots back and forth. T1, MCG, Gen G, all around the same area, just kind of from the crater's rim all the way down to the hook that's by El Pozo on the right-hand side, the mountain spine that kind of runs off towards Power Grid. Sonic's below El Pozo, VP in the mix of it between a Freak of Freaks and MCG just to the left-hand side of San Martin. E36, probably a bit more of a Badlands kind of area below DA, and next to the other two members of Meta Gaming. They're opposite the crater rim also. And then the last team to kind of come in, it is the lay of the land here, Infantry, just below Hacienda. Once they work their way to the side, everyone else is really just waiting for the circle to update.
And that's the thing I was just going to say. This circle in particular, and these north side circles, when you have a fair plane could come in with it as well, that's where you can really tell that the super setting's been changed. We have added 1 more minute to phase 1, and you saw the timing of infantry breaching into what will be the first circle closing, and they timed it perfectly had it been in the previous patch, right? They hit the current wide edge of the circle at 9 minutes. That's when the circle would have popped. Everyone else been sitting around, some trying to get a little closer, but you can tell that teams are used to having to rotate early. Now there's 1 more minute, and teams going, oh, okay, what do we use this extra minute for? We're already kind of here, right? And now with the circle centering up, that's when everyone's going to start sending it full speed forward. Virtus Pro, they know they're in the middle. They have to start claiming something. I would assume to see them go down and try to take control in the very center compounds down the hill. Maybe keep one uphill, but seems to me like they're opting to send all 4 down below.
Yeah, they're in a really decent place as well. They can kind of hold this one and stop any stragglers coming off the hillside. With a circle like this, instantly before the massacre happens, I want to say, especially coming off that western side, you look at this, you think, all right, Crater Fields, we're not going to be going to the west side of this circle. It is eventually going to run down and away like water. It runs away from inaccessible terrain. So in theory, those teams should be pushing deeper inside the center circle. If that's not an option, well, you're going to have to fight for it and take some territory, which is what T1 potentially will do if they find MCG. Now, for Lingdu, he opts to not take this fight. He says, nope, we're out of it. I'll go and try and find somewhere else. He is on his own while the rest of the 3 squadron are actually down by VP, or at least within touching distance of them on the same road. I'd anticipate maybe he goes back to the team because they'll need him, especially if they do have to take a fight against VP, because other teams can try and slot themselves in. Gen G will look towards that. Afrika Freaks are good. Maybe Infantry also. They're still split between in and around San Martin. It's a bit messy for now. Up towards the north, though. Previous winners. Sonic's Toby, they've just come in on La Coberia, and we do have Tiamba and DXG up there. So look out for a potential clash on the northern transition.
Yeah, there isn't a whole lot to play down towards the south. The alternative to what Sonics has done now up in the north side would be crashing into San Martin and try and play out from there. We've seen time and time again how difficult that can be. Actually, Sonics did manage to bring home a win in that situation last week, but still, it's an incredibly hard area to try and have to maneuver through and make your way in from. You can see them here on your screen. Stiamba, they ain't ready for this whatsoever. Lin Shun caught in the open. The final fight of last game is on a repeat, and I think Tiamba are going to realize this and try and back off. Yep, there's nothing in their mind saying we should take a fight to Sonics this early on. We just got completely butchered by them splitting our two-way split, and they don't want a piece of it. Now they're running over towards Oath. Balefrost going to try and back off. I understand that, and I was just going to compliment some of the teams. We saw Interforce 36, we saw Multi-Circle Gaming, both having some really, really great disengages when they got pulled up on just before, and now Balefrost doing the same thing. Clearly had parked his vehicle in a way that he can easily get back towards his teammates should pressure come your way. You can see Padcap's trying to hold off and cover him while he escapes. Smart playing, always have that fire escape plan ready should all hell break loose, and for the three teams, they just avoided it. Great plays.
And even if there's no tags whatsoever, you know, Padcap's position and just presence generally at least forces Tiamba to say, okay, we'll sit here, we won't chase the fight, we'll leave them be to do whatever they want. If Tiamba had chased that, then maybe things would have been very disastrous because Oath would just set up along that road waiting for them. I'll pause for a second. You can see on the left-hand side, you've got a code. Grab it while you can. Be quick, be quick, be quick, because it doesn't last too long. The same could be said for T1 if they end up just go flying into DA, because I look at their position now to think, where do you go? Do you go to E36? Do you go to DA? Do you go to VP? Everywhere, really, apart from maybe this little hilltop, the little ditch in front of them with the two palm trees that they're going. Actually, are they going to be pulling up here? That they just send it, keep going. I mean, it's a bit barren in front of them, right?
Well, this is a sick position. They're going to get the next shift going up towards the north. I would strongly assume anyway. It should be going somewhat centered towards the north. We'll see. I mean, for that was a really, really well... don't want to say that too early because the rotation isn't done for everyone yet. They do survive. That was a very, very, very well-pathed rotation for T1 there. They drove close enough that, okay, so if DA were to get a knock on them, that would be two headshots coming in back-to-back. Now let's see here. Petrichor coming in close. Silson forced out of the vehicle. Ike's left. I don't think either of these two players would have wanted to take this fight here, but now they have to. Silson caught in the open. He does find one. Wigan is there to help. Mill falls down as well. Petrichor tries to make the rotation going forward, but they're fighting two teams right now.
This is an absolute mess. Three teams all just find each other towards this ditch side. And you said this was really the last chance to find any real position within this circle before going onto that open plateau. Instead, it just turns into a complete barn burner, and everyone just starts to kick the living hell out of one another. 16th place for Petrichor Road. T1 also staring down that barrel. Starlord is forced to run away from the fires as they lick his legs, but ultimately is the bullet that finds the target. And Meta Gaming, well, they were in the thick of it amongst those two teams, and ultimately they haven't lost a single player. If they get Sparking back on his feet, they would, I mean, they're hoping for a pause. If anyone hits them now while they're down, that becomes a real problem. They have, however, just got a drop, so at least there's something to be rather thankful of. Next pull-up will come through, and this time it's in the form of Tiamba, who have to run the gauntlet against VP. They're at the door, and they're being mowed down, Toby.
Ooh, Mings does find one, gets the flush on towards him as well. Spirit takes one down in return, saying, you flush mine, I'll flush yours. Mings try and get around the corner. Wants to get the rest up to Lorena, but he can see right now that he's completely caught off guard. Batulins, damage done towards him. Takes him down to low HP, but he's still alive. Batulins can't quite find the knock. Ming's solo player left alive, and as you said before, I mean, for Virtus Pro, they want to deal with this before any third team comes in and tries an engage on this. They want to deal with all of these Tiamba players right here and right now so that they can reset, get ready for fights to come, and there is the kill. They confirm onto Tiamba. Out they go in 14th. Sonics now phase 3. It hurts a bit, but should be able to get the first hit off. You don't want to have to spend time out here in the blue for too long, though. Move forward, get yourself into the circle, but where, oh where, Sonics, are you going?
There's a lot of damage that was Na'Vi and kind of forced them in that predicament up on the edge. Shrimsy with the heal does get it. smoke down for the crate, but it will be in the arms of Metagame. And again, a bit of a small reward for how much damage they took on the previous one. H-Win. Amanot. Okay. That is a belter. A belter of an opener from the backlines on the blue. This fight will not be inside the circle. That compound is not in. It is not secure, so they will be forced to stim up. One player from E36 advance forward. It's Sylphia. The rest of them, well, maybe they just kind of sit here and, yeah, honestly cause Sonics to really slow down, because remember, everyone else is shifting forward. Na'Vi is in the backline. DA is setting up for this, Toby, and ultimately, I think it's just going to be self-mutual destruction.
Yeah, DA is setting up below, but I gotta say I'm loving what Na'Vi are doing here. They heard the fire, they saw the knocks and the kill feed, and they know that they have players caught him. While Na'Vi will have to make that move as well, they're right now trying to find something on the edge of the circle before having to make the move themselves. Ooh, tap does go down. That's long from a bit of a distance, taking him down. No flushes. That's coming. As I say that, Neil does find the flush onto tap, so down he goes. They were trying to peek towards the east, but left themselves exposed to that west side hill, and down they go. Vanantigop falls as well, and as you said before, this fight is for real estate that's going to be in the blue very soon, but H1 and Sonics know they have to deal with it before they can push further forward.
Pause for a moment. Through the smoke. Oh no! It just missed him. But all three of them will just push in to try and collapse these final players of E36. Remember you. Oh! Wow. Drop shot. Trims it straight out of the window, lands on his head and puts him dead to rights. And remember, again, this is just, it's all against the blue. That's the bigger problem. Na'Vi's heard all this and they're just waiting to scrape up these last points. The question is, how much of a knock-on effect does this have to Na'Vi's game? Because the same thing has been happening to them. DA has been wandering the skirt side of this circle. If they somehow find them in the same position, then the exact same thing will replicate onto them. And they can't really go forward, because if they do, there's two teams lying in wait. I'll speak for a second, because we're talking about lying in wait day trade. 3 versus 3, Gen G about to fall in.
Yep, there are only so many places you can play from, and even though you can't peek straight into them, they know where they're gonna be. Nate comes through, and unexplained damage done will get the knock. One to Puchus. In an instant, flush comes in from Esther there as well, so Noran's trying to hold off on his own as Flash goes down. He was down to low HP, tried to heal up, not gonna happen. Noran's 1-on-1 playing up close. Well limited what he can do, because Gen G never really overcommitted. They peeked over the top, they got the knocks, now they're backing off, knowing that there's a fight brewing on the south side. They want to clean sweep this edge, and why not just go to where all the action is taking place?
Pio's wrapping back to them as well, so Gen G force will be reconnected. Just waiting outside of where a Freak of Freaks was. I think enough damage was done to Daytrade to cause them problems, not only for the long game, but also for MCG to really sniff out and get interested. They could come up and just clean them up and essentially do Gen G a favor. I understand Gen G don't want to overstay. You're welcome to someone on the opposing hillside down south, or if someone else did want to try and wander in while they were involved in that fight, then it could spell disaster. Senya, first one to fall, rather from the blue, unfortunately. Oath's there, though, to actually have a crack against a Freak of Freaks. A Freak of Freaks could have been safety numbers on the compound, but instead they opted to try and take the fight. The lead scout up front is going to deny this one. Hikari on the back towards the side of Oath, and it comes down to reload to try and hold the mountain side, but I think they might have his number read, unless he's just wrapped low bit quickly before they even saw it. If so, then maybe it could be a bit of a problem.
Yeah, I'd be very surprised if Reload gets out of here alive. They should know approximately where he is, and even if they don't, he would have to wrap all the way underneath. I mean, as long as Afrika just plays the backside safe, they know where there is no one else around the compound. Play it safe, don't overpush. You're still inside the next circle. Just sit tight, let him come to you if he wants to, and you'll get the first shot on him. I gotta say, I mean, for Sylphia in this position, had there not been a name tag above him when we saw him in... You cannot see that guy. He is practically invisible. He doesn't even have a ghillie suit on. That is as Interforce 36 a spot to play from as I've seen in a very long time. That is very, very hidden.
This just brings me flashbacks to, I remember years, it must have been a couple of years ago when NIP had two M249s on that hill and they were just laying down, waiting for everyone to snake up. It can catch you off guard if you're not too careful. Oh, whoa, hello, okay, Hail Mary. Full-blown send comes down from DXG. That was rather quick. I think VP are also stunned as what we are. They now have to turn and fight this one. Across the road, do not forget, MCG is still looking and lurking. So you can't overstep the boundaries here and go back outside of these compounds, because then you get punished from either side.
We speak of great disengages, and what you saw right there was picture perfect. Immediately when the push comes in, they come with their vehicles silenced, so you have a very, very, very little time to really react to anything. They come down towards you, they pull up on the wall, instantly Harusen throws a molly behind him, making separation, and as soon as he gets out of the building trying to cross the road, the smoke from Batulin already there to cover the cross. That is, I mean, that is as quick a reaction and as quick a well-executed disengage as I've seen in a long time. Well played, Virtus Pro on that one, not losing anyone, as many other teams probably would have in that situation.
D8 rolling out from the position that we saw Metagaming make work earlier on. Picked up a few kills by doing so also. It's a bit noisy, a bit messy, but you know what? They got the job done. They do have the last stand shack, the very barren wasteland around them. CG still could be a problem for Gen G, and that's probably why they've put PO front and center to keep a track on which angle they will try and approach from. It is low, so it's not as if you're going to be shot from every single person. You do need a bit of height and a bit of a line of sight to be able to take him down. I think a Freak of Freaks won't be able to get that unless they go up on top of the buildings. Then maybe they just catch a glimpse. Infantry. All right. Well, that'll be a bit of a challenge to work your way up side of the hill. Meta. Maybe they throw the utility. Maybe they scrape some of the heads if they just come bobbing up. But the worst roadblock's going to be Digital Athletics, with two of them inside the circle. The other two, in form of Marco and Metralius, could maybe force the problem.
I mean, DA and Gen G's got a tough task ahead of them right now. That is to to be on the receiving end of infantry, one from Oath and a Freak of Freaks. And while doing so, while holding them off, they also have to make sure they're not getting shot at by anyone from inside the circle. You can see Multi-Circle Gaming looming right behind Gen G, ready to get a piece of the action once a third-party opportunity presents itself. So I would assume to see everyone that are currently outside the circle wrap on the edges, trying to make their way in, because that plateau up above, we saw it in the overview just before. You just can't push through it unless you have vehicles, maybe send it towards Shack the meta are in, but even that, you know, it's already taken. So it's going to be edge fighting galore, for at least for right now. And for Multi-Circle Gaming, if they can time it right, they can take down Gen G in the part of it, as a part of it.
Oh no. Oh no.
He didn't say, I don't think he even knew. I do not think he knew there was a player there. He just positioned the vehicle and got a free kill. I don't think he knew.
I wonder who's most surprised. Oh, he's completely flashed. He's like, I can't see anything here. Oh, Freak of Freak. Oh no, he couldn't see anything. He couldn't get the flush.
Wow.
Oh, that was a wild set of moments.
I think Bowling thought he just got a glitch on his screen. Wait, how did I just get a kill? There's no way. He didn't know. There was no way he knew. And nothing Sylvia could do in time to respond to it. I would love to see Bowling's, if they have any webcam recording on his face when he gets that kill. It's like, wait, what? What? There was a player there all along? That's a freebie if I've seen one. Now, that does allow, while we're laughing at it, it does actually allow infantry a little bit of a foot into the circle. It's going to be difficult. It's going to be open. Fortunately, they heard the fight commence on the south side, and they saw casualties on both sides. But as you can see here, being able to wrap back and Sylvia not doing any damage to them, that has given them a space to play from. But they do have DA right over the hilltop.
Freaks goes down. Going to be Gen G to put the nail in the coffin for them. We said eventually infantry would have to take this fight up against DA. Now Boliang has worked off the back of the free kill that they took the hillside, and does put them within a position that maybe, just maybe, there's something to work with. Those shanks can be extremely dangerous just because of how open and exposed they can be from multiple angles, but the nade finds the first target. If we can get a second, then maybe have infantry have something to work with. Sparking gets involved. We said their position could be a prominent factor in some of these teams going down should they have the line of sight. Well, this time they do. And look at this. 9 says, you know what? There's 2 of them down. I've got to get stuck in. There's nothing left for me to try and do. Unless Inonic says, you know what? You can try and run this one, but this playing wing is going to give me a bit of a height advantage above you. Finds the line of sight and shuts the push down.
Yeah, I was looking at Multi-Circle Gaming and trying to see what kind of impact they wanted to have on this. And you can see 9, he's not even looking towards DA right now. There's simply too many players around. Fortunately for him, DA ain't really in a hurry to peek over the hilltop. They have another team to deal with. Everyone really third-partying one another as this one is escalating meta, trying to hold off in the middle. I do find one now. Finally, Mithralius does peek over, find 9. Down goes one of the Chinese players from Infantry. Meta, in the meantime, trying to hold off against the rest of DA, but it's a tricky position for them to be in because they know they have players behind them and they need to worry about the guys below. Smash! Last bullet in the chamber puts one to the head of Sparky.
Yeah, that's an absolute banger. But you know what, Gen G, they've heard all this and it's time to get involved. Quick drive by and pull up to the side instantly. Look at the bait and switch. One goes behind, pulls away and draws attention. The rest of them just get involved in this. But you know what? DA is hot off the heels. They've responded. Wow. And they've responded well. Gen G have kind of been punished. It was a ballsy maneuver and there's really nowhere else to go. They came off the back of the plane. They wanted to take this northeastern side, but it's DA who've managed to stand their ground. Marco, is he out of the realms of possibility of getting resuscitated? More than likely, especially with another headshot coming through onto Mert. It silences him. It puts him quiet. Mithralius now has to fall back.
Multi-Circle Gaming in the meantime, they played it quiet. Ooh, Mithralius finds Loki. Wanted to peek around the edge, and that's going to be the last one down. Summer eliminated right off the bat. Eliminates Esther, sorry, right off the bat of that one. So Gen G out. There was a tough task for them, and I was a little surprised to see them not hard commit to one side. They first went over to Multi-Circle Gaming, realized there was no breathing room there. They back off, but they keep some on the edge, and they were just trying to take fights with too many teams at the same time. They're unfortunate for them, they end up going down.
That shot from Smash was disgusting. Just finds the back of the headers, just wandering away. Can they find it again? They don't even have any information. They're not even looking this way. What in the world? They've taken the foot off the gas. And you know what? They have been punished. Holy hell. They weren't even looking this way. They were so tunnel visioned onto what was going on a different angle. DXG just wiped them off the face of the planet. AWM in the back pocket as well. Now, can that be something? Can that be the tin opener that DXG needs? The ground is not with them. If they go down, they're exposed to VP. If they go up, well, all of a sudden MCG says, you know what, come across this plateau. That's not a problem whatsoever. So whoever has the AWM has to find something, any kind of line of sight, any kind of approach that they can take from this would be phenomenal. But ultimately, the ground is not with them. For MCG, they have the high ground, they have the lay of the land, and more importantly, they have the information, every single player that is working around them.
You can't even fault DA for not knowing that DXG was going to push up there, because there had been no fighting really up on that compound side on the north side of the circle. So they thought, well, they're still kind of holding each other at bay up there, but no. Virtus.pro got smoked off. Great play by DA. Instead of throwing their smoke path for themselves, they used their smokes aggressively and block off the vision for VP, allow themselves to wrap over the side and find 3 kills with it. But now, as you said, where do you up to play from? If you're on the hillside going down, Virtus.pro has clear lines of sight on you. Not a whole lot you can do there. So for DXG, I'd have to say, I mean, take the fight to Multi-Circle Gaming and hope that Virtus.pro can third-party fast enough.
And a minuscule ridge that they can work with. But instantly, it will be shut down. Once you see Summer find something, instantly puts them to rest. The next one will be stepping up to the Titan Ice Cube 500. With Neil just on his right-hand side also, maybe he can work off the back of it and try and get a refrag or a trade. Not looking likely. I mean, there is 4 players of MCG still set up here. It's a fortified line. I think that's the hardest thing for DXG to try and get. There's no easy way to be able to try and pick one individual player off. It's just multiple angles will see you instantly. For Multi-Circle Gaming to even lose a player here, I'd be very, very surprised. All the nades now have been cycled. All the utility is being committed. Will the final one find it? It absolutely will. And it hits him in the head just to round it off. VP, they've decided to move. It was the best play. While the action was going on uphill, try and get yourself out of this building, but ultimately this just looks like death from above, Toby.
It's going to be incredibly difficult for Virtus.pro to get out here. Having said that, Tank, you can see, doesn't have a helmet. I would assume to see him try and run over towards one of the players from DXG before the circle comes out to try and see if he could get himself a helmet off of it. Oh, wants to heal through, does manage to get the fire to stop there, at least for now. Smoke's now coming down. They don't want to allow them any vision. Hirosen does fall to the second molly. There should be no resting on him inside as he's still burning. This is going to be incredibly difficult. And overall, for Multi-Circle Gaming, they have played this game incredibly incredibly well. Holding off against Gen G out towards the southeast side, not opting to aggress on it, and now pushing in, taking full control of the hill. All they have to do is wait this one out.
Could be the same principle as previous. If VP realize that this is the way that they die, then rather the blue take... Oh, wait, hold on. Okay, headshot comes through as well, so maybe a second follow-up here. Ling Du goes down. Now Panic Station, they're trying to unfold here. VP, they've retreated. They've got 2 out, but out of the smoke they come. It's time for Ling Du to step it down and shut this down once and for all. They've managed to get away with murder. If they can pick up any frag point, the transfer, that is phenomenal. Do they do this? Summer,
yes, 3 bullets.
It's a 1 versus 1. Batulin's on the bottom side. Summer begins to wrap. So far, he's played phenomenal in this round. He knows where Batulin's is. A little bit hurt on either side with the flashbang coming up and the nade going out. Batulin's doesn't realize he's moved to his left-hand side. He's sending the sniffer dog in front of him. The downed player might be able to find it, but they've made so much of this. No! It is denied, a multi-circle gaming. They cleaned the final circle, but my God, it was not easy. What a fight back. What a valiant attempt from VP.
That should never, ever has been as close as it ended up being. You could see Tank there, he's laughing it off, but they know there was a very, very big chance they weren't getting out of there alive. Summer down to 3 bullets, had to sprint down to Tank's corpse to get himself ammo to be ready for that final fight. 3 bullets, and he hadn't even reloaded yet. That could easily have gone the other way. And what a knock from Heruz, and instantly onto Evil Lee to open the angle, and then instantly getting the damage done over the top towards Summer, I believe, as well. When you talk about a team with their backs against the wall, nothing they could do there, but still, they managed to find something and nothing, unfortunately, for Virtus Pro, just not enough to bring home the win.
MCG almost threw that. Like, that is just phenomenal shooting out of the side of VP. You cannot say it any differently. The spray transfer towards the end on the player laying down, I'm not even sure which player it was, but that was just a crazy, crazy final few moments. Ultimately, it is MCG that do win the round. For now, I'll pass it back to Steve and the desk, because my word, what a wacky and wild ending that was.
Thank you very much, gentlemen. A phenomenal win as Summer springs MCG into a long-due victory for that team as they come out on top, get themselves 10 kills. Can't say much more than that. VP gets second with 6. Shout out to that team who's had 2 top performances so far. That said, though, I feel like that molly from Summer was really set the pace for sort of the end of that game in a lot of ways. It forced VP together and bought MCG a little bit of time to work their way down that hill. I don't know how else to explain it. Why don't you explain it, because you're smarter than I am, Martin. Break down sort of the end of that game.
Fantastic. Like, they have been pinned. Yeah, nice. Thank you. Yeah, he got you there. No, they were in a spot where I was like, there's no way they got out of this shack, and this house is way too small, and the damage that Molly got in, it was just crazy. And then they turn it around, they open up with 2 knocks, and they were in a 3 versus 2 for a very short time. That was just absolutely nuts. I honestly didn't expect that, but then that talks to the strength of VP's fragging power, especially going up against a player like Tank that most of the North American guys, they fear.
Yeah, Tank is a monster, but that also kind of highlights the fact that you were talking earlier about a Virtus Pro, Martin, on Haruzen, you know, a guy that's coming in, their coach is not even supposed to be their player, and he came in and hit some banger of some shots out there, getting some knocks and almost turning it around for VP, which is also, again, so impressive coming out from those boys. Second place is not bad, and to be fair, we thought that MCG was going to win that game, hands down. I mean, they had the high ground. That Molly was disgusting coming out from Summer. But yeah, VP almost turned around, and what a turnaround it almost would have been.
And again, this is just this talks to how important it is to have 4 guys alive. Like, this was a 3 versus 4 to begin with, right? They always made it. Imagine if there were 4. Like, they would probably have turned that around. Like, they get the 2 opening frags, they would have been in. They went in a 3v2 to a 2v2 and then lost that. Like, that would have been crazy. And again, super important to keep 4 guys alive. the change like of pace and playstyle you have to do once you go from 4 to 3 is insane. When you get down to 2, it's salvage time. Like you just try to survive, right? But I love the offensive smoke from MCG here. They were peeking a bit too much though. Like they had them in here. They had the dot, they had phase 9. But that shot there from Hyrule, that was crazy. Spyro getting onto tank as well. They smashed that.
And it just goes to show you that VP is not ever going to give up without a fight, and that's what I love about that team. They're always going to push forward, even if they're at a disadvantage, which they were. They were absolutely at a disadvantage that game coming up that hill. But I also want to shine some love onto Division X. Honestly, DXG finally is putting up some decent numbers. This is obviously their first week coming into the weekly finals, and you know what? For game 2, that's not a bad way to make an entrance, so to speak. 4th place.
Yeah, I mean, I think you said it best, Martin. We're in the green room. You said, "Thank goodness Division X Gaming is having a nice run here, or I'd be angry." Right?
Right. Yeah. Exactly. Like, but then again, like they are kind of standing in the shade and the shadow of Buriam, and now they come up here and show that the APAC region is actually extremely strong. So super happy to see that. Long K here with 3, Summer with 6. What an incredible throw with a Molotov. This guy's spending time on the training grounds with the mollies, with the nades, making sure that those angles they're covered, because throwing a vertical, like almost vertical Molotov into a small window like that is extremely hard. So he nailed that.
Yeah, unfortunately for VP, Under is not on their team, because if he was there, he would have just shot it out of the sky. No questions asked. If you guys didn't see that today during the redemption rounds, you should definitely check out that highlight. All right, top damage, Summer, 834. But here's the guy, Tank. This is the guy that I heard every North American coach say they can't wait to hope never to have to play against after this tournament. This guy is insane. And even when he's not top fragging, he is always a force on the team, Gatsby.
That's because he's very unorthodox. The angles that we've seen Tank try to take against other teams, and the way that he kind of splits off, and just how aggressive he can be, it's got to be frustrating to play against. And he's obviously been fragging out of his mind this entire event for MCG, even when they weren't doing so well. So Tank, he's a force to be reckoned with. Obviously, as his name implies, he's difficult to deal with.
All right. Well, I got a few things that may be difficult for you to deal with, but I promise it is short-lived. I'll be right back with game number 3. We have to take a quick break, and we'll see you soon.
One's inside. Top. He's on stairs now, I think.
On me, one shot on me! One shot on me, coming out!
Rez, there's another
Rez
team in the
healing.
compound. There's another team.
I'm gonna reset.
They didn't push, they're in the next building. We're getting pushed southeast. SDK.
Yeah, I have so many stuns, bro. I still have 9.
I dropped a molly on them. They can't push.
Kick, what's your lethal?
I have a nade.
Hello.
2 stuns.
I have no smokes for this.
I don't have any either. If it's not doable, then we'd have to go back, but...
Could even vault onto this guy's balcony on blue mark.
They're gonna kick. They're gonna push kick side. Kick. Pre-nade it maybe.
I got knocked up here. Yeah. It's VP and Zen. Zen's all on us. VP's in the next block. I'm gonna try and jump to the next.
Same.
There's a guy on our, they're on our roof. VP's on our roof.
No,
that's the other team. They're running out.
DP.
Two more.
Dude, look at me. Is there a chance we just run here right now?
We could do that maybe.
And run
Yeah,
north?
blue. Yeah, I like it. Let's do it.
Do Shin's play.
On me outside. SDK outside.
One's on this left with the shotgun. There's 2 on the wall. Another one on the wall.
Nice.
One more on the left wall. Left wall. He's on the barrels.
Dead. Feeling good though. It was fun.
안녕하세요. 아프리카 프릭스의 한샤입니다.
안녕하세요. 아프리카 프릭스의 이재입니다.
You go from here on out. There's just too many members of Africa Freaks already on top of you and making it look easy. That's going to be a
치킨 먹어서 되게 좋았는데 끝나고 나서 든 생각이 더 일찍 탈출을 할 수 있었는데 많이 아쉬웠다. 약간 경기력이 아쉬웠던 경기가 너무 많아가지고 후회는 컸던 것 같아요.
치킨 먹은 판은 경기력이 만족스러웠나요? 혹시?
네, 되게 만족스러웠던 것 같아요.
일단은 제니스보다 저희가 빨리 들어가면은 오히려 기아 쪽에서 올라오면 양각 맞을 수도 있고 이 서클이 한번 오스가 치킨 먹은 판에서 썼었던 서클이거든요. 그걸 기억하면서 여기를 썼던 라인이 저희가 썼던 라인이랑 거의 동일한 느낌이어서 끝에서 천천히 풀어나갈 수 있다는 느낌을 받아서 이제 제니스 먼저 보내고 저희가 뒤를 치는 방식으로 했던 것 같아요, 운영을.
Zenith says, okay, well, if it worked for them, maybe it'll work for us. The problem is now Africa's...
일단은 슈트킬이 처음에 저희가 산마틴 쪽으로 들어왔을 때 두 명이 저 골 쪽으로 들어가는 거 봤었고 반대편 엔스 쪽 구덩이에서 보면은 기아가 이 라인을 잘 못 쓰거든요. 그래서 기아 쪽에서 찍힐 위험도 좀 적은 것 같아서 힘이 약한 슈트킬이랑 저희가 잡을 수 있는 제니스랑 교전하는 쪽으로 선택했던 것 같아요.
Roth already down, Punij on almost no life. Kickstart Shimboy trying to roll up that hillside, not having the same success as we saw.
교전에 있어서는 저희가 뭐 다 다른 팀한테 꿀릴 게 없고 좀 더 저희가 우위에 있다고 생각을 하거든요. 그래서 할 수 있는 교전은 최대한 하고 이득을 챙기려고 하고 있습니다.
Position. And if Africa Freaks going for the send, it might be the only option they have. And look, we've already seen what they can do, catch and drive.
이게 치킨 룰이다 보니까 어차피 킬 포인트는 의미가 없다 생각해서 외곽에서 싸우는 것보다 그냥 한 팀이랑 꽝 박아서 저 집을 밀어낸다면 저희가 치킨 쪽에 가까워질 수도 있다 생각해서 힘들더라도 한번 싸우자라고 생각했던 것 같아요.
그럼 그때 그 집에 예상한 팀은 있었어요 혹시?
아니요.
도박이었어요.
그냥 저기 아니면 약간 미래 없다.
뭐 아니면 도다 생각해서 가서 뚫었던 것 같아요.
A hand to detonation while they're trying to respond. They're all stacked into this little cubby, and that is too bad.
제가 들어갔을 때 한 명을 기절시키고 기절 인원을 포함한 것까지 3명이 있더라고요. 그래서 2층에 한 명을 먼저 잡고 뚫린 돌집을 정리하라고 말을 했었는데 폭이 날라온지도 저는 몰랐어요. 갑자기 옆에서 펑펑펑 터지더니 게임이 끝나 있더라고요. 뭐지? 약간 그랬던. 이미 돌집을 뚫으러 갔을 때 뭐 한두 명 정도는 죽겠구나라고 그런 생각을 했었는데 4명이 살아서 다행이다.
저희가 일단 히카리 형이 먼저 담벼락을 먹어놨기 때문에 제가 담벼락 붙을 때까지만 시간을 벌면은 저희는 티안바를 사방에서 쪼이는 각도이기 때문에 티안바가 나올 때 저희 리드샷을 못하고 추후에 서클이 떠도 연막탄 하나로 의지할 수 있는 라인을 만들기 위해서 먼저 붙으라고 오더했던 것 같아요.
히카리 선수가 폭 안으로 던질 때 총소리 막 냈잖아요. 전략이었던 거예요? 아니면 그냥?
네, 히카리 형이 수류탄 던지는 그 당시에 들면 소리가 들리잖아요. 그래서 총소리 좀 내돌라, 여기 판자 앞에다가 총을 좀 많이 쏴달라 해서
거기만 계속 쏘고 있었어요. 판자만.
I love these aggressive smokes as well. It basically means you're running out blind. You have no idea what you're running in towards. This is great play. Africa Freaks are playing.
상대의 시야를 가리는 게 저희의 시야를 가리는 것보다 더 중요하다 생각해서 상대가 쏠 수 있는 그 각을 지우면은 저희 안전을 좀 더 보장할 수 있는 각이어서 동환이 형이랑 저랑 얘기를 많이 해서 그쪽 각을 먼저 지우자 해서 그렇게 연막을 핀 것 같아요.
저희 팀 목표는 많은 상금을 가져가는 것도 일단 당연한 목표지만 다른 팀들보다 독보적으로 주차 우승을 좀 더 많이 하고 싶거든요. 세계 최고의 팀들이 모인 자리에서 많은 주차를 우승했다라고 말하는 게 좀 더 최고의 팀에 가까운 것 같아서 그걸 목표로 두고 있고, 근데 하다 보니까 상금이 계속 많아지는 주차까지 와버려서 2마리 토끼를 다 가져가야 될 것 같아요.
저희 아프리카 프릭스가 5주 연속 이렇게 또 올라오게 됐는데 이제 믿고 응원해 주시고 찍어주시는 분들 이번에도 믿고 찍어주시면 저희가 꼭 보답하도록 하겠습니다.
네, 저희를 뽑아주시면은 그거에 맞게 좋은 모습과 좋은 성적으로 꼭 보답해 드릴 거니까 저희를 뽑고 많은 EP를 꼭 가져가셨으면 좋겠습니다. 아프리카 프릭스
파이팅!
안녕.
Coming together, one shot. Climbing and climbing, humble, yeah. I'm in my squad, feeling like I know I'm the greatest, I crumble, yeah. Made it from the bottom to the top, I did it there. Some of the players never fighting, breathing for air. Aiming to lock it. Winner takes it all, taking it all. No more breaking in, it's my way. Are you ready? Welcome to the battle, ready, set, fight. Welcome to the battle, ready, set, fight. Aim it and lock it. Shoot. The winner takes it all. Shoot. Aim it and lock it. You know that nobody like me, cause I'm faster when I'm stronger. You can have me, let me down with this. The winner takes it all. You ready?
Welcome back. My name's Tavies. I'm joined by Avenger and Godspeed as we get ready to kick off game number 3 of this festival of PUBG. A lot of money on the line. We'll take a look at the standings, the schedule, and everything you need to know as we prepare for game 3 of 10. Only 10 matches to make your statement that you deserve the first place prize that will very likely, after crowdfunding, be worth more than $700,000. Walk me through this leaderboard, Martin.
Yeah, so MTG obviously being on top here, 28 points, fantastic start for them. After 2 games having an average of 14 points per game, quite a fantastic start for them. They had a 6th and 6 kills in the last one, so it's a fantastic average coming into this. Gen G also sneaking in there, honestly. 4th place in 15, good average for them too, 7.5. That's going to put them in the top 4 if they continue that trend.
Not too bad, and worth noting, you know, for a little bit of braggadocio, if you will, all 3 gentlemen of our picks to win this thing are in the top 4. So
hey, that's true.
That's a positive for us as we start this thing out. But you brought them up, and let's talk a little more about them, and that's Gen G. They have been quiet-esque in terms of placement, Godspeed. They're currently in 4th. They got 11th in game 1 and 3 kills. And then they got 5 in game 2 with 9 kills. And I guess that's the big difference here in Super is the idea that you don't have to get that top 3 as long as you're putting points up and taking heads off.
Right, and the name of the game for Gen G has always kind of been controlling their edge or their side of the circle, and that's exactly what they're doing. They don't have to get that chicken dinner, as you said, and so they can focus more on their play style, which is very aggressively clearing out the edge that they're playing on, and that's pretty much what we've seen them do. And I imagine moving forward, they're going to continue to do that with Pio just leading the raids. He's so good. Martin and I were talking about Pio earlier. Yeah. He's just, he's really good, man.
I mean, Gen G is, so Pio's phenomenal, but the whole team, Martin, is insane. Like, if you guys didn't watch the pre-show, you don't have to watch our part of it, but go back. There's a video with Gen G where we get to know them a little better. And I got to be honest, Martin, I loved them as a team before. Now I love them almost as like a family. They seem like a really good, dynamic team that gets on well.
Yeah, I've had the pleasure of meeting these guys multiple times, but one case stands with me at PGI 2018 where the Loki actually won the TPP format with Simpson, Eska, and Chilater. And these guys, like, super humble. Loki, so young at that point, like 20, 21. Super humble, so respectful. You can nothing else have good things to say about these guys. And, you know, like, their whole body language is just like, these guys are super nice to each other. And the energy that I'm getting from the Gen G guys, and especially this video here, is obviously humble, a little bit shy, but especially the personalities are shining through. You can really see, like, who's the guys making the other guys laugh. Like, Iononyx put himself up on 100% humor. The other guys, like, they changed it, but then again, you can see that humor shining through the whole thing, right, as well.
And I think that that's a big deal. I mean, how important is that, sort of keeping the levity on the team, Godspeed?
Oh, we talked about it earlier. It's incredibly important, but I wouldn't have really expected it from Iononyx, and the only reason I say that is because he's so cold-blooded in game, but out of game, I mean, all of them have they all have such fun personalities, and I think that's actually really important. But there is a team, Steve, if I may, that I really want to talk about and kind of give some tough love to here, and that's Enterforce 36. I really think at this stage, you know, for them to get themselves finally into a weekly finals, they need to do something with this opportunity, because not only Enterforce, but as well as Detonation Gaming, who is in the bottom 16, Japan has struggled really heavily in this event. There was a little bit of hope in the beginning where I thought Detonation Gaming looked pretty good. Enterforce as well got an early win in one of the bottom 16s, and they seem like they might have been able to make something of it, but there's just no momentum going in the way of either of the teams. And now that Enterforce is here, I really hope that these guys can at least make some sort of a splash instead of just being on the bottom of the leaderboard for the majority of this weekly final.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, you wanna get there when you get your one shot. I want to real quick touch on DA. We just saw them, Martin. They started slow and fought 4 a.m. every day, and 4 a.m. has fallen off, but DA only gets stronger.
Yeah, and DA has really shown through this whole 2020 and into 2021 here. They're coming up, Code Marco coming up into a good spot here. They're a team that has come together now, and I believe that these guys are going to be doing quite well. I think we'll see them finish potentially inside the top 4, but I think they are definitely going to end in the top 8.
Absolutely. So a big shout out to that team. We'll keep watching and see how they do, but you see stacks of cash. The teams see a plane. You got to jump before you can cash in. It is time for game number 3 to get underway. Only 5 to play today to set yourself up for a big Sunday and a massive payout. Let's go now to the beautiful islands of Erangel, powered by Intel and voiced by the golden gods of Sims and Toby.
You see plane, I see game. Game 3 is about to start. We move from Miramar to Erangel. MCG, 28 points all the way up at the top. And what a wild, honestly, there's no real other way to round it off. That last game in Abundance, what an absolute wild banger of a final matchup. VP versus MCG. Again, VP on the low ground. Probably should have gone out earlier. But what a final stand, Toby. What a final stand to put up against them.
Oh, it was incredible. Ever since we went down to 5 teams left alive, I feel like Multi-Circle Gaming did everything completely textbook perfect up until that very last fight against Virtus Pro. Were they overexposing themselves on the hillside where they didn't have to? Maybe. It could also just be, which is very likely, that Virtus Pro were just hitting shots that you can't really do much about. I mean, sometimes you peek a corner, someone instantly double headshots you, and you could go, sure, you should have maybe done something in return, but with the level of play we're seeing in these type of tournaments, sometimes you just can't really do a whole lot in response. And that first knock from Hirus and that for sure was one of them. It came in, he barely even peeked outside the window, and instantly Evil Lee fell down, and that opened up an entire site for them to push in now. Well, let's see down here, mid-up. They were in the end game last game. This time around, get out of that car. You don't want to be there. Does Longster go for it? No. Wise choice. So people land the compound. Don't expose yourself. Get away, get away, get away, and get yourself looted on up.
So we start up in the north and we head down towards the west this time round. We will see a northern circle come in. There's quite a lot of the land up towards past the river that runs from Pollyanna to Georgia Pole, so maybe we see a shooting range engine somewhere around that kind of neck of the woods. We shall find out with the next circle. It'll be the telltale sign. We could still get the 50-50 split crossing the river. Those circles are absolutely horrible because it really is a coin toss of where you want to be sitting. But again, some teams know how to kind of work with this. They've learned for many years in Abundance, the 2-2 splits, the putting yourself in that old position of making sure you're in a good position to be able to receive whatever these circles throw towards you. For everyone else down towards the south, a little bit longer to get inside this circle. Maybe in Abundance, you'll see a few of them kind of sitting towards the south end of the circle just because of the time it's going to take to get up there. For other teams, there is a possibility of maybe running it on the coastline. Georgia Pole's always a bit messy if any team's going to be lurking within the building. It's not somewhere you want to find yourself, especially because it's all the way up against the edge of the circle. Yasnaya, Na'Vi can play this one late if they want to, and whether or not they catch other teams in the late rotation is a different question altogether. Again, Na'Vi, we said before, Toby, they're not going to be someone who just goes dive bombing center just for the fun of it.
No, I mean, if there's a lobby, they could do it, and it should be this one. I'll go back to that in a second. But no, I mean, I agree with you. Na'Vi probably opting to sit with 2 on the west side of Yasnaya, maybe over towards the gas station, and then also maintain some sort of control up towards the north of that northwest of Yasnaya compound. We've seen them play around so many times before. But as I was just saying, I mean, this lobby, it doesn't really have that many center aggressive teams in it. It does have some, but overall, I mean, it's a pretty quiet lobby in terms of early game aggression. Of course, as long as you don't run your teammates over, that is. But for this team in particular, I mean, that's why we saw both last game and the game before around phase 4, phase 5. One of the teams, at least in my mind, also having covered EU for so long, it's the Na'Vi style of play. You can kind of say where you try and avoid confrontation for the big portion of the first 4, maybe even 5 circles if you can do that, and then you start going heavy later on. And that's why we've seen so many teams already coming in with 4 alive until the very end, and then going kind of pedal to the metal. And there are a lot of those type teams here: Gen.G, Virtus Pro, Navi. It's a very mid-late game heavy fighting set of teams we have here.
Meta Gaming, we're on your screen for all but a moment, and we'll stay in it for now. I can't even go further because I've been seeing this one unfold in the map for quite some time. E36 were just driving straight towards MCG. Now, whether or not this was just drawn their attention, because there is a drop around this area, so whether or not they've gone for the drop, okay, there's a Vector in play. We know what kind of game this is going to be. Pure Boy gets a response onto one and removes it. Tanks turned up off the back of the buggy to see if anyone's inside the garage. They do have a player on the opposing side who is upstairs, disconnected from the rest of the team. It is a 2-man band that will kind of sit that one. Lingdu on the outside. Now, he could be the real spoiler. It depends how aggro E36 wants to get here. How you know, who makes the first wrong move? Who's the one that wants to try and breach and get more fragging points?
I like the way that Evil Lee is maneuvering here. He knows he has a teammate over in the garage house on the other side. He knows he has Lingdu on the hillside. So if you're going to force a fight on the side of the compound where your teammates can actually help you out. Tank peeks on over, gets tacked on up. And I got to say, I mean, I did say coming into last game that Ensiforce was going to be one of those Joker teams. Oh, that nade could have been golden. Well, it's going to be one of those Joker teams as I was expecting to see more aggression from them than what I've seen in the weekly survivals and on their team as a whole. But seeing them pull up in a compound phase 1, I was not ready for this one.
Now all 3 of them are just kind of clumped up in here. Lingdu still lurking in the distance, and I do see a bolt action on him, so whatever happens here. They're not, I was about to say, I don't see multi-gaming maybe shedding all their utility until a potential knock comes through. If they get that one knock on the bolt action from the wilderness. Oh, okay, well all this noise has drawn some attention. Tension has instantly noted, though. That's the thing. Multi-circle gaming, thankfully, having Tank up there, has given them the info that DA are just trying to pick up some scrappy points if they can, and you know, it's a perfect opportunity to do so. The thing for DA is they just need to make sure that if they do get involved in this, they get a point, they get a knock, they do something, then they pull away from it. Don't commit to this. There's no point in losing players at this stage and just getting, you know, messy. Really messy PUBG and losing a player for the sake of not even grabbing a point or even 1 point. I don't think it's worth DA's time.
No, I mean, third parties are extremely hilarious until those guys you're third partying start shooting back at you, and especially if they start doing damage towards you as well, all of a sudden, you got to think twice about what your next move's going to be. So really, really liking the fact that DA, they came up, they thought they maybe were able to get an off angle on one, take one out, and then back off. They see them immediately being spotted, and they just say, you know what, okay, we tried, now we know who's up there, let's just back off of that one, and that's timing right there. Wait, okay, interesting. Either way, that happened. I'm sure that M200 gave him a first aid and a few boosters to get himself back to full HP.
I think some meds and a simple apology won't fix it. This is fine. This is totally fine. Amonot's reloading the double barrel, so clearly anticipating the potential compound breach. Both teams losing one individual player. I don't foresee them really doing anything, especially given the position on the map. I mean, hell, they can survive this circle, next one, potentially even the third one after. We shall see how it does fare. Both they will take the full bridge commitment coming off the back of Sosnovka. The only team I think down in Sosnovka, I do believe. This was a shot from Lingdu. I did see this one in the kill feed, but I didn't actually clip who it was or where it was from. Oh. Oh,
no.
Oh, my God.
Wow.
Thank you,
They repeated that. That was just for you. That was just for you, Sims. They gave you a repeat of that one. I'm sure of it. Just for you. And then you're the one casting to the end. They're like, you know what? We know he loves his bolts, and whew, that's the drive-by counter when you can just one-shot people out of cast like that. That's pretty terrifying. Not gonna lie.
Yeah, big fan. Big fan. It doesn't spell nothing for in the long term of it. The revive does come through, at least on the side of DA, but it is most certainly that warning shot that they needed to wake them up. A little bit of a, yeah, I'm glad we've actually moved to Gen.G because it just gives some information on what we're going to be doing on the transition here. DXG are actually parallel to Gen.G. So Gen.G are just by hospital, but DXG is just a hop, skip, and a jump on the coastal road to the left-hand side of them now. If Genji don't stop a hospital, they will actually catch them potentially, or at least they'll see them at the cross junction of the Western Georgia Port Bridge. T1's on the opposing side of it. They're not inside North Georgia itself. They've moved more to the green grassy pastures just to the right-hand side of it. Again, you don't want to get caught in those buildings. There's no point, given that it's all the way up against the circle's edge, given that the water's there as well. It's not going to go there. So committing now to Georgia Pole is just stupidity, and you're asking like to be in a bad position once the circle updates. Metagaming, Yasnaya, working the way around it. Navi is rather sporadically spread out and probably catches Meta a little bit by surprise, to be fair. Both of these teams actually are all in single individual areas, and no one's really even a 2 or 3 man band whatsoever. Oath are also getting involved in that eventually. They are on that transitional path, so just be aware of it. I think for everyone else, it's, apart from the mountainside, Toby, it's pretty much, it's pretty fairly quiet.
I do like how Genji is playing this one, even though they've given up Georgia Pole in terms of looting. They're coming back up here and they're saying we'll try and rotate out the way we normally do. And this circle, well, if they're fast enough, they can get something from it. And Onyx goes back into the vehicle immediately. Vanotika is over the hilltop, but I'm not sure he's in a position to get an angle on it. Nope, not going to happen. In Multi-Circle Gaming, another benefit of getting Evil Lee out of that building was that should they need to, they can now disengage towards the east, and that's exactly what they do. And they even get a crate on their way down towards the south. So, smart play. I think it was looted already, but at least they do get down here. They do get down here, they do get away, because everyone is sending their road down towards the south.
I went to the one place that a lot of these players were hoping it would not. The water now comes into a massive effect. It cuts 2 sides of the map off perpendicular, and with the Snaky River as well, it actually folds into the ruins. It's really probably a 60-40% chance that this goes down towards the south, and we still have that minuscule opportunity that goes up towards E36 and where the crate's still sitting. You can see how things are going down just by looking at this POV. Just dragging the car through the grass, hoping that somehow he stays alive. Evil Lee, first victim to fall for MCG on this transition. I don't think it's possible to... Actually, there's no one really over there with him, so maybe the revive is possible, but it certainly put a lot of people out of place. This shift as a whole, it's kind of scattered everyone. It's really thrown everything you were trying to build up to the wind.
I mean, coming into this rotation, there was a vast majority of players up towards the north. So having teams now come down south, and obviously no one wanting to cross the bridges if they don't have to, means they have to rev all the way back over east, or come in all the way back towards the west. And for the few teams that were down here already, trying to claim something in the center where there really isn't a whole lot to claim, just meant for teams trying to spread out, take control. You can see here, Wicked and Meta, they were one of the first teams down here, trying to find themselves into the dip in between the compound and the field. And they're getting peppered from all angles now because they simply opted to play in the open too early on in the game.
All these vehicles are just without tires. Like, yeah. I mean, you won't be rotating too much anyway once you've kind of committed to that area. That's really where you're going to be staying probably for the next two or three circles. We'd anticipate it comes down towards the south, and this isn't really a bad area to be working on the back of. You do have a lot of larger gaps you need to be aware of, especially if someone sets them up inside the buildings in front of them. That's where it really becomes problematic for working the Badlands areas, people like to call it, or the ridges and the spines that run through that. Like, it's workable, but once you get someone over by Water Tower, once you get someone maybe even by inside the pool of school, you get people in the buildings in front of you, it's like, well, really, there's nothing else we can do about just hide behind a vehicle and bop us heads down and hope for the best. Neil's hoping for the best with that driving, and so far the driving has been rather interesting this game. But you know what? Let's cheer everybody up. Here's a code. Come on, left-hand side, get it in while everyone else on transitions before this mad amount of action is about to unfold, because everyone still is waiting for this next shift, and what it's going to do to the lay of the land, I have absolutely no idea.
No, keep in mind, everyone, this one can still include all the water it wants to, as long as it doesn't center on it. And last circle, circle 1, we had 5 teams in the south, 11 on the north. This time around, we have 3 up towards the north, and the remaining 13 down south. We saw what kind of chaos kind of came through as that last circle went in the opposite direction of what we expected it to. Now let's see where this one is going. No, it cannot exclude water next circle. It can go anywhere. Next circle can go anywhere. There is no way we exclude all the water with the next shift. It should not be possible. have fun guessing, everyone. There's a roulette circle for you.
I mean, you'd have to, what? Because you've got an island in the middle, maybe northeast? Surely. Because even Watertown comes down, there's still some areas that you can't stand up in within those regions, and that's what it kind of quantifies of inaccessible terrain. Smash onto Infantry 9 on the rotation, comes through Watertown, is spotted instantly, and again, this is just going to be, like, kill feed casting. This will be manic, this will be messy, this will be all kinds of disastrous for many teams. It's really all about how many players you can bring in, and Metagaming, just like that, day trade. Says, thank you very much, that's 4 free points, we take them, we put them in the bag, and Meta go flying out of the lobby. Sonics, we hop on board with them, they're faring no better. Are they even inside this circle at this point? They are. They're just below ruins. They've at least made it in. But T1 have clear vision on what's going on here. Esther decides, you know what? Stuff the vehicle. We don't need it. It's fine. It's flipped. Don't bother flipping it back. Just get in and go, because we also are not inside this circle. Rosshawk has 4 teams in it, and it's against the edge. What is going on? I mean, to be fair, that's a good shot. If you were going to go somewhere like that, looks good for a circle.
I would think southeast as well, down towards Ross. Like, and that's why you can see so many teams opted to go in this direction, because they're probably thinking the same. We haven't had any more teams up to try and go up towards the north, because there really isn't a whole lot to play. Interforce 36 and Tianpa are the only ones up there. And also, we don't have anyone on what I like to call Bermuda, the little island in the middle there. There's no one playing, so it's phase 3, but the players right now are playing as if it's phase 5 in terms of how much terrain they're really able to take control of.
Oh, Snakers, you've got a nade. Go on, go up high and just throw it in there. Like, that ditch that they're in specifically is very, very small. It's very hard to misjudge a nade, and it just rolls down. I mean, the vehicles will kind of help them to some extent, but ultimately, I think for DA, it's if you're going to stay your feet like that is sketchy. I'd try and find somewhere else and bail out, maybe even try and pull to the back side of this. There's a little kink, pretty much opposite side of where Metralius is. You can kind of lay up there. But it's whether or not VP are just going to hold those compounds and be able to see into that. You could try and park the vehicles and do something. This is okay, but again, if anyone were taking up residency in Watertown, which they are, and we've already seen players go down from there, like DA is clutching at straws here. It's just trying to survive in the best way possible, and ultimately, I don't really. This is something, you know what I mean? Just, and again, it's better than nothing. That's the best way to wrap up DA's placement at the moment.
I mean, it's smart that they do extend it one dip further towards the west because of how Oath is sitting, and now Gen G over the top is helping them out. Let's see, next circle, it does go towards the southeast as expected. So for now, Rossak is going to be, and of course, keep in mind, everyone out there, next circle can go straight back into the pond. So we'll see. We'll see no rules apply for the next circle to come. It can be as brutal as it wants to be, and there is still plenty of open space in this circle that teams will have to fight for. And even though we didn't take that many casualties for the last shift, Sims, this one's going to be brutal.
Interesting. I don't know. I'm looking at this and thinking in my mind, is this the Playboys? Could you have not stayed in Rosshawk where you were and maybe hope for circle? Because if that circle goes to Rosshawk now, you know, there's still more water. They've got the one try to say they've gone closer to water, so late game. Maybe, I don't know. We'll see how it kind of plays out for now. Virtus Prone is doing exactly that. They're sitting inside the shack and they are going absolutely nowhere. Freak of Freaks, run the dungeon gauntlet, boys, because every single person is going to try and claim your scalp.
They wanted it too. Oh, he roots and pops him off the vehicle mid-air. That was all the way down from the shack. With a mini as well, great shot there. Wow! An Onyx Tri-Fire now attempting to take down. Oh, that he does succeed! That's one thing that these Gen G players have really been doing great, is the drive-by. Snakers, though, has an immediate response. Esther did find Rello, so Snakers is all that's left alive now for Oath. Gen G, still 2 players up. PO, solid attack coming in. Snakers down to low HP. There was a nade thrown forward, no damage done. PO wraps around the side. That nade is going to be a bit too far, but he does get the kill on the end of it, and the rest should be possible. But having said that, look at this. Na'Vi extending over the top. They heard the commotion. They want a piece of the action, but I think for Orange, he's realized now that it's a bit too late, and also they've got new company inside the city as well.
They do, but if there was a time to try and take out Gen G, if there was a time to keep this hillside clear, that was it. He saw it and just completely bailed. You saw Pio with the aggression just runs at him with a nade in hand. Stuff this, you want that spot, you got to fight for it. Same could be said if we come from Tiamba, full 3-man stack in the vehicles, all of them are here, and it's going to get rather messy. Evil Lee We've had some casualties on one side of it, and then we move instantly. And again, this is what we're going to be doing. We're just going to be bouncing back between fights, left, right, center, 6 waves from Sunday, and all over the place. Evil Lee gets 2 players in Linshun and Lorena. Shrimzy on the side of T1 as well. Aqua 5 gets found and down. Lorena gets responded on and is pretty much committed to the grave, unfortunately, with Evil Lee also doing the same. There's no response, excuse me. I completely missed that one altogether, but yeah, this is just...
Where are you going, Star-Lord? There are no dips available for you, buddy. Watch out, the vehicle is burning. Goat Margo, get away, get away. Oh, they're all realizing it. That could have been messy. Had they maybe lost 1 or 2, they could have allowed for another team to try and third-party them. But yeah, T1, nowhere to go, liking that they tried to wrap underneath, but just not a whole lot he could do. And now Adder left alone. Let's see, next circle can go to the water, and oh, we're going straight into that open field with the Brossack. This is brutal, and this is why VP made the rotation they did. It might seem like a last resort play, but they knew that no matter where you put the next circle, we will be in. So they say we couldn't take the fight. There was nowhere good for us to go to with the previous one. Let's just go center now, allow for everyone else to fight each other, and then we'll have a 4 alive late game and see if we can do something from there.
I'm trying to think in my mind if GXG just can IQ 9000 this and swim to the other side behind Rosshog, because that falls completely off behind Rosshog and you can't be seen. That nade is absolutely picture perfect! Oh my word! DA is just demolished instantly with no room for any response whatsoever, and Gen G just walked through them.
2 good nades, 1 good bullet, full team wipe comes in. And you were saying it, Sims, those dips, they do grant you cover, sure, but they also force you to sit terrifyingly close together. And if you aren't constantly aware of the teams that are within your nearby vicinity, you can easily be in trouble. And safe to say, DA came in trouble very quickly. Their trouble also ended with them going out there in 13th place.
Infantry. Time to step up to the plate and defend this one. Well, it's not inside the circle. Both these teams are just slowing each other down. Tiggleton is a little bit late. Goes for the drive-by instantly out of the vehicle. It's a nice play to get an angle. Can try and respond in kind. Oh, he's not been seen. Up against the blue. Instant knock. And they're all going to have to run for this one. It's phase 5. Yes, it won't kill you instantly, but still, any tags whatsoever, you're going to be melted by the blue. They'll try and deny it if they get the pickup, but ultimately, this is just... This is bad. This is all kinds of bad. You've got to go. You've got to go. There's no time to waste here.
Longsker is playing this so incredibly well. The way that he's backing off, knowing exactly what angles to take a look at once he's making that run. His Strims are going to deny it. I mean, Infantry can't really go anywhere before they deal with Strims. So you can see they really want him to peek. They don't want to have to sit around here in the blue. Once it hits phase 5, it's going to hurt even more. Lots of damage coming in. Longsker is going to go down because of it. Damage and kill denied, but Longsker is taken down. Don't go for the rest there, Xiaoyang. Please don't bother. Just get the heals, get going, and sprint forward, buddy, because once it hits phase 6, you are going to be dead. And I'm thinking that he might actually already be. I don't see how Xiaoyang gets to run this one all the way through.
Yeah, he's just chucking meds. Like, really nothing else
There's
he
nothing
can do.
you can do.
No, I didn't catch how many he actually had. Daytrader trying to run the same way what Division X did. I mentioned I expected these 2 players to run coastline because they are just occluded from vision. If they can go further down, now they've fired shots. That's the only problem, because you have rung the dinner bell, so to speak, for MCG. Now they know someone is around that corner. Long K finds the mark, and Fergus gets the second. They can't go too far, because then you will come into clear vision. Then you will come into line of sight of E36 inside that building. So this little plan that they had, taking the coastline, this is all they've got. So it got them into, top 10. How much further? I do not know.
That's your last first stage. Xiaoyang are going to make a run for it. They're going to try and shoot. I think he's going to try and shoot. You might as well do it now. Try and see what damage you can do. That's the last take. Down goes Infantry just outside of placement points. And I'm impressed. You know what? I'm impressed by these circles. We are forcing everyone to play down towards the south. They're caught in the edge of cities. We have 23 alive. And somehow, phase 6 has managed to go away, where when it popped, there were only 2 players inside the circle. That's brutal. Next level brutal. Everyone's forced now to fight in the open.
Gen G, full send. What else really can you do? It's a full barren wasteland, and maybe they try and take coastline in the same... Yeah, I think it's the same principle as what DXG's idea was earlier on. All the smokes are going to be there, but because of MCG being on top of an open garage, so to speak. Oh, well, the cover's gone now. Vehicle just goes flying through the air. Pio and Loki are just left to completely open and exposed to gunfire. And that's the only thing, like, for DXG, if they maybe could have kept their head down and stayed quiet, then you potentially, and it's a big if, maybe get into position of where Na'Vi are. It's just down this little hill is what they were thinking would be quite a secure position. Na'Vi now up against E36. This will be interesting. Utility's been committed. Presence has been noted if that goes inside. They just managed to get it around the corner. That would have been sick if Satu were closer to the door. E36 have the defense of their life in front of them.
Na'Vi, they're using practically all their utility, and somehow Satu not taking more damage with that one. And Force trying to hold off here. Amanut finds the first one. Tap goes down, and this is exactly what Gen G wanted to avoid. Same type play as VP pushed up earlier. They wanted to just get away from the edge, let all the other teams fight, and then wait for what is resulting of it in the end of it on the other side. And right now they're succeeding. Virtus Pro, they did have to leave their shack at one point, and now they're trying to take the fight to Minx, the last remaining player for Tian, but they are already inside the circle, but with very little cover. Spiro finds one in route and goes down in return, and now back to Na'Vi, trying to make this push on towards Interforce 36. They don't necessarily have to push inside, but they would have to deal with them in order to stay alive in this circle.
He puts one nade down and forces Amanot into the next room, then goes for the window next to it. The theory works, the molly goes up, and that should clip him. If the second player went for the res, it would have caught him also. Smokes are going down to allow Na'Vi's push into this, because Petrichor Road are wrapping. It's something to be aware of. If they run out of Rossok, then they're dead. So the only real safest way would be to try and get involved with the Na'Vi and E36. If they can clear them, they actually have some sort of map presence they could maybe work with.
You can see that Petrichor, they can't really peek over the top. They want to try in a third party, but they can't peek over with Multi-Circle Gaming and DXG shooting over towards them. Now, casualties come in for Virtus Pro. Every time they peek over the top, down they go. Spiro down to low HP, but Tulitz is using bandages. I mean, he was down to 1 HP as well. There's just not a whole lot you can do if you're VP player on that edge up against an MK in the hand of Tank once again. With everything considered, a pretty good game for Multi-Circle Gaming. Placement points guaranteed and kills to boot as well. Solid performance, and you can see Tanky knows it's a difficult one. He knows that there are so many placement points to find for every couple of seconds you can stay alive here.
Perfect gun to deal with. VP on the floor. Puts him to the grave with a Mark 14, and certainly with the level 3 gear in abundance. He might even be able to take the 1 versus 1 on long K should he catch him. All in the distance, Tank is still just, he's laying waste to VP. There's only one more of them standing, and then instantly he's just basically expelled all 4 of them. It would be quite sick. Nice little maneuver coming out of Petrichor Road. They know they don't have really too much to work with, so they're moving the vehicles out now and build themselves a bit of a wall, work off the back of it and work behind it. Spyro's got up close and personal, and his footsteps have been hidden by the sound of the smoke, so Tank won't actually know about this one, but as you can see, it's a mirror image. Both of them are laying down. Good job from Spyro to answer back and finally remove him, but the amount of damage that Tank did is devastating for VP. Senya's still looking up high. They don't realize exactly where E36 are going to be making their entry point to this one. They've worked their way outside the building, and ultimately it's just waiting for the safety of the smoke to be removed.
Yep, Senya trying to be the player, kind of the back foot of the team, preventing a potential push from Interforce 36 through this way. He's completely flashed out, and he is going to go down. Senya falls to Satu's solid hold from the Japanese team here, taking their time, but the time has been taken. Now it's maybe been too long for them, and yes, they will go down. Na'Vi get the better of the best of luck, finds Satu in the end, so Interforce fall in 6th place. 5 teams left allowed. Gen G, they did make the most of the push towards the center. This is what they hope for. At least we can get some placement points by going towards the center. VP will fall as well. 5th place for Spiro. And now for Petrichor, the 4-man team on the south side. They've played this one well. They played it slow out of the city, but they knew when to make the move towards the field. And now they have the numbers and the final circle.
Oh, but he's still looking for any beach dwellers that'll be lingering up against the edge. Probably clearly know that Fergus is there, and certainly with a shot. I mean, God, that did a lot of damage. Feeling just getting pretty... Ooh, okay. Thought he was... Yeah, it was a bit... Had to show what 100% happened there. Thought he was going to go instantly for the molly into Fergus, but very much realized that Na'Vi's right behind them, so just panics and hits the deck. Never mind, an absolute perfect nade seals the deal onto DXG. Now it comes down to now. He just broke his ankles. All right, fair play, Besto. Take that one.
2v4 now. PO did everything he possibly could to try and gain more points in what was a very much salvage type situation. Grinded his way to a few extra points with that final nade there. Now Petrichor 4v2. They know at least exactly where Bestelog is. They've seen him behind the rock. It's on orange to try and do something. Maybe you can see Petrichor's cover while they have the circle. They really don't have a whole lot to work with. Damage could easily be done towards them, and you can see they're low on ammo as well. On the flip side of that, Na'Vi trying to make the run on forward. Mammal throws one orange down. Now they know exactly where Bestelog is. That nade is going to seal the deal. And for Petrichor, quiet game initially, but they push out late. They hold the teams out, and they get themselves the win.
And just like that, jumps them into second place. If you can have a win with the 10 points and you can pick up boots to kill as well, the difference is substantial. It will send you flying up the leaderboards, and you can quite easily go from subpar bottom to very much up towards the top. We have a different winner, and this time it is Petrichor Road, so GG's to them. A 2 versus 4, really, with the lay of the land, it was going to be all kinds of difficult when it comes to Na'Vi, especially with the 3-1 split. You had 3 just facing down and denying Besto any movement whatsoever. Orange then has to respond to deny the push-up, gets banged out instantly. The trade comes off, and Petrichor Road will win. For VP, it was a bit more difficult. I've got to say, still, for MCG, Tank did so much work for him onto VP in the end, but to be able to pick up fragging points as well for MCG, it still at least keeps them at the top.
Yeah, kills and placement points to boot. And again, we've talked about it before. If you're as a solo player, after all your teammates go down, if you can get yourself maybe two, maybe 3 points, you're looking at a pretty good salvage situation for you and the team. I think both for Tank and for Pio's perspective, they got their team somewhere along the lines of 4, maybe even 5 points after their teammates died. So a very good performance by them too, for sure. But I mean, going back to Petrichor, I love what they did this game. They came in from the north, they played it quiet, they allowed teams in, but they always knew we only allow you in because we're in a better position. So really smart play all the way through on that one, Rich.
Yes, indeed. For now, we're going to pass it back to Steve and the Des team to break down game number 3 a little bit more.
Thank you very much, gentlemen, and congratulations to Petrichor Road, who wins a game with a circle that was maybe 1 in a mil. But you know what? They Aches left Razak at the right time, and though it was a bit of a long shot, they left Na'Vi calling out for their mamus as they took that victory and a big win. A lot of points. Godspeed. Why don't you break down the end of that match for us?
Yeah, Petrichor. I really don't like you, Steve. Petrichor played really, really well, and I think to Toby's point as well, they did exactly what they were supposed to do. Nice little hearts. Yeah, they let the teams in front of them think they were safer, that they had a good position, and then they slowly surrounded those teams, encompassed them, and then they just destroyed them. So very well played to Petrichor overall.
Yeah, for sure. And if I told you this team had 50% more points than Gen G in last week's final, you'd be like, what? There's no way. Yeah, that's true. Petrichor Road had 45 points last week, and Gen G only had 30, so they actually performed quite well. They only finished on 14th, though, so I'm really looking forward to seeing if they can kind of double down on this and be a little bit better than this one. They had some solid choices. They also had to leave. Remember when we saw this circle pop in circle 2 and it centered on just north of the Watertown area? They were on the north side. They came from the no lean compound area and had to drive in. So absolutely no gifting here. They played their hearts out to get into a good position for this one.
Yeah, they did. And DA, they tried so hard, but it was just 2 grenades that literally took out all 3 members, and the shots coming out at the end from Esther. But I mean, there was so many teams here on the Southwest that just had to cannibalize each other, and just to survive, just to get a member or 2 out here. We saw Shrimsy valiantly take 1 more member down before he went, and that was from infantry. And then Genji tried to make something of nothing. They sent it to the middle. They saw that the middle was open, but ultimately it wasn't that great. They were surrounded by other teams, and then Tank as well as VP were able to get some kills here or there. Then we saw this fight up with Na'Vi and Enterforce up in the north side of Razak, Martin.
Yeah, for sure. Like overall, in general, this is probably one of the hottest areas. Look, you see here from our overhead shot, there's so little cover. We have a few rocks, there's a few trees, but smokes and utilities is really what gets you going here. Like if you don't keep that, then it's going to be such a rough time for you. Nice, perfect nade there in the end for Petrichor Road to finish it off with 8 kills.
Awesome victory. Congratulations again to them. And 8 kills spread out across the team, so everybody doing their due diligence. Let's take a look at the match results for that one. Petrichor walks away with 18 points, but the guys who have been slowly climbing that board in almost a secretive manner, Godspeed, Gen G, get themselves up to second because of the kill count. They went out in third, but that doesn't really matter. It's all about points right now as they continue to climb. And Virtus Pro, who has yet to not finish a game in the top 4, if you're looking at strictly points, continues a dominant showing.
Gen G has been just, as you said, quietly getting kills here or there. Obviously, it wasn't quiet when they took out DA very quickly. But yeah, this is what Gen G likes to do. They're very methodical. They push the pace on the edge they're trying to play, as I said before, and then they will slowly constrict, either pushing teams off their position completely or just killing them outright. And VP as well did a very good job working their way through that very dense west side of the circle. So overall, if you're a Gen G or VP fan, as two of the people here on the desk did pick, you're looking pretty good.
Yeah, and
for sure.
You said it wasn't a quiet elimination, Martin, but that was one of those, we've played this game for a long time, right? There's like headshots where you just drop dead that are very discombobulating, and there's the sound of a grenade landing at your feet. And in this situation, they literally heard it, and all 4 of their comms just cut off, right? So that was beautiful play by Gen G against DA. Sadly for them, but great for Gen G.
For sure. I mean, those nades overall, like they've stocked up way too many. There's 3 casts on top of each other. Like all the cover that they had was the cast, so they had to play around it. So even if they hit prone and try to survive it, the car explosions would have gotten them. So like perfect nade, perfect combo though, and also good control from that area in general from Gen G. I'm kind of surprised they managed to get into such a high placement because they were in a really rough spot.
Yeah, let's talk about the rough spot. I mean, this entire circle thing was rough. We've had crazy circles in the past, but it was sort of like phase 3 said, hey, phase 4, hold my drink, right? And went right in the middle of the river. It caused a lot of chaos. In fact, we'll get into that in just a second. I want to take a look at the overall leaderboard because, like, again, $700,000, right? Godspeed, walk me through this bad boy.
Multi-circle gaming, as I believe Martin coined the phrase, incremental improvements, I believe, Martin. You can correct me if I'm wrong, something along the lines. But yeah, multi-circle gaming has slowly been showing us that this is the team that we thought they were going to be when they showed up initially. And then Gen G obviously is here as well. Sonic's last couple games, I mean, obviously they won the first one. Last couple games haven't been ideal. And then even Enter Force, and I got to give it up actually to Enter Force and DXG. I was really hard on Enter Force the last game. They managed to get a nice little top 6 finish for themselves. And then DXG so far has been consistent in their first weekly finals.
Yeah, not bad. It's impressive to see. I think a lot of us may be a little surprised to see Petrichor in second place. Again, sort of crept up on that. Something that I am personally surprised by, Martin, is Oath in 16th, performing even worse than Enter Force.
Yeah, they Enter Force had a decent game here in this one. Actually, they got a few points on the board, got a little bit of placement as well. 3 kills in 6th, fine for them. While Oath, they had a rough one in general. Knowing Oath, I think that they're gonna strike back. This is rough. Obviously, they're gonna have 2 more games today and 5 more tomorrow. So I'm not too worried about them, but a little bit worried about my bet with James though.
That is a good point. We'll get deeper into that as the tournament goes on, but I think you may owe him quite a bit of money. Let's talk about the circles. We sort of started that conversation a little while ago. Phase 3 centered up on the fork in the river, for lack of a better way to explain it. How obvious was the phase 4 shift, Godspeed, and did you see teams adjust accordingly, or was it still pretty much up in the air?
It wasn't completely obvious. I mean, you heard us talking in the green room. Martin and I thought actually it was going to go 2 different places. I thought it was James Kalaris, myself thought it was going to go southeast. Martin thought it was going to go hard north, and we were kind of all wrong. It went just hard east, and that pushed out a lot of teams. And the other thing about that circle as well is we're used to seeing circles that, around Rozhok or even the waves just to the southwest of it. The problem is like you said, it was just on the actual center of the road where the water is. So not only are you getting the edge of Watertown, which isn't that great to play, you're also getting that one compound with the flat top, as well as the one yellow just to the east, or excuse me, the west of Razak. And then in the middle of that, there's absolutely nothing. We saw where Genji tried to send it in the middle, where they saw it was clear, but it didn't matter because they were still surrounded by everyone. And there was absolutely zero cover. That was a brutal circle to play.
For those of you who are new and joining us, we talk about the settings very rarely because at the end of the day, that's sort of just the way the game is set up. But it does come into play sometimes, Martin. Can you give a very quick explanation for some of those who may be joining us for the first time on what we mean when we talk about that sort of Phase 4 shift?
So the Phase 4 shift has a setting that is in the game that is used in ranked mode games. So if you use this as well, I play this as well, this is something you use. And also in our super rule set, PGI.S rule set, which is used by all official tournaments. In Phase 4 and in Phase 8, the circle will go away from water. So we don't have a situation where, you know, in 2017, 2018, we see a lot of people just going straight for the river and just trying to swim. That got nerfed in 2 cases. The first one was the land ratio is going away from water in Phase 4 and 8. And the second one is that you take 10 times as much damage as you did back in the day. And instead of drowning in 35 seconds, you start drowning after 10 seconds. So double nerf to the swimming in the rivers to try to survive from placement. That got completely removed back in late 2017, early 2018.
Awesome. For those of you watching, I'm sure you've noticed the drowning change. But yeah, if you're in ranked, maybe you didn't know, maybe you're getting started. That is a little bit of something you take with you. Phase 4 will move away from circles, so plan your rotations accordingly. Enter Force up on screen. They planned a good rotation, Godspeed, but they got stuck because Na'Vi would not let them out of that building in Razak, and they just basically flamed them in and locked them down.
This is one of those situations where I want to be really critical about Enter Force and them being passive, but that position really wasn't the greatest for them to flex out and do any damage to Na'Vi. And to be fair, Na'Vi actually played that really well with the way that they surrounded it. So even still, I'm glad to see that Enter Force was kind of in the mix at the end.
2 games left to play. Martin, is there a team that's caught your eye as we've watched the first 3 that we should watch as we get ready for the end of this day?
Yeah, of course, MCG. Like I didn't have them in my kind of top 4 bid for this one, but after looking at how well they've been doing, you know, not qualifying, they disappointed us in week 1, not qualifying, disappointed us in week 2 by getting 15th, but then week 3 they came back 5th, last week 3rd. If this is like the rise, this is the best one for them. They could come out and win this one for sure with this kind of momentum they're bringing in.
Yeah, agreed.
It's all about momentum. And while some teams like DA and Multi-Circle Gaming have had slow starts and are picking up steam, it is anybody's game. Let's go to 2 gentlemen who never have a slow start. It is our casting team, Toby and Sims.
You know why that is, Steve? Because coffee exists in the world. Otherwise, I would be absolutely screwed. For now, we have a very low flight path. We start over by the west and we head down south towards Sosnovka Island. Toby, is this writing the story for a Millie finish?
It very easily could be. It is for sure writing the story of many teams having to look to ulterior drop spots. There are quite a few of the teams on this in this lobby in particular that like the west and southwest side of the map, so it shouldn't be too big of an issue. But there will for sure be some teams that will have to look to different areas of the map than where they would normally opt to go one of them. DA, meanwhile, they do like looting the west side of Sosnovka. It's an ulterior spot for them. And look at the infantry. Are they contesting DXG and Fairy Pier? I know they've been around here. I know they've had them around. I know they don't like having them around. If there's a team that don't shy away from an early fight, that's infantry. They're hot dropping them in Fairy Pier.
We've got a hot drop, and DXG are actually kind of pushing away from the fold here. So the question is, did they take the vehicles and just bail on it? Have they just bottled this one completely and don't want to... I think they're going to commit to the 4-man stack and just get the hell out of here, which...
Yeah.
Longscore's above them, and he'll be watching this one and kind of... He'll be laughing, especially if he tells the rest of them, what the full team, you know what, this is clear now. If we get this kind of ending... Excuse me, start again... Oh, go on, Einsight wouldn't come out of the car. Please do it. Please do it. Well, that's it now. Like, if we have another circle like this... Excuse me, a starting point like this, Toby, that's... Infantry have got it. They've pushed an opponent out, and they now own that area.
The only thing is, what do they lose by overtaking this? Because what happens in response to this is what infantry would normally be looting. The 12 stack, all the compounds up towards the northeast, over towards the farm and snake compound. DXG are just going to take it. So by hot dropping them and saying, you shall not take one of our 4 compounds, they all 4 now have to loot 1 compound, and they gave up the other 3. So what do we see next game? DXG doing the same thing and opting or hoping for infantry to not go after them? Because right now, I mean, I'm looking at infantry. They have 1 car. They're all looting within Fairy Pier. And yes, I know that super settings, loot and rank loot in general is much better than your usual loot. But 4 people in Fairy Pier? I don't know about that one, Steve.
The circle, it's I mean, it's kind of polar opposite to where I anticipated. To be honest, I was hoping we were going to get a Sosnovka finish, but we're not this time round. We go all the way up to what could be North Georgia, Paul. It is quite high up towards the north, and we do see an abundance of the northern coastline. Severny touching within reaching distance, so we shall see. Petrichor Road may have read that one and understood the lay of the land, so they are spreading out between Severny shooting range a little bit further into the hillside compounds just above Rosshawk. E36 is up there. Tiamba still is on transition. They're actually heading further afield and further up. They could stop actually at the crossroads, a little cubes, and maybe bottleneck some players. We shall see. It depends if the loot actually allows them to do so. T1's also driving. Starlord's probably going to hit just the side of the mountain and maybe get a little look in the lay of the land of what's going on around them. For other teams that will have the furthest route to go, Freak of Freaks, Milta Power, Oath, inside Millibase itself, Gen G, Milta, MCG to a lesser extent, just above the farm compounds. They're also on a transition path early as well, so sure they get there pretty easily. 336, it's really, where do you set up shop? You're in North Georgia, you're smack bang in the center of the circle.
I got a question on this one while we look at Longskirr slowly and steadily making its way down towards Norrens. I got a question on this one, Sims. How many teams by the end of this circle, once phase 2 pops, will be north of the river, and how many will be south?
5 north. I don't know, because south is... I'm
5,
thinking where they are now. It's, yeah, that's what I mean. When you look at that, there's still only a small amount of land to be playing with. Oh, never mind. Yeah. There's actually action going on. Wait, we got a trade. It's VP and Sonics. That's actually on. You spoke about the Bermuda Triangle, Toby, and, well, people are going into it and not coming out of it again.
It sure seems that way, Shrimsy. Know that he connected a good shot onto one. And Salute trying to back off. They have 2 on this side. There might be damage to be done on this side of the hill. You can see right now Batulins is trying to run over and help out. And that's kind of been the story for all. You're drowning. You're drowning, Lou. There's no way you're getting out of the water. Is there? That's going to be a close one for sure, despite the fact that we can't see his breath there. It must have been a close one, guaranteed. 4 HP, can't heal while you're in the water. Find somewhere safe to go and get yourself healed on up. Batulins, now he's here. Now he's ready to help out. That's been the thing. Virtus Pro, when they've engaged in these fights, they just haven't been the full team there fast enough. Fortunately now, the storm, the immediate storm, has kind of been weathered. Ooh, solid attacks coming in further towards the southwest. Now finally, Longskir's made his way into the compound. The fight has started there. Norrens falling down, and Poochus down to half HP. Will go for the rest.
Ollie up inside the window. Wait, Sonics is gone. Sonic, I'm sorry we haven't been. I'm so sorry we've not been able to show you that one. Like, I'm so surprised. I can't believe he's got away with that with a shotgun. He's literally got the triple kill.
No, M24. Even better.
Excuse me.
Even better. Oh, Sims, you lost the triple M24 there. That's gotta be right in the field, huh?
If we can get a replay, it'd be good to be able to see not only from a bolt action perspective. Sorry for miscorrecting the shotgun side of it. I just looked over from the fight that we were on with. I thought he pushed him, or they pushed him in some way, and he just turned around with a shotty and banged them all out. But yeah, that's crazy that he's done that to them.
That is pretty sick. Let's see now. First, he picks one off. Second one tries to make a run for it. And Luke goes, nah, Tickleton, you ain't going nowhere, buddy. Bada bing, bada boom. Oh, Lou, you absolute beast.
Thank you very much for showing us, observers. Bang on. That's you can't ask for really any other way to solidify a team. They just try and escape the path, but the M24 denies it. For VP, though, out of the frying pan and directly into the fire. The last player in the distance, they've let Spyro approach this one and lured them into this false sense of security. Sparking was hoping one of those bullets would land and maybe they could do something, but now the game has been given up. And VP will choose an alternative route. They'll turn, face the different way, but the problem is now Tiamba's actually on the opposing side of that bridge.
Yeah, this crossing ain't gonna be easy, that's for sure. And the thing is, how much do you really want to commit? I mean, okay, so Virtus.pro and the Sonics, well, we didn't see what led to that fight. I assume, and I kind of take for granted that they just tried to cross at the same time and ran into each other there. I would be surprised to see either of the two maybe have set up a bridge camp. So I think that's what caused the initial engagement. And now, I mean, Virtus.pro, as you say, they're not a passive team. They just opt to try and wait with fighting until later. Here, they get 4 kills. They're not going to be complaining about that because they didn't lose any players off of it either. So I wouldn't expect to see, even if they did realize that Tiamba was in Cube, to try and go for more fights, especially when we're only in phase 1.
Disappointed myself making the mistake of a shotgun and a sniper rifle.
They do look very similar. I will give you that.
I'm still disappointed. Like I love, you know me and sniper code. Like, yeah, it was. I was kind of probably more shocked at seeing them die when we had one fight on a screen, and then you just see Sonic's eliminated so early. So it kind of took me completely by surprise. But nevertheless, here we are, and these things happen within PUBG. Let's get the lay of the land and take a closer look at this circle, unless RV and Infantry want to try and take a stab at each other towards Radio Tower. So we'll see these two teams kind of playing off the back of Gatka Fields, in between the wheat fields and the Radio Tower itself. Georgia Pole's going to be holding day trade. T1 is within that fray, and so is Tiamba as well, rolling off the back of the mountainside. E36 have really not left the safety of North Georgia Pole. They're being around the top side of it, aiming more towards MCG or hold the crossroads, Afrika Freaks and Severny. I'm surprised also as well, VP actually got away from the fight onto metagaming. They didn't lose any players. They managed to wrap back on the bridge. They've gone back into the compounds just above Rosshawk, but it could be no rest for the Wicked, as Wicked himself will actually have two teams potentially hitting the backside of Ruins. DA, Oath, Genji I don't think will go through because they're too far towards Rosshawk. The only team that's not within this circle is DXG. They're over by Yasnaya.
Yeah, I mean, while there's a little bit of quiet time, I would assume that it's gonna be somewhat quiet for the next 30 seconds, just until the new circle pops. That being, of course, if Silson doesn't up to shoot at Starlord, has spotted him up on that roof. We'll see now if any damage will come of it. He's seen him. Starlord clearly no idea that Silson is around here. Will he go for the shot? You are alone, buddy. If you get knocked here, there's a little time before your teammates can pull up. And also DA, they are coming into this territory, so maybe Silson will just sit around. But no, I mean, let's see now. Enter Force 36. They're sitting center. I liked what Godspeed said before with how, oh my lord, that is a north shift. Let's you know what, Godspeed, I'll credit you in a second, Godspeed. We have something else to talk about right now, and that's this north shift. Let's go. Let's rotate. Let's get on up there, because there's a long way ahead of a lot of these teams right now, Sims.
Yeah, this is a bit of a smash and grab, especially if you're in towards the north. There'll be a few places that you can take as prime territory. Afrika Freaks will take the hillside compounds and the front side of shooting range. VP might actually commit towards the shooting range. They sent Batulins out as a sniffer dog to try and find a point of entry first, with the rest of them will follow in tow. But Genji has been pretty much hot off the heels. They're already looking over this. That's keen overwatch from the right-hand side over by the west.
I like how they're sending it full speed forward, trying to maintain some sort of control out towards the east. Flash, I don't think you're going to see that vehicle go past. I see that. Okay, the magic happens. Flash gets his vehicle back to normal, but it is a vehicle that's already putting out quite a bit of dark smoke, so you don't want to make too many more rotations, especially not in the nearby vicinity of opponents. Oath, they're coming in as one of the last teams, trying to wrap their way up, and Virtus.pro, they've made their way on. Here are your Genji. Esther, last one to cross, has DA right behind him.
That could apply a little bit more pressure if he wanted to and try and... Oh, dang chip. That's a drive-by in the distance. Still in the vehicle. Venotica goes down. Lorena's inside, looking to see if T1 want to make any kind of approach at the moment. They're just wandering around on vehicles. He gets out of it. The safety net, unfortunately, this time will not be with him. It is Tiamba who control the compound itself. Ada, however, has a different angle of approach. And Sean looks through the window. Problem is Dangche in a position to even really give him any cover fire here? Probably not. With an AUG to hand as well, we'd have to assume the level 3 gear will give him a good amount of survivability. And Dangche is the last player from T1 to try and have to do something. Goes down. E36 comes through in the kill feed, and third party will begin to unfold.
Thank you, Interforce 36, because, oh well, now he does go down. He's going to get flush all that as well. Yep, Dangche finds himself a freebie there, but I was just going to compliment them, and I guess to some extent Godspeed as well, because last game, Interforce, Godspeed said it wasn't the right rotation for them to make into the city the way they did. I think the rotation itself was right, but it just doesn't suit their playstyle. We've seen them so many times now, Interforce, in positions where a team like Virtus Pro, Na'Vi, Gen G would be enjoying themselves, would be feasting on kills on the edge of the circle, but the way that Interforce 36 has been positioning themselves so far, it just hasn't really worked out with their playstyle. They've been in spots where I go, great, this is going to be that 5, 6, 7, maybe even more kill game for them. They go out with 1, because they just aren't to take on those heavy hitters on the side of the circle. So seeing them now try and go somewhat center, and third party, some teams try and make more space for themselves, is great. Only issue is now they're starting to fall apart again.
Promo code left hand side, get it. Can. It's yeah, I'm just trying to kind of figure out where this circle's going to be going next. You'd have to assume middle, given that the coastline kind of bops out in the middle side of it. MCG will be in a good position. Flash will be in a good position, but unfortunately, he's the only player for his team. I do believe VP can kind of hold it and maybe move a little bit towards their left-hand side, but it puts them closer within reaching distance of Petrichor Road. We'll see if that hillside or coastline does play a factor. Actually moves, okay, well, yeah, all right. Still a bit of water in play, but it should just come forward, so VP then opts to go back. Petrichor, they'll stay at the feet. Difficult, dire straits, Na'Vi, Oath. Severny, at a lesser extent, Severny has to come out, and once they do, DXG are just open to gunfire from that hillside because the Freak of Freaks control the entire ridge.
I'm looking at them, and we just saw DA on the east side of Severny. Where are they hoping to be able to rotate off of this? I'm very surprised to see DA try and send it up north around the city rather than try and find a south side approach where they know the circle is still in. They were tanking the blue for a while. They were sitting around trying to wait for a play to be made, but I mean, correct me if I'm wrong, I just don't see them trying kind of squeezing up on the north side of the circle being the smarter play in this situation.
Snakers. Spots 1. Tiamba, I'd assume with these two players, they won't go completely beelining it. They do have Lin Shun and Lorena outside of it who could maybe wrap and get a deeper angle onto Oath. Genji's going to commit to the shack for now, but this actually isn't inside the circles. They can't do it for too long. Oath have just said, you know what, stuff it. Full-blown send. No time for the rest of Tiamba to get towards it, but it doesn't matter whatsoever. Mings finds the first one. Reload down. The rest of Oath are going to commit into the fold here. Nade was in his hand to be thrown, and ultimately it does kill him, so rather unfortunate, but it is what it is. Mings is tanking the molly, and they're pushing into this while he's burning away. It's the good time to do so, but all of a sudden, a support fire, or suppressing fire, if you will, comes in. I like that from these guys in the outskirts.
I was just going to say, how long does it take before Oath realizes that not all the players are inside the compound? Lin Shun is doing a hell of a lot of damage. Finds the first knock onto Pat Caps as well. Balefront is down low. That nade just a bit too far. Mings doesn't want to push around the back. I like that. Use your teammates where you have them now. He is going to make the run forward. Molly is going to isolate him. He's going to take him down. Balefront does find one. That's M200 going down, and now Snaker is the last player from behind. Has to try and see if he can make a play. Finds one with the drive-by. Will try and take him out in the end of it, but no! Lorena, the other edge hillside player, gets him down, and they will keep all 4 alive. And not only that, but 7 kills booted already, and we're only in phase 3. Such a smart play coming in from Tiamba there.
That is a massive, massive hold from Tiamba to be able to do that. But most importantly, to be able to keep it clean, all 4 players standing, is huge. Great support work comes out from the 2 players on the outskirts. Simultaneously, keeping them focused on the mid, but then the 2 players just be able to wrap around and to get into some disgusting angles to force the fight. It's a good showing. It keeps them alive. perpendicular to the map as well. It's not necessarily great, but you know what? It's something. Circle updates, they're already in vehicles, they're already on the move. So they will continue the floor. Petrichor Road is off the back of the plane crash, so just be aware of them in case they want to come and try. And if they've heard these shots and have some sort of indication where Tiamba will be coming in, maybe they push out early and preempt the push. You could actually flood away the plane crash because it's still quite elevated in terms of land, and it stops you falling and just rolling off into shooting range where everyone's going to have a field day where you quite literally. The Freak of Freaks are forced to re-wrap off the back of that hillside, given that MCG have one of these, if not strongest compound currently within this circle, at least for now. VP can go downstairs. It would be rather unfortunate if someone decided just to park up and block it, which we have seen before with certain angles can't be able to get out of it. Everyone else has to fall up to the firing lines here. That's going to be Linshun, the first one to fall down to Senya. DXG between Meta Gaming. I think it's actually DA also been able to get an eye line in this.
DA currently sitting all players inside the shack out towards that northeast side of the new circle. It's going to be hard for them really to have much of an impact as long as Virtus Pro has an eye on them. But I was looking down towards infantry. I mean, this is one of the areas of the map that infantry really like playing on foot. They push down slow, they try and take control, and now they're going to take a fight to Petrichor in the meantime. Gen G trying to find an angle of approach, and if they continue north around on this, they might actually find themselves into a good spot. A Freak of Freaks opted to go further west than Esther. Oh, Lou is feeling it today. Lou is feeling it. First, he deals with Sonic's bolts one out of the vehicle, and now that tap there. That is painful.
That is sick. That's what that is. That is an absolute treat to watch. Oh well, if you're going to be on fire, this weekend is the time to be doing it with 300 grand for first place on the line, setting yourself up for success in today. Gives you a bit more of a buffer for tomorrow. Freak of Freaks, Metagaming, 7-8, Day Trade, 9 points respectively. All these teams down the lower side of the board really need to get a good game behind them before tomorrow's Championship Sunday starts. A Freak of Freaks on 7 is probably not where I anticipated. Remember, they've already won a week. It was very early on. It was week number 1 when the money was much lower. As we go down the line, it just escalates at an unprecedented rate. So these final 2 weekends are the most vital and most important. M200 is confirmed by Best Up. Now the question is for Na'Vi, have you left your back flank open? Could there be a team that just backbuilds here upon you? A Freak of Freaks gonna be that roster? We shall see.
I love how Freak just pushed over this hilltop. They saw that as soon as Na'Vi went into the vehicle, they called the bluff. They said, we know that they're trying to play a split right now, and let's try and see if we can punish them. Unfortunately, they weren't quite fast enough to deal with it. Ike's left. Such a terribly dangerous player. Solid attacks coming over the hilltop there. Let's wait and see. New circle's going to pop. Where are we going? Towards the north. And for everyone sitting on the south side right now, you can kind of see that dirt road down towards Flash from Day Trade. That's all open downhill pushing from them. So everyone, I would assume, will try and see if they can get off this hill as fast as possible and maybe get down to the lowlands in the center of the circle. Petrichor, Infantry, 2 of those teams will have to do exactly that.
That's an opener. Silzen will try and follow up with it to get the confirmation. Now an avenue of approach. If there's someone else there, at least push them back for now. Hyruzen is committed to the grave by Pio, so a trade-off from earlier on. One of the players in transition caught them well and truly. Dangche is still going, by the way. Yeah, this is like single-handedly 4 frags. Not a bad job, especially when you're a solo in a shack. There's nothing else you can do, so picking up as many points as possible for T1. And he's doing a pretty decent job. Good response from DXG for now. Puts Batulin's back and silence him for all but a second. Lou is then forced now to run the engagement here and give him the backup that he needs. It's a bit of a domino effect here because honestly, I'm not entirely sure who's going to strike first. Never mind, I'll shut up. It's actually E36 who will strike. There is an answer back though. Hansia goes on to Pure Boy, but that absolute mine was put down and it landed perfectly.
I love that having become a thing in this game. As soon as you get pulled up on, you underhand a nade out the window to try and, if they pull up right behind you, make a play on it. Solid response in that one. They get down to Amanut with a double, get the flush confirmed just after. Now Na'Vi, if Amanut is lucky, maybe he will deal with the Kari for him. The only issue is they're probably going to deal with him immediately after. One gets tagged. First one knocked. That's going to be tapped, but immediately after you see Orange finding the knock onto one there. The kill feed is completely popping off, and there it's going to be Amanut mollying himself. Not sure exactly how that came to be, but the Kari will fall as well.
VP has gone full commitment onto the side of DXG. They'll take the vehicle over and loot. The distraction's there. So it's job done for VP, and they are inside. Oh, that thing's rolling. Go careful. Don't crawl in front of it. Just didn't happen before. I don't want to be seeing it again. So eyes up for the teams on the mountainside. They should be able to have a couple of cheeky angles they can try and utilize. Senya passes that through the letterbox, and it should be GG for a Freak of Freaks. EJ, if he didn't burn from that, then he'll die from the nade following up either way. There's nothing else really he can do. From 4 kills up to 6 on the side of Dangcha, I tell you, he's carrying T1 in this game.
He's doing absolutely everything he can to grab more points for his team. He knows that with the amount of players that were alive before, placement points is probably optimistic, so might as well try and see how many people you can take down before you fall yourself. Great play from the solo already, Ragnar. Solid attack comes in towards Xiaoyang. That's going to be infantry out in 10th place in meta. It's been a quiet day for them overall. Only 7 points, I believe, coming into this game, and now into placement points, they go 19 alive in total, but they're down to just a duo, having to force their way out the hill. This is going to be such a hot game for them. So many teams already having taken casualties. Only 2 teams are left with 4 alive.
VP can stay their feet for all but a moment. If they go peering over this hillside, they need to make sure they've got an aid in hand. Quick pull-up comes out from the side of Petrichor Road. Shots are already in abundance. The breach is done, but damage is also there from Na'Vi. They have a full read on this, and they'll be watching it like a hawk for quite some time. Yeah. Thankfully, MCG is not within the fray. You know what? I'm going to shut up because he's banging him through the door. Good lord, that angle. That is just, that's awful. No.
When you thought you were safe, well, somehow they are still alive. He is trying to res it once more. You can see now Batulans as well. Virtus Pro having trouble on the hillside. They are inside the new circle, so all they have to do, which I make sound easy, is to hold out D8, but here they come full speed forward. Komako is in the vehicle. Smash trying to run forward as well. They are up on the hillside. Molly's thrown, Flash is thrown. Lou knows that trouble is brewing. Lou 8 kills in this game already. We'll see if he can find more.
Well, the mollies have gone down either side of the tree. It's been quite preemptive from DA. Simultaneously line them up.
Wow.
And they wipe out VP in quick succession. So good job working in tandem. I like that. They're preemptive and they're working together as a roster. So GG's. And now Ike's left. Quick pull up onto the side of Besto. Try and ram the vehicle over onto him. Go on, keep pushing. Crush him underneath it. Hop on board with Petrichor because Rhodes, excuse me, you're going to see a few nades from a different angle also. So it's very back and forth between these two rosters, and in fact, the same goes for Genji and Dier, about to meet up on the other side of the map. It's only the last man standing in terms of PO. We're moving to our top 4. MCG, Toby, today is looking like a monstrous team.
I mean, they haven't had to do a whole lot this game. It's been very quiet for them, only 2 kills so far. But if there's one team, no one would have wanted to have inside that compound, that's going to be Multi-Circle Gaming. Already sitting first place coming into this one. And now, with 4 alive, they are looking very, very good here. There are still 2 circles to go. We'll see if they can find their way outside of the compound, or if maybe Petrichor can get themselves into a better angle. The thing is, they know they still have DA to the south as well. So playing on the north side would leave them open, potentially to DA. I'm curious to see how DA plan on playing this one, because they would be most likely the first team to try and make a move.
Quick pause and a calm before the storm. DA all the way up against the edge, and for everyone, they have to make a mad dash for the middle, but no one wants to do it early. By doing it early, you're just kind of committing yourself to the grave because everyone's going to be looking, waiting, lurking. Petrichor Road do have the small advantage that they are slightly on a defilade, but it is only tiny. Kind of play this roadside, but no one's safe within the circle yet. And once they do start to wander out here, they then get open towards the side of D8. MCG, I suppose, biggest advantage is those buildings. They can play for them. They can try and get some different angles of approach and line of sight into players. And Tank's been on the roof for quite some time. He's basically just pinning 2 people down inside. They can't really move from it.
He's essentially been the only one with an angle on opponents for the majority of this game. Full multi-circle gaming ever since a Freak of Freaks wrapped around the side. They never really had anyone to deal with up there. And I've got to say, I mean, looking at Petrichor right now, they have 10 more points already than they did in the entirety of last week. Last week was the first time that Petrichor made weekly finals, and they're on a whole other level now. Everything that worked against them last week in terms of their fights have worked for them this time around. Here you go, Marco tried to find himself some safe space in the wooden shack, but ain't gonna happen. It will fall apart once bullets come towards that shack, and no cover for him to stick around with. Smash now forced to make a move. I'm not sure where it goes here. Just send it forward. Hope you can crash down and maybe get top 2.
Here comes the push. It's a valiant last attempt. So the tree, unfortunately, just clips it a little bit and bounces him, so it makes it easy work for MCG. If it wasn't easy before, this time it is. But I tell you what, Ice Left has caught one of them out in the open, doesn't see the player go down. That would have been massive. To put it into a 3 versus 3 would have really started to even things up, but now MCG has to work for its money.
That's the thing, right? I mean,
go on.
No, I was just going to say, I mean, Multi-Circle Gaming knew that Petrichor couldn't do anything to push out before they knew they dealt with the DA, and they used that time to make this full speed send forward on the other side. I think Tank played this incredibly well, making the push while he knew that DA had to, well, they knew Petrichor couldn't do anything before DA were dealt with.
That's the thing, even DA's presence has just left Petrichor not really been able to move from the circle's edge, and ultimately it will be the blue which forces this engagement. The question is, do you really want to feed the Giants that, when you look at this, it's our top 2 teams, right? For Petrichor Road, this means everything, and it's a jump into the lead, but if they die, they're also giving MCG another 3 points for nothing. So they're staying up against the blue. I'm sure if a bullet comes through, the commitment will be, you know what, let's just bow out. Let's not give them this extra hold. Some are damaged, so we are still seeing windows of opportunity here.
This is a tough shift, though. They all have to make their way forward, and Evil Lee can still stay on the roof, come into the next circle. And you can see the angle he has here. There's nothing they can do to try and wrap East around in this circle, unless if they, well, I mean, throw some smokes and try and use the car as well. All their utilities being burned through right now. They've spent most of it already. No smokes left for long. Once this smoke fades, which it will do now, he's going to be right in the middle of the open. Mamo, you need a god tier knock here. You need to hit something in order to make space for your team to wrap forward. There comes the first headshot. Evil Lee down to low HP will have to heal up. If Mamo can find him now, maybe get an off angle. You can see here, they need that knock. They need the help because they need to make space trying to make their way forward.
Everyone's just panic running. Really, there's trees, rocks. It's very limited hard cover, but finally Tank comes in, puts Mamu down. Dead to right, but an answer back. All right, that's now a small avenue of approach, a small window if the nade did anything whatsoever, even if it were just to deny movement, it would be huge. Long has been spotted. Ike's like finds Summer. Okay, a 2 versus 1. He is close. He does have level 3 gear as well, so survivability factor, it could be there. But still a 2 versus 1 with this lay of the land is hella difficult.
It's gonna be so complicated. They know exactly where they have him. No vest left for him either, so I guess he's praying to be headshot, because that body won't be able to take a whole lot of bullets. We'll see now, trying to make his way forward. He knows he's running against time, not only against the circle, but also there could be Reds coming in. Ike step spot in the open, goes for a shot in return, but Lingdu is going to get it. Multi-Circle Gaming were already sitting in first place coming into this one, and while they didn't have to fight for a whole lot of it, they did manage to claim the win in the end.
15th week 2, 5th week 3, 3rd week 4. MCG have been slowly climbing this ladder throughout the weekly finals. And with that win against their next opponent in 2nd place, it jumps them and creates a little bit of a buffer at the top of the table. The only way is up for MCG and from 3rd place, Toby. Like, this is looking good. We've got one more match today and we've got another full day tomorrow, but they are looking resilient.
Yeah, they're playing incredibly well. 2 wins today already. Could potentially be a 3rd if they can bring home the win in the final one. And not only that, but they have had kills in every single game. This one, the win right here, arguably the fewest kills they've had today, despite making it all the way to the end of the game. So they're just feeling it. They're on point. The communication seems on point, and they're not stressing it. They're not overextending when they don't have to. That's what's been impressing me the most in the last couple of games. They've been playing it so incredibly well and so very well controlled so far today.
It's been looking good. There are signs of weakness here and there against them and against VP that we've seen in the past. So if you can make God bleed, people will believe. There's still a chance, there's still an opportunity, but for now, we'll pass it back to the desk to break it all down a little bit more.
Congratulations to MCG, the first repeat victory, 2 chicken dinners out of 4 games as they solidify their rise from a slow beginning to this event to live up to everything paper told us they would be. How do we beat them? I don't know, Martin, short of maybe teams sending their coaches to stand outside of their hotel rooms tonight and bang pots and pans so they don't sleep.
You know what? That's actually a really fair, not in terms of fair play, but it's a really fair way to do it, to throw people off. You know, that's like the big sports teams. That's what the kind of stuff they try to pull off. You know, like try to call the hotel reception, make sure that there's wake up calls for 3 and 6 a.m. right, to make sure you throw them off for the final day. So. Yeah, I would not be scared, but that's the kind of stuff that I try to avoid, just to make sure, like, just before you go to bed, I don't want to be disturbed. I don't want to be called in the morning. But quite amazing to see that they're already here in this situation, honestly, because this is basically already guaranteed them a top 8, and they're going for it. Like they're sitting on it. They're sending it in. Honestly, this is quite impressive performance coming in from them.
Agreed. This is finally the performance we were meant to see from the PCS3 Asia champions. You know, they came in with high expectations, and finally they are performing. But on the other side of things, Oath, man, it was a really rough game for Oath, and it was even rougher game for Sonics, who went out first. I mean, this circle as well, we've seen this time and time again in the north here. Lots of playable terrain, less compounds. MCG found themselves in the only compound, and then these shacks, Martin, were absolute death traps.
Yeah, and that's how it often is, right? This area in general is super, super rough, especially when the compound that MCG was sitting is still in, because you get so much pressure coming out for them, especially coming down from the valley, like coming in from the situation where you're like high ground and you're in the valley, everybody's going to push you, it's going to be sending it with cars, and some of the plays that I saw Patrick Road made, though, like their decision making throughout, they were obviously playing the plane crash side, so them being able to come in on the west and try to take over some of these areas was really impressive, to be honest.
Well, not only that, but the plane is a notoriously difficult spot to hold sometimes, especially against multiple teams. I mean, you know that just as well as I do. So the fact that they were able to stave off multiple teams as well as herd them towards the others, and then come in from the southwest and still get second place to all the other teams, as we talked about, piling up in those shacks, very impressive stuff coming out from Petrichor Road. And obviously, congratulations.
I think for me, yeah, no, give credit where credit is due. Multi-Circle Gaming comes out with a big win, but there is something valid to be said for Petrichor Road, for instance, who came in without lots of hype. I mean, the reality, Martin, is that MCG was one of those teams that was talked about when we prepared for this event on a regular basis. Everyone expected high-tier performance to the point where they kind of flubbed it on week 1. That was a massive talking point, similar to how everyone kind of is giving a hard time to Damwon Kia right now, right? They're teams that we expect to do well. Petrichor comes in with some expectation, but not nearly the same level. And now, as you look at these match results, I guarantee they're only going to be about 7 points out of the overall lead, Martin.
Yeah, and look how many double digits there is. This is quite impressive, to be honest. A lot of teams putting on a lot of points on the board, and our top 5, top 6 is actually, they're running away with it. Like our bottom 5, 6 to 7 teams, they might not have a chance tomorrow if this continues.
Absolutely. I mean, I look at Tiamba, 7 kills. These guys went out in 14th place. They went out in 14th place, Godspeed, but because of their hustle, they actually get 6.
Wild. Yeah, that's actually wild. The fact that a team goes out that early with that many kills, that's not something that you're going to see very often. And looking at these kills, I mean, Lou, I talked about him earlier, has really been kind of like the superstar for me on the team of VP. Spyro's been there as well. All the members, you know, Haruzen and Batulins, but Lou has been the star fragger for me for VP. He's been so impressive. And then just look, another 8 kills for them. And it's nice to also see Dangshe and T1 start to step it up a little bit again. We talked about them in the pre-show. They need a good performance here.
So as we take a look at this, we'll see the overall in just a second. But let's be honest, Virtus Pro, you mentioned Lou here, Martin. They're playing very well, and they're not even their full roster strong. Talk to me about how impressive that is that they're playing with their coach.
Yeah, we've been kind of going on about it often, but it talks to how impressive it is, right? You come in with your coach, you've just been dominating a lot of the PCS EMEA, and they're coming in and they're missing, like, they know a few weeks before, right, one of our key players, they can't play, we have to play with our coach. Harusen stepping in, he's a player with experience, like a previous player with experience, a lot of coaching experience as well, so it's good to see how he's able to just step into the role and fit in synergy wise.
Yeah, we do talk about it, but I think it's, a relevant comparison. You've got another team like TSM
100%.
who's in a very similar situation, and look how they have sort of come through with it. And then you got a team like Meta, Godspeed, who, again, they had a player who couldn't travel. They picked up someone who's basically local, doesn't speak any of their languages, and you heard Ragnar in the interview, he's like, we're getting better at English, and he sounded great in that interview. But, like, that's a whole different ball game of different.
Well, that's like a kind of like a twofold thing there, because you have not only, again, someone you have to replace, but then they don't even speak the language, as you stated, and it has been a challenge for them. But you know what? If any team's risen up to it, Meta is absolutely the team that has risen up to that challenge, as well as others that we have in this lobby, like TSM and obviously VP.
Yeah, so great stuff from everyone. I can't wait to see more. We've got one more match to go to see who puts themselves in the pole position going into the big race tomorrow. But before we get to that game, I've got a few messages for you.
Athletes are always challenging themselves to get better. You've seen this in all sports. Esports is no exception. You can never predict the outcome. The only thing you can control is how ready you are. Over and over, players adapt, trying to improve, fighting hard for every percent gained. Give everything you've got to the challenge and show your finest. Bring your best out. Strive for perfection. It's our goal too.
There's a guy behind us. I knocked him. There's another one at the tree behind us. On orange. At his zone.
Heard. I'm gonna
we need it. I'm nading him.
It.
He would be
That's
dead.
what killed him.
Two guys on bunker on the US.
I'm gonna take the bunker. I'm pulling up on the bunker as a solo right now.
It's a set. They have a setup. Yeah, it's bad.
Let's go green. Let's go green, guys.
All right.
They're running out. They're running out in smokes. They're below us. So you guys, yo.
Close left, 100%.
It's a full team.
I knocked one. One more.
Knocked two. Oh, there.
Okay,
Watch
watch
out.
out. Whole other team. Just keep nading that shit.
They're under you.
Yeah. That makes sense.
Don't peek
They're
yet.
going for orange. We should stay on the outside fence line.
You guys should peek them, bro.
Peeking him.
I'm flashing.
I got one. I'm healing.
Nice. Good job, guys. They're all dead.
Welcome back. My name is Tommy's. I'm joined by Avenger and Godspeed as we prepare for the final match of today's play. The chips are on the table. $300,000 plus crowdfunding, which is looking like it may be north of $700K for first place, means that this is one of the biggest results in PUBG history, Martin. And you, if you're one of these teams, need to set yourself up right now for a big day tomorrow.
Yeah, for sure. If you don't finish up strong today, you're gonna have such a hard time, if not an impossible time tomorrow, unless you go out and win 3, 4, 5 rounds. So it's been quite an impressive run so far. You see how much the top 4, top 5, including Navi, of course, with that split 4 place, they're actually putting themselves ahead right now. 10 points down to 6th, and it's actually a shared 6th with Janva Digital Strategics and Sonics on 23, and then Navi Genji on a shared 33. And 5 points up, and then it actually ramps pretty damn high up to 51 points, which is quite impressive after just 4 games. More than 12.5 points per game on an average.
Let's talk about some of the teams that were on there. A Freak of Freaks featured here, not really showing up as much as we would have liked today, Godspeed.
Not expected. If you told me today that after 4 games, a Freak of Freaks would be in 15th place, I would say, man, that's a rough day for AF. I don't really know what's going on with these guys. They can't seem to win a team fight, unfortunately, which is generally not their problem. So yeah, it's just a rough day for Afrika.
All right, so we'll take a look around the stadium. Have you noticed issues with them, Martin, or some sort of take on why the performance is going the way that it is? Because I think a lot of us probably put them in our pick'ems.
Yeah, Freaks, they had around the 60 points marker for one, like they're on the first week 1 weekly finals with the one they won. They had 60 or 61 points in 5 games. So they had a similar road that MCG had, but then they had a complete blow up. They had less than 22 points in the following day, and if MCG doesn't pull up tomorrow and do well, I'm quite sure that some teams could try to breathe down their neck, because we have had some teams here that have some absolute banger days but had some really bad games, and we also have a slight curse that has been following some of the weeks. You do have a first really good day 1, then your day 2 might not be as good.
The best way to avoid the curse is to get a massive lead going into day 2. And that's what MCG and Petrichor are looking to do as we get ready for our final match of the day. With crowdfunding included, first place will be almost $700,000, but only the first 4 spots pay. So make the play to get ahead right now and do your thing today. This is our final match, powered by Intel and voiced by the beautiful vocalizations of Sims and Tobers.
Thank you very much. Yes, indeed, it's the final game. This is it. It's not the final game of the weekend, but it's the final game of Saturday. Teams are now going to be setting themselves up for the best potential spot leading into Championship Sunday. We've had some ups, we've had some downs, we've had some weird, wacky, and wonderful circles, and even engagements thrown our way, Toby, but this is now it for teams that are subpar. I mean, look, there's 9th down is below 20 points. Everyone else is 23 and above. I think the cutoff at the moment is 8th place, halfway in the table. You need to be above that mark leading in tomorrow to have any chance of winning 300k.
I mean, 2 teams have almost made 100 points within the first 4 games, right? That goes to show that there really ain't a whole lot of points available for the rest of them. And while we've given a lot of praise to Multi-Circle Gaming because they have been extremely consistent over the course of the last couple of weeks, Petrichor today, I did kind of say that it's a new Petrichor that we were seeing play in the last game. I mean, 4th place, then a 16th. When you have a 16th place in just 4 games, you go, okay, this team should not be in the very top, right? Then they follow that with a 1st and a 2nd in the last 2 games. Petrichor playing lights out PUBG right now, and this is the Petrichor that I like to see. Taking charge, playing demanding, playing commanding in terms of what they do, not allowing for anyone else to dictate the flow of the game. And now here, as we hold that thought for a second, day trade, they've been guested by Interforce, and I would assume to see Interforce try and get out of here.
I was hoping he was actually going to bait him into the vehicle, to be fair, and be able to shoot him out with the Tommy gun. I mean, okay, whatever works best, right? It's dire straits call for dire circumstances. So here we go. Circle, as you mentioned, and touching it briefly, we've now moved all the way over towards the central area of Prism. Over my east coast down, bit of water, fair amounts, all 3 quadrants of this area. Yasnaya down to farmlands, really the only point of land that comes around where the circle's going to be skirting towards. Lepovka, it's already gone. DXG are going to be in there, going to be sitting prime. MCG as a small node is actually moving in the background. They're not staying their feet. They're going deeper inside the circle. They're saying 2 to be able to load up, get the meds, get the bullets and bandages that the rest of the team will need. And they send 2 out front and center to be able to take a really prime position within this circle. That's fine. They'll be slightly undergeared compared to the rest of the team, but if they all get together, then maybe they can find another compound and get completely tanked up. The further we go down towards the circle, Genji, a freak of freaks, will look out for some kind of mutual self-destruction or a bit of a scuffle early on, potentially, if those 2 teams unfortunately trip up over one another. With something like this, the only thing that instantly springs to mind, Toby, is that we've got limited entry points, quote-unquote, to this circle because everywhere else is surrounded by water. We could maybe see a few bottlenecks here and there capitalized upon.
Oh yeah, that could easily happen. That brings me down to, as you just said, Gen G. I'm kind of curious to see how they're planning on playing this one ahead. They know that they have a Freak of Freaks out towards the east side. It's not a team that they aren't accustomed to playing against. They've done that many times in Korea, and I would be surprised to see Gen G try and take control of anything towards the east. I would assume to see them maybe go up towards the center of the hill or try and play west. But then again, that's going to be Gen G playing, I don't want to say out of their comfort zone, because I guess to some extent all teams like sitting in the center of a circle. It's just Gen G have been so incredibly edge heavy, taking so much time. I would arguably say Gen G is one of the slowest teams in all of this tournament. Not slow as in reaction time and whatnot, but just in terms of when they get inside the circle, when they get aggressive, they play it incredibly patient. So if they go somewhat center now, that's going to be very different from what we normally see them do.
And it's kind of insane how they go from that to being so exceptionally explosive when they do get into those engagements.
Yes.
Like they are one of the best ranked. I don't want to say the best in the world because there's a lot of factors that go into figuring out, and it's very opinionated who is the best in the world at the moment. It's having multiple leagues and only one world championship per year, and there's been a different format. It's quite a not a simple blanket answer, but by far easily one of the top 3, if not top 2 in the world. So there's a good reason why. If they were to win this, like, I'd just be completely mind-boggled. It wouldn't be out of the realms of possibility just because of how good they have been, how consistent. But again, there's still a lot of teams that are going to be standing in their way, and it's still a decent format that can favor some rather unprecedented predicaments, and people take advantage of that. And again, this does open it up for times where teams can go from being bottom of the leaderboards, not even qualifying for weekly finals, to bam, DA level straight up at the top again, 75 grand in your pocket. Thank you very much. So we shall see as the whole next weekend does unfold and who actually makes it towards that weekend finals. The one thing we know from at least this whole scenario, I really want to drive it home, and I'm sorry if we do keep repeating on this whole situation, but for these 16 teams that are in this lobby, they have given themselves the single best possible chance of making it to the grand finals and winning $500,000. Being here actually has a lot of weight to it, and not just what they're playing for now, but for what they'll be playing for next week.
Now, you say that, and I completely agree with you, Sims, but I did kind of allude to it earlier this week. There is also a curse in play right now. Ever since a Freak 1 week 1, no other teams that won a week has made finals the following week. So Batulin's wrote to me and said, okay, so I guess we just don't want to win week 5 because that means we don't make it to week 6, right? And if the pattern is real, then that will be the case, that the team that wins week 5 doesn't manage to make it through to week 6. That's been the curse so far, at least. For 4am, for FaZe Clan, for, now I can't even think straight anymore. For the last remaining team to win a weekly final, Zenith, that is, they didn't make it through in the week following their wins. So we'll see. We'll see what happens coming into week 6.
Look, I don't know about curses, but if I won 300 grand, I won't be complaining, right? I'm just going to put it out there. And again, I am, I'm old these days, so these young ones, it's to be fair, for these players, the money's good, but it's about lifting that trophy at the end of it, and
yes,
kind of, the stature and the weight that goes behind having been a grand championship, world championship winner. It means so much to them. So, but yeah, I won't complain at 300 grand. I'm just going to put it out there. So Circle, we are still waiting. We're at that kind of point, and for the next one, if it does centralize up, we'll probably get the same staple scenario as previous, where it just everyone sits in place, everyone awaits the circle to come to, and everyone waits for the fights to be forced by the outer ring. I'm just trying to take a look at some unorthodox. But okay, well, I'm glad we actually brought it up. These were the next team I was going to discuss ever so slightly. So T1's gone for an unorthodox approach to this. They'll go down on Sosnovka, take the eastern bridge and come off the back of it. I mean, they might even have a chance of, I don't know, grabbing some kind of a boat or something, try and do something even more weirder than this. But still, it's a safety play, right? You're going and opting to not find fights. And we said, because there is limited land to be entering to this circle, it makes it that much more difficult to avoid fights on arrival.
I mean, I think this is a very smart play by T1, and the only team they could be fearing is the team we saw just before, because if there's a team that's become somewhat famous for their bridge camps and fun holds, that would be Infantry in the early game. But even for Infantry, it would be very surprising to see them sit anywhere near this bridge at this point in the game. So a smart read by T1 to not risk going through the farm area and potentially stumble into traffic there by just saying, you know what, we'll just wrap even further around. We'll go down towards the south, we'll take the bridge, have a chance to scouting over, and then once the new cycle pops, we'll play accordingly there. The only thing is now, and that's, I mean, I talked about the 1 minute added in phase 1 earlier. we also have smaller circles than what we did in the past. People didn't think much about when it was first announced, because according to the overlays, it was only the first circle that had been changed, but the following circles change according to the previous. So all circles are smaller. Oh, Xiao Yang trying to scout forward. It's taken down, nothing available for infantry. No, but because the next circles are smaller, when you're wrapping in super late, that might be you in more trouble than you normally would have been.
It's just another addition thrown into the mix for this whole competition. There's been a few changes here and there, and you know, we can question the format, we can question the changes, especially going into a world championship where you've been playing different for a whole year leading into it. I'm just all for some PUBG. I'm all for some exciting PUBG. I'm all for switching it up and making it a little bit more exciting. Some people won't enjoy it, some people do. I think it's definitely thrown a spanner into the works for a qualifying to the whole situation. You know, there's more possibilities for RNG to play a factor. I'll go with that. But certainly it's mixed things up and made it a little bit more exciting for certain circumstances. And it keeps us and it keeps the players on the toes. That's the whole thing. And I hope as we go forward, the meta starts to evolve a little bit. I think we're still stuck in that DMR, AR kind of meta at the moment. You know, I'm hoping weapons get a little bit of a change up. The formats are getting a bit of a change up here, there, and everywhere. And ultimately, it's just really a bit of a refresher, because we've been here for a fair few years now, but it's still good to see plenty of people watching. And again, when you look at the prize pools, it's not as if the game's going away anytime soon.
No, true. It's only going one way, and that's forward, and thank God for that, because this is as good as we get anything. Let's see now, Meta trying to catch a Freak of Freaks off. Oh, that's a clip tire. Saw that one there, tries to reload, not gonna happen, and now they make the full-on pull-up. Silson, full speed forward, takes down Ancia, and I looked to a Freaker earlier, I said, okay, there's your East Circle, here's maybe something you can make of it, and still, now they get called off trying to rotate out, losing one early.
It's a little unfortunate. Changes up to which player Tiggleton is going to be going after, but instantly there is a response, comes back from Mert. Spots him at distance, and he is confirmed. They're going for the full send here. It's a little bit sketchy, though. That's not the greatest play in the world to be hitting that when one player's directly above you. It comes down to H-Win, last man standing. And for Sonics, they were teetering on the edge of the top of the table, 7th position. With a start like this, if they go bowing out in 16th again, that will spell disaster for tomorrow's whole scoreboard situation.
Wow. The first knock comes in. Tiggleton, really good spray, gets him down quick. The reaction from Mert, they had no idea that Sonics were coming over on that hillside. The instant reaction with the double spray coming through from Mert there. So not only get the first knock, and then, oh, here's another drive-by. That's jousting as its finest. H-Win tries to get away, not gonna happen. Sonics full 16th. Keep in mind, everyone, Sonics won game 1 today, and they just have not had anything going their way ever since. But wow, what a response from DA on that one.
Yes, this is further got the information that we have a full team lurking in the distance. Bang Chip steps up and able to knock Ionix. We do have a code on the left-hand side, so grab it while you can. I don't want to divert too much attention from what's about to unfold, because if T1 decides to jump into this whole powder keg is about to go up. Dang Chip is now responded on. Pio, absolute blinder of a shot. The repeak, will it come through? Ada's certainly aware that it's not out of the realms of possibility, so we'll dip down below for now. Meta, they've heard these shots up by the Lumberyard. They want to get involved themselves, but it looks like they still have a different fight. That nade was onto a Freak of Freaks. So Meta just needs to be very, very careful that it doesn't bite off more than it can chew here. If it wants to take on 2 different teams, so be it, but ultimately that could spell disaster going forward. T1's here, they're at the doors, the Wolves are knocking. Genji, how do you respond?
Solid play from T1 there, trying to isolate the angle, forcing him to run back straight into that nade. We'll see now, Pio, you're on your own. Does he have a helmet? Yes, he does. Trying to see if he can stay put here. Good nade here, could do damage, and a lot of it towards T1, but Pio forced to back off down the hill, him and Loki. All alone now, and I honestly don't think there's too much they can do here. Yes, you have a chance to go in and maybe get a kill or two, but back off and try and wait and see this next circle. If you can wrap back north now, if you can get out, which you will have to, try and position yourself down towards the east side of prison and maybe hold them out from there. Because right now, pushing into this, you are going to be at a disadvantage once, as long as they have the hard cover.
Smokes are going up.
Are they leaving Esther open? T1 knows they have Esther knocked down here. They know they have him knocked down here, but they're leaving him open for now. Maybe it's a bait. I'm not sure. We'll see.
Yeah, we're trying to make head and tail of it, which we're going to unfold. I don't think he's resable at that point. And again, like you say, it's just kind of used as bait. If he does come in for the res and tries to get it, then we'd anticipate that Gen G will fall. MCG kind of stopped in the tracks, and maybe they were vying towards the sandbag ditches. Doesn't come through as DXG do jump in directly in front of them. They've not accounted for PO around the corner. The first one's there. They are wrapping around him. It's a valiant attempt, but it's instantly shut down. Loki, last man standing here for Gen G to try and hold the mantle. A ticked. It's a little bit more to the right, rather, unfortunately, but he gets one. Bang, Star-Lord in the face. Nade. Going to be a low ball. Laying down at least, and does a fair amount of damage to Aqua 5 as well if he goes into this. He's done them dirty. Wow. Yes, it is Bushius who comes in to seal the deal with Star-Lord, but ultimately, Loki did so much damage, the third party comes in, and T1 is responded to.
Yeah, well, I mean, we were asking questions earlier how Gen G would fare, having to play from center early on, and it seems so weird to me that this should be the case, but they just, I mean, when you're forced, they like playing. They really like playing, only have to worry about a 180. They don't want to have to worry about what's behind them, which is usually the blue. And sometimes, and that's the only real downsides I feel like I ever see from Gen G, is sometimes when you're forcing yourself into a fight in the middle where people are coming from multiple angles, all of a sudden, Gen G, they seem to kind of lose track of what's going on around them. I mean, in all fairness, in this situation, T1 played it incredibly well early on, starting the engagement, but Gen G, and this is why they like playing on the edge. They only want to have to worry about a certain angle, and here, T1, they just came in from everywhere.
It's always killer when you get done with the third party, especially if you're trying to bang something up. But you also have in the back of your mind when you see your teammates falling and then you fall to that one lone ranger. It's like, yeah, this is it. We're all dying now. I've lost the 3v1, and you just completely bottle it. It happens more times than it should, and it just comes down to pressure, just cracking under it, and because you know it's like do or die, you're going to be the last one remaining for your teammates. Nevertheless, they do go down to T1, and Gen G at least carries on for now. Circle, Pops, where are we going to? A little bit down towards the south. Prison still within, so Daytrade, if they really wanted to, could play the left-hand side of it. The problem is they would have to go up against DA. They're holding down low near the road. They'll have control of the Harry Potter Tower as well. It's not the greatest tower in the world, especially if you have people coming out from prison because you're in the same level of it. You can just see straight into the just because of the position perpendicular to where the school is. Not a big fan. It's something, so you could say it's better than nothing. Loki's just driving in. Daytrade comes flying over and goes flying out.
Well, if you're gonna go down, you might as well make a show of it, and that sure was a great attempt at that as possible. Let's see now, Oath, here they come full speed forward, the former Kingpin dip now with more cover, but still to be fought for Evil Lee trying to hold up. He's gonna go down as well, 2 people down on that team. They're trying to full speed send it through. Balefrost finds one as well, 2 left alive on the team. Him and Pat Gaps are trying to do damage here, and they're taking casualties all over the place. Ling Du holds off, but he falls, and Oath, they stand victorious, but at what cost? They've lost 2.
If you're Petrichor or VP, you see that, you say, okay, well, it's a small opportunity to maybe get closer to the top of the spot here. The top is open. No. Next team comes in and crushes Pack Caps. Pure Boy just runs him over. Balefrost, do they know?
They know?
Do they know?
I don't think so.
Satsu's he's not looking. Oh, no,
they're gonna hear that, Nate. They have to hear that, Nate. They have to hear that, Nate. As I say that, maybe the smoke like ruined some of the audible cues there, but now they know that somehow the underhanded. They know there's someone nearby. They have to, at this point, expect there to be someone nearby.
I don't think Balefrost has any idea how close he's getting with these nades. If he can just, if he finds one blind nade, like, I'll be impressed, and then he can just push out from there. it's that was the chance to do it, you know, get a blind nade and be able to then move forward. Now I think that just because they're all set up and he's got no utility to really do anything, they can wait for these smokes to dissipate and then mopping up once he's in clear vision. Your boy's got another one, so maybe just lob it in there and hope for the best. Up and over we go.
Ooh, okay. The level 2 Western proning keeps him alive. I mean, Enterforce 36 would love to get some more space to play around. They just can't do a whole lot with him being right there. That last nade is going to go far. Now they spot him on the side. One gets tacked up, but Amonut holds the angle. And I just got to say, ever since the changes to this terrain, ever since the changes to the whole area around Kingdom Dip with the Wrangle Remastered, I love seeing some action down there. It doesn't have the same value anymore that it used to. And seeing some fights for this dip in particular, where we've seen so much chaos before, it's a nostalgic moment. I love to see it.
It is. It's a little bit workable terrain, so I completely understand why a few of them will magnetize towards that. Hold on for a second. Now, V have pulled up. They're just trying to get ahead of Petrichor Road. They've caught him at a cross junction here, so this is a straight-up 4v4 battle on the edge of the circle. Long goes down. Tab finds him. Very weak, not a problem whatsoever. In the distance, he just spots a freak of freaks, like yeeting it across the circle. That's a different player altogether. You have to focus on what's in front of you now. Petrichor committing to the smokes. They have to come away from this eventually. But Na'Vi is so fanned out, put to rest. Instantly orange is just laid out. What? So it's actually going somehow in the favor of Petrichor Road through the smokes. They are finding these angles. And one by one, Toby, Na'Vi is falling.
How are Petrichor turning this one around? I thought they had them completely cornered off. A nice isolation attempt from Na'Vi initially. Unfortunately, it didn't really work out. Now, damage is just coming in at such a big extent that Na'Vi can't really do anything to hold off. It's just Senya left alive, and all he can do is sit on the tree and hope for something good to go his way, which I don't really think is going to happen. All left alive on his own. Now, Akkad, same story for him. Down to low HP, 0 meds, 1 nade, 1 molly. Oh, Freak of Freaks, really hasn't been your day here today.
It looks like it's gone a little bit too far. It's a valiant attempt. Oh, Senya, he's just clutching at straws at this point. He's probably wondering himself what the hell just happened. Gonna try and leg him underneath the cap. Doesn't happen. Blue will probably actually do it to him, yep. In fact, no, one more bullet while he was out there.
Afar.
Yeah. The blue must have just kind of ticked him enough to get that final bullet in and steal the point away. So now V is gone. Rather unfortunate given the position that they were in. They committed to the fight, though. You know, they forced the situation, so it is what it is. Petrichor Road, second place. Now that they've seen MCG go down, is this the time to jump to the top of the board?
Very well could be. Virtus Pro, they have a chance here to make them play on forward. They need to deal with infantry, but fortunately for them, as you can see, Daytrader doing damage to them on the other side as well, Lou. Oh, we've seen him do so much damage today already. It's been with bolts, it's been with DMRs, and now the nade is going to be close, and it's going to get 9 down as well. Virtus Pro, they stay alive, keep 3 up. Maybe they'll be able to get Hiruzen up as well. He is kind of in the open right now, and DA from inside the circle are doing all they can to try and hold them out. We'll see now. In the meantime, Petrichor currently sitting in second place. They're at full of Mings. What a shot coming through from him!
That is an absolute blinder of a drop shot on transition comes through. Petrichor Road is destroyed. What in the hell was that shot?
Mings, you absolute... What? That should never have happened. Okay, they were in the better position, but for Mings to pull on a 1v3 like that, that is insane.
I'm lost for words.
Yeah.
No.
That happened. That happened. Mings,
the one on
hero
the opener
play.
on the cross was just insanity. But to then follow it up and hold your ground against the entire team, and you know, this isn't a pushover team, by the way. That was second place. That is an insane hold. Good Lord.
If there's a team doing a little bit of a smile on that one, that's these guys right here. Seeing Petrichor getting flushed in a matter of seconds, it's gonna bring them some joy, but the joy is short-lived because they need to make a rotation themselves. You can see here as well. I mean, they need to do damage, and fortunately, to some extent, I guess you can say, I mean, Tiampa has to move as well. The only thing is, they don't really have anywhere to go.
Yeah, it's a bit rough, isn't it? VP's just got to do its normal VP thing. You can hear that the car's having a few difficulties. It's just dragging along the road and engine getting over-revved to high heaven. Hey, look, if it gives them somewhere to set up and be able to at least garner a bit of cover fire, then fair play, whatever works. Batulins arrives at his destination and might be able to put a bit of a fight up against Tiamba, but if I'm Tiamba now, I'm feeling that, but you can see already by the health bars, that is flying, but it's someone else who gets him first. DXG from the backlines, the bombardment. I feel bad here for Tiamba. They are caught between a rock and a very hard place. This is going to be so difficult to win out.
Oh, no, no, no. You don't from no. Actually, Lorena knocks himself with his molly. He tried to throw one over, but as soon as he threw it, the other nade exploded. That's going to get him down. Unfortunately, will get Flush Chianpa in trouble. And DXG again. Smart decision making in when they opt to take their engagements. They've been playing pretty decent today. I know it's only a 26-point day overall, but 8 kills this game already. Make it 10. And all 4 still alive. This could be the turnaround that Division X Gaming needs.
Few kills starting to rack up as we move into our top 4 now. Every single team 4 alive on the board. Let's give you the lay of the land. So, DXG, all the work to do. The only ones outside of the circle. Daytrade is still playing prison, but Metagaming have them trapped. As I say that, AWM, the green machine comes into effect and Wicked is laid to rest. That finds its target, and that's how you begin the stand against Meta, because they have been holding them back for quite some time. Now there's an opportunity to really put the hurt on them. Now there's an opportunity to push out and do some damage. There we go. Venotica, second one will fall. Make that a third. Metagaming has just been shredded.
They're getting picked apart from all angles. Really, really tough task for them to try and stay alive here. And Flash's position is absolutely crucial in them getting the oversight vision. Let's see now, will that get the better of Ragnar? Will he go all the way down? No! Able to crawl out of the molly just in time, but I'm not sure how much more will come of it. I'm pretty convinced that Daytrade will do what they can to deal with him before having to worry about teams on the other side of the rope, which is in this case Division X Gaming. They need to make their way forward, and they will really only have smokes for cover. Let's see now, Ragnar tries to back off. Not gonna happen. Down he goes. 6 kills for Daytrade, as they now maybe have a chance to make a play towards DA with Flash still up on the hill.
Yeah, it's an important position to be holding with 6 kills already. A few more frags that send them flying up the leaderboards and maybe even at the realms of possibility to about to touch that top 3. If not top 4, almost certainly guaranteed. Nurins is firing. That's another one as well. What in the world is he doing? He is dismantling DXG from a distance here. Another one will fall. Division X instantly is just removed from play. Give me that AWM. Give me his POV, because Nurins has just been bodying players in this final circle.
Smokes and nothing but smokes for cover for DXG. Wasn't going to allow them to stay alive for long. Not when Daytrade are hitting shots the way that they were there. DA now find themselves in a 4v4, doable 4v4, circle shifted towards them. But as I said before, look at Flash's position here. I hope they have accounted for it. I hope they know that he is in that spot over the hilltop, because he has a really good angle to do a whole hell of a lot of damage down towards them. And if he plays his position correctly, he can force them to stay down behind. You can see they're looking for him. He cannot get knocked here. He needs to just stay alive. They don't necessarily even have to peek, but prevent them. Don't allow for them to run up the hill. Force them down in the corner and have your 3 teammates below really pin them in, sheep herd them into this edge of the circle.
Yeah, I said position of this Harry Potter in particular, it isn't great. You're completely exposed like a nerve to everyone. You've got Flash up high, Venotica down low, then Nurins and Pushus just to work simultaneously. That AWM rocking in your ears as well. It's not going to be good. Back all that up. The fact that you have the blue on the back and you have to eventually move away from that much quicker than what Daytrade has. This should be in their hands. But like, we can't underestimate how game-changing for these final 4 teams that were in this circle Nurins has been. With that gun, he has basically tipped the balance in Daytrade's favor.
see how much they can do with it. Both teams have utility at hand. I mean, DA, we've seen them win 2v4s, we've seen them win 3v4s. I would not count them out ever when it's a 4v4. Now here comes the push. Mert trying to cross over the road. They know the circle. It's going to end up on the north side, and they're trying to make a play for it. Get up there. There are still some vehicle covers left from what was there before. Vanotica, though, he's in a good position with the nade in hand. That nade could be money. Shots fired. Mitrailius ends up going down. Oh my lord, they're falling like flies. Pujo's finds one, the nade finds one more. There's just one left alive. Code Marco, 1v4. Good luck, buddy. You're gonna need it.
Hey, he's just seen everyone else falling around him. And Daytrade know exactly where he is. I cannot believe how quickly Daytrade's kills has just escalated to 10. It'll be 11 and 12 very soon. Marco could be the unlucky 13th number. Back that up with a win, and this has been a monumental game for Daytrade. 2 are going to wrap low. Vehicles are in abundance. He's given up the final position. If they didn't make note of where he was previously, they must absolutely, certainly, surely do now. Nautica says, you know what? Full send, job done, GG. Daytrade Gaming. They secure the final map of Saturday, and they set themselves up in a much better position than the start of today. Tomorrow is where everything comes to an end. Tomorrow is where $300,000 is the first place prize. And I tell you what, with a game like that, Daytrade has put themselves in a much better position for winning it all.
Oh yeah, that's a gap closer for sure. They were struggling. They were struggling earlier today, having a hard time finding placement points. They didn't get anything going. They had only 9 kills in the first 4 games, so be able to turn it around there with the last one and doing it in such fashion. Vanotica never doubted for a second where the majority of those DA players were going. Very, very well played by Daytrade. As you said, Sims, I mean, they only had, what, 3 kills coming into phase 5? And once they got to push out of prison, once they started dealing with meta, whew, damage galore coming in for Daytrade, and they got themselves a good win there.
It's a team effort, but we cannot underestimate, like, Nurins with the Green Machine just put it to work and put people dead to rights. Fantastic effort from the team overall, and as you say, the kills and the frags just escalated at such an unprecedented rate, going from 3 to 10 to 13 in the blink of an eye, combined with a win. And, well, the start of the day was certainly night and day trade compared to the end of it. For now, I'm going to pass it back to Steve in the desk, who can break down that final match and round out today for now.
Thank you very much, Sims, and rest assured, I appreciated the night and day trade as much as the next guy. Phenomenal play from them as they take home the win. Vanotica and Nurins were phenomenal, but they put their Pushus on the front line and absolutely just sort of held the push there. It was beautiful, well executed, and it is going to be a gap closer as Toby sort of summed it up. I think the good news for everyone, Martin, is the fact that MCG goes out in 13th place with only 1 kill, and Petrichor Road goes out in 7th with only 1. That does open the door to make tomorrow very interesting.
Yeah, and you know what? On top of that, like, today was over in a flash, but this game was super interesting. You know, Daytrade came in from the southwest. They were in a good spot. They made a nice rotation. Second circle popped. They managed to get into the prison area, which usually ends up being a death trap. Like, I was surprised to see them come up with a win like that.
Absolutely. Very, very, very clean play. Let's turn it over to you, Godspeed, on the highlights.
The highlights, man, it was not a highlight necessarily for the Sonics. Today, aside from the first game, it's been a real rough one, but we also saw Gen G, actually. I want to point this up. Gen G, although they did okay today in the leaderboards, I expected them to do a little better. However, I'm expecting tomorrow some big things from them, making some adjustments overall in the lobby. T1 as well. Aqua 5, unfortunate, going out for the wide swing. And here comes this flying Dacia actually cracked me up, but that thing flew all the way to prison, Martin.
Yeah, that was pretty funny. Honestly, if Gen G has managed to wrap up the fight with T1 a bit earlier, I would have predicted Gen G to get into a good spot, maybe even earlier than Daytrade. MCG went out early. That's a good news for the rest of the 15 teams in the lobby, so they couldn't put themselves ahead even further. Managed, like, VP and versus Pro, managing to catch up a little bit, managing to be putting themselves within the striking distance, but our top 8 and our bottom 8 has really separated themselves today. I'm quite surprised to see some team that might already now be like outside the top 4 chances for tomorrow.
I agree. There's definitely some. DXG is another team that I really want to talk about, that we were talking about, all of us. We're all really happy to finally see these guys, you know, making some plays and being proactive. And realistically, they've made it to the top, I think, 5 almost every single game here. Oh, that shot was actually filthy. The AWM is so devastating, by the way, if you don't know, especially in late game. I mean, it will devastate you. I also love this play that DA went for. It didn't pan out, but it was the game-winning play. They had to go for it, maybe get some drive-bys in those vehicles. They couldn't get it, but overall, DA also played well today.
Absolutely. And I guess for me, take a look at these match results, and I got to be honest, Day Trade is a team that a lot of people didn't expect a ton out of. I think you've talked about them a lot, Godspeed, and how you sort of see them as spiritual relations to sort of the Buriram Petrichor group of play. And it seems to a certain extent like that's working.
Just what I've seen from them over the course of this event have really made me a fan of them. They're very methodical and they're just so mechanically skilled. All the players on that team are just really nuts. Norins, obviously Vanatica, like these guys are just really, really insane. But again, giving credit to DXG, look at Neil with 6 frags as well as Fergus. Really, really happy to see these guys on the board.
I mean, real talk, Martin, I can speak for myself. I don't have DXG on my pick'ems. Do you?
DXG? No, I don't.
I don't think any of us do.
Honestly, I wish I did. They've been fragging out.
But I think that's the reality, though. And first off, that's the fun of why they only give us 8. You can only cash 8 picks and not 16, because someone does often catch you off guard in this world of PUBG. But that's kind of the fun of this thing, Martin, is it's battle royale. Like, you can't really plan for everything. And then sometimes a team like DXG comes out and they got 3rd, but they got 12 kills. These guys are out of their mind right now.
Yeah, they were fragging out, getting 19 kills today. Super impressive. If they continue that, they could be within striking distance of the kill MVP. But they need to step up a little bit more. They are, you know, on a lower end here, on 33 points. It looks like they're going to be, but still inside some sort of kind of striking distance for our top 4 for where the really good prize pool is for this weekend here.
So what I am hearing is we're waiting for an interview with our top team today as they get that set up. We'll kind of just recap what's been going on. We'll make sure that we get the leaderboards checked out and put up for you guys as well, because tomorrow is a very big day, Godspeed. So talk to me about how you as a team would approach this situation. Tomorrow, we come back in. It's going to be very close. I would assume no more than 20 points between the top and probably the top 15 team or 13 or 14 teams in this lobby. How do you handle this night, going home, knowing that there's $700,000 or more on the line tomorrow?
I think that all depends, honestly, Steve, on the position that you're in going into tomorrow. For a team like Oath, for instance, who just really had a kind of a travesty of a day, they need to come in big tomorrow, because right now, as Martin said, I don't even know if it's possible for them to get in the money unless they have, like, I don't know, 2 15 kill games where they're winning. I mean, it's got to be out of control. And then on the other side of things, for teams like MCG or Day Trade, they just continue doing what they're doing, making sure that they're, you know, dotting their I's and crossing their T's, making sure the rotations are clean. They're being proactive in what's going on in the circle in front of them, making sure they're trapping teams that might want to rotate in front or behind them. Just all the things, the fundamentals that are keeping them afloat at the top right now. They need to come in and do that. And again, for the teams on the bottom, they got to try something new, because today was not good for multiple teams. It wasn't just Oath.
So the expectation tomorrow is the bottom teams try something new, but that means the teams at the top potentially tempted to keep things the same. MCG had a bad last game, Martin. Do you think that is something that you do if you're MCG? Keep it the same, or do you go home tonight and try to think of ways to change it up a little bit and prepare?
You shake it off, of course. That's a shrug off, and go into this as well. They've had fantastic games today, and even though they had a 13th, they had a 6th with 6 kills and a 7th with 6 kills as well. Their consistency is really, really higher. It's more than 10 points per game. It's quite impressive, to be honest. Not the highest we've seen, but still very good, considering the last game was a 1-pointer. So I want to see that continue, and they could potentially take this home. And the incremental rise of them, I know I've said it a few times, it's been really impressive coming from the last 2 weeks coming into this one.
Okay, remember, top 4 places pay. Multi-Circle Galen, despite a bit of a dumpster of a last game, still significantly on top. Petrichor right behind them. But the reality, Godspeed, is you go all the way down to 9th place, and while everyone is in the mix for first, 4th is wildly up for grabs. And that is still going to be an insane amount of money. $75,000 for 4th before crowdfunding.
Yeah, before the crowdfunding, you're exactly right. The door is wide open for 4th right now. I mean, technically the door is open for first 2 for certain teams. I would like to say all teams and say anything is possible, but reality sets in, and with only 5 games, you never know. But I agree that 4th place and getting into the money with the crowdfunding is very important, and there are pretty much every team in the lobby can hit that mark. So this second to last week is really huge. Even if you're not winning, at least placing in the money is massive.
Martin, your experience, I know you've watched this for a long time, and analytically wise, do you think 9th and up sort of has a chance to get to first, or where do you sort
100%.
of looking at is who can contest for MCG?
100%. Like MCG has to completely run away with it in the first couple of games tomorrow for it to be possible, but we're still looking at, it's I think about $200,000 for 3rd and 4th. So it's crazy amounts of money, and more than 350,000 for 2nd. So everything is open here. 9th place and up, even Sonics with a win, like they might win another game on Miramar, who knows? Even H-Win, he said in an interview, he said, yeah, Miramar might be our map. No, Miramar is your map, H-Win. Win some games on that, continue that, try to see if you can get some points on Wrangle. Is going to be fantastic for them.
Yeah, get back in it. For those of you who missed the update earlier, we're waiting for an interview. In fact, I'm getting word it's starting right now. So let's hop over and speak to our leaders.
PGI.S weekly final, week 5. And Multi-Circle Gaming came out as the winners for today. Congratulations.
자, 먼저 링두 선수에게 좀 묻고 싶은데요.
Our first question is for Lingdu. So you guys have been playing in the weekly finals every week except for the first week, and your performance seems to be improving every time. How does it feel that now you're one step closer to winning the weekly finals this week?
除了第一周之外，你们分别都在周决赛获得了一个好的成绩，成绩不断的提升。然后今天离周决赛的冠军又近了一步，想听一下你现在的感想。
觉得第5周的周冠已经在眼前了，拼个第5周的周冠下来吧。
이제 5주차 파이널에 우승이 점점 더 가까워지고 있는데요. 저희는 힘을 다해서
Now that we're
파이널에
almost
거머쥘 생각입니다.
at the place of winning week 5, we're feeling confident that we can make it.
미라마와 에란겔에서 각각 치킨을 한 번씩 가져갔는데요.
So in the series of today's matches, you guys won a chicken dinner each in Miramar and Erangel. How did that feel during that?
在今天进行的比赛当中，最印象深刻的是哪一场比赛呢？
印象最深的估计就是第3把吧，是第3把吗？沙漠图。第2把。因为我们队友都上头了，然后就被优势局被打成了1v1。
오늘 개인적으로 두 번째 매치가 제일 인상 깊었어요.
Personally, I think the second match was really important, and all our players really played the best in the second match. And if we talk about the second match, we can't leave out Summer.
네, 서머 선수 두 번째 매치 마지막 교전은
At the end of the second match, you guys are up against Virtus Pro. I'm sure you guys thought you guys had an advantage being on the hillside. And even if you had low ammunition at the end, Summer, I'm really curious as to how that felt like for you.
就是因为你们处的那个地理位置比较有优势吧，然后我想可能会在你子弹就是缺乏的情况下，等你稳当的获得吃鸡。我想问当时你都有什么感想？
当时我觉得我们的位置就稳吃鸡了嘛，但是刚好有点上头了，然后差点输掉，只能说差一点。
저희가 두 번째 매치 때 정말로 팽팽한 교전이었기 때문에
In the second match, everything was pretty intense, so we were generally quite nervous as a team. But I think as much as we tried our best, everything played out well. If you guys didn't win the chicken dinner in the second match, I think it would have been hard for you guys to come out as the overall winners today. Our next question is for Tank.
탱크 선수의 폼이 올라옴에 따라서 멀티서클 게이밍의 성적 역시
So your form has definitely improved so much throughout this tournament, and along with that, your team's performance has also improved. What kind of personal efforts did you make towards your team?
PGI.S 比赛刚开始的时候，你表现的不是特别理想，但是随着比赛的进行，你的实力一直都有提升。然后问一下，对此你都做出了哪些努力呢？
没有努力，奖金越高，欲望越高，兴致越高。
딱히 개인적으로 노력은 하지 않았지만 상금이 점점 커지고
Not
있는 만큼
in particular, I didn't really make any personal efforts, but I think because with the rising prize money, that definitely put a lot of good pressure on us to improve. So currently you guys are in possession of $100,000, and if you're able to win tomorrow, you guys get to add another $700,000 to your prize money. How are you feeling about that right now?
冠军的话，你们的奖金金额就会变成70万美金。然后我想问一下，对此你有什么想法？
这周感觉就是开头赛，最后一周才是重头戏嘛。
저희는 오늘 이만 경기는 시작이라고 생각하고 제일
We
중요한
consider
것은 이제
today's win just the beginning.
치킨을 얻고
And of course,
경기를 완전히 잘 끝낼 수 있는 게 중요하다고
tomorrow's
생각합니다.
matches are going to be more key, and we will do our best.
경기 운영이 필요할 텐데요. 무찌리 선수에게 좀 마지막 질문을 드려보고 싶은데요.
The last question is for Evil Lee.
오늘 중계진들도 이 멀티서클 게이밍의 경기력에 대해서
So today's commentators have also complimented your team by saying that you have the perfect 6 factors, including engagement, management, and judgment. If there was something that you think your team could improve on, what would that be and why?
然后呢，分别在运行、交战还有判断这方面上，你们就是掌握的特别都有均衡。然后我想问一下，你个人觉得为了稳拿对明天的这个吃鸡，稳定的吃鸡，你想应该补充自己的哪一点呢？
就补充队伍的一些稳重吧，就慢慢来，不着急，抓一些细节。
저희는 개인적으로 저희 팀에 있어서 디테일적인 부분에 많이 신경을 써야 된다고
I think our team could improve on our attention to detail, and so that's what we'll be working on preparing for tomorrow's matches. Thank you so much for your interview today, and we look forward to seeing you guys tomorrow.
谢谢，辛苦了。
네, 자 이렇게 해서 오늘 1위로 누적 포인트를 마무리한 멀티서클 게이밍 4명의 선수들과 이야기 나눠봤습니다. 내일도 멀티서클 게이밍이 이 자리를
Thank you very much. I'm going to be honest. I got to get over there and figure out what these 6 things that they're doing on the Korean analyst desk is, because I'm fascinated by it. Engagement management is a really cool category. I'd love to hear more. Great interview. I will say this. They did not seem like a team that won 2 out of 5 and is dominating the leaderboard right now. That was like Tempo Storm level reserve as they did that interview, which I found sort of fascinating. But hey, they're winning. What can I say? I will also give a shout out because you can tell, Godspeed, their organization expected them to win a lot of matches, as they're the only team that's playing remotely that seems to have a backdrop built for interviews.
Yep, they did have a backdrop built for interviews. It's nice that they're finally using it. It took them a little while, but here they are. Yeah. I mean,
hey, real talk is real talk.
Yeah.
Go.
You know what? Like, you have a team that's expecting to win when you put a backdrop for your winning interviews with sponsors on. That's what I'm going to tell you. And they're putting up and they're coming in the right time, peaking at the right moment. If they continue this, touche.
It's been nothing but uphill for them. So I Would be shocked to see them not continue. We'll find out, though. That's the end of games for today. We're back tomorrow with 5 more matches to determine who wins what is very likely to be, with crowdfunding included, north of $700,000 for the first place finish. I'll say for sure north of 600, but I'm pretty sure we're going to be hitting some new level numbers here. Now, before we sign out, I love to get the last word from the two of you guys. We're going to start with the member of the panel who picked Sonics, which is the least performing team out of our 3 picks. So, Godspeed, who has a 10th place team picked. Final thoughts.
You know what? I still believe the NA boys.
Nice.
Was not the greatest day for Sonics. Definitely was not the greatest day for Oath, but I still believe in both those teams, and I hope they can make a difference tomorrow. I'm still rooting for the NA boys, so I always will.
I love it. I love the commitment. All right, let's go to the person who picked is the second highest rank of the 3 picks here on the desk. Martin. Final thoughts.
Fantastic. Yeah, Gen G on 4th place is obviously worse than VP on 3rd. Yeah. It's very close, though. I'm sure we're going to be within striking distance tomorrow. And you know what? No matter what happens tomorrow, it's a win-win for me. If VP does well, you know, it's the boys. It's the coming out of the region that I am covering. And if my pick goes through Gen G, it's the rightful champions. They've been here all the time, you know, and if they're going to be doing very well. And what I would like to see is like I call it a inside gut shot of taking the win home without winning week 6. And if Gen G, they manage to win this week, it could be enough for them to just get 3rd or 4th next week. And that is the inside gut shot that potentially could be happening. So I'm kind of hoping to see them rise up to the occasion and then take it home tomorrow.
Will the gut shot for Aces draw work? We'll find out. To be honest, it doesn't matter who wins because it's a treat for all of us. We're seeing some of the best PUBG we've ever seen, the biggest prize pool in FPS history, top 10 prize pools ever in esports. It has been a heck of a journey. We got 1 more week to go. But before we even start the final week, we got 1 more day here for that massive prize pool. So make sure you guys come back. We cannot wait to see you. And we thank you so much for spending your day with us. And until we see you tomorrow, play more PUBG.